Good morning and welcome to Decoder. I'm Nidhi Razdan. The clock has just struck 8 a.m., which means that counting is just getting underway for the Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections, as well as several by-polls across key states. We'll be bringing you all the coverage all day today. These are, of course, state elections, but they have a huge national impact and consequences for both the Congress, the BJP and other regional parties. Let me introduce our terrific panel this morning because the old gang is back, as they say, the Khan Market gang. Prannoy Roy, here with us in the studio, Darab Sabariwala, Srinivasan Jain, my fellow gangster, Geeta Bhatt, political analyst and commentator here in the studio.
Beneath Parsi's dignity.
What is the Khan Market equivalent in Bombay is the question. Sohit Mishra. Yeah, so Sohit Mishra is joining us from there this morning. He's done some terrific ground reports from Maharashtra. So we also have Girish Kuber from Lokmat. No, nothing.
Terrific ground reports.
Mr. Girish Kuber from Lokmat is also with us this morning. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And I'll hand it over to Prannoy first because it's going to take some time for the results to start coming in. But I think you can give us some background on what to expect.
I just want to ask who's winning?
I asked you first.
Before, yeah. Well, one of the key things actually in this election when we went around various parts of Maharashtra was this Ladki Behan scheme where the BJP Shiv Sena group has given women 1,500 rupees a month, and that has had an impact. And in fact, they brought forward, I think, the December payment to November, so they gave 3,000 in November instead of 1,500. I wonder why. Must be something happening in, well, it's happening right now. But the Congress and the Shiv Sena Uddhav group has said they'll give you 3,000. But you know, once you've given something, whether you go with that or you wait for a promise of double that amount. But what is critical, just look at these figures. The turnout of women in Maharashtra has finally almost hit men. If you look at compare it with the Lok Sabha election, we look at the graphic of the difference between men and women. Now look at that. 2019 assembly, women were 3.5% lower than men. 62.8 to 59.3. In 2024 Lok Sabha, just 6 months ago, it was 63.6 to 59.2. Women 4.4% lower than men, which is unusual. Most of India now, women have a higher turnout than men. And this assembly now, women's turnout from the last assembly has gone from 59 to 65. That's up 6%. And it is almost equal to the Lok Sabha. It's now 66.8 to 65.2. That's just 1.6% less than men. Now that huge 6% increase in women's turnout could be a game changer. Now, is it because of the Ladli Behan scheme of 1,500 or is it because of the promise of 3,000? Only Dorab knows that.
I think in our countdown we discussed this matter and we said that this is something that could help the BJP because the turnout of women was low and if women were incentivized to vote, right, the odds are with the money in their pockets, they're more likely to vote for the BJP alliance.
So Sohit, you've been watching this election. I've never seen anybody follow it so closely and you've been absolutely brilliant at it. And I just wanted to ask you, in the lines and the queues for voting, did you see a lot of women, lot more women this time than men? And why are they voting? Are they voting for the 3,000 or are they voting to thank the BJP Shiv Sena for the 1,500? Simple question.
Uh, well, Doc, if you look at the data that we have as of now, there are around 57 such seats where the women voters were much more than the male voters. Now, how will this seat continue or how will this impact the election? That is very important to see, number one. Number two, yes, the number of women voters have increased, especially in the urban areas. And the reason for that is also the back office work that the ruling parties have done, especially in Mumbai and Pune areas. Now, as in Shiv Sena, they call it Shakha, which is their local offices. There, they have appointed men who have been following all these women who have received 1,500 rupees. They have the data they are going to them and they are also informing them and reminding that you have received 7,500 rupees till now. And if the government is back, you will receive even more. So the amount will increase from 1,500 to 2,100. And that is also a motive that they are giving to the women and asking them to come out and vote. Now, will this Ladki Bahin scheme actually impact the women voters and will it also favor the Mahayuti? That only once the data house will say. Because if you remember, Doc, we were in a cotton field in Vidarbha where the woman said that yes, they are giving us 1,500 rupees, but also the inflation has increased. So there's no saving that is happening. And the inflation was a big issue, especially in the rural areas. So will this actually impact the election? These 57 seats will be a key not only for Maharashtra but across India, because if women voters actually swing the results, we'll see many such schemes in different parts of other states as well.
Right. Girish, if we can just come to you, we did find women voters kind of very happy with the 1,500 and the free bus pass. But many of them did say what Sohit said, that look, we got 1,500, but we are paying so much more for tail, for groceries. So what's the 1,500 for? But and many of them said, look, we are getting a free bus pass, but we never take the bus. We take it once a month. So, but everybody had received that 1,500, and you can't just deny that it has had an impact, right?
Yeah, it will have an impact. I mean, before I get just small correction to what Nidhi said, I edited Lok Satta, not the publication she mentioned. That is one. And I think there are three C's, cash, caste and crop. These three C's will determine, and cash obviously is going to be a game changer looking at the women's voting percentage. In urban areas, 15 seats women have higher voting than the men. So it will have certainly an important
impact.
Effect.
Yeah. We don't know which way. We got some leads coming in. We can have a quick look at that.
Just very preliminary,
very
as you can
preliminary.
see. But I don't know if you can decode anything from this. At the moment, it's just neck and neck in Maharashtra. Very few leads that have come in. Same in Jharkhand, so very early days, I think.
And all postal.
Well, if you look at...
Our favorite thing to talk about between 8 and 9 normally is what's postal and what's EVM. But this women, on the issue of women voters, Srinivasan, I think what's interesting is that the BJP has faced so many headwinds in Maharashtra on the issue of high prices, on the Maratha agitation, farmer distress, MSP for soybean, etc. These have been big issues. And women could actually turn this election for them if this goes the way they hope.
No, that's true. I mean, I think that we've seen replications of these schemes being applied in all different states. So it's not a very original idea.
I do want to tell you what Bengal does today, the rest of India does tomorrow.
Okay. Right.
Mamata Banerjee did this before
everybody even...
Before you were born.
Let's not go further. Yeah, I think the white in the beard will testify.
That's all died, yeah.
But look at what it did for Shivraj Chauhan, which is where the idea has come from. So it's not exactly the most original idea to do cash transfer for women just before election eve. But I think it's certainly something which has changed the narrative in Maharashtra. Countered with this, many people here are saying that the fact that women are also complaining about inflation. So I think that is the balance that we'll have to see how it plays out. But it's obviously become sort of one of the main factors. There's been a lot of different ways, by the way, that the Mahayuti has done course correction since Lok Sabha. It's not just the women's scheme. There's been a whole rebranding of the chief minister.
got to work straight after the Lok Sabha elections.
Straight
where
after
they
the Lok
didn't
Sabha
do-
elections. And by the way, the RSS, someone in the one of the top Maharashtra BJP leaders told me, and I'm quoting, the RSS is running this election. So the RSS, which was much more subdued and low-key in Lok Sabha, has come out much more for the BJP. So there are multiplicity of factors in which they've
Which is
course-corrected,
actually-
including, Ladki Behna.
Which is, Geeta Bhatt, actually quite remarkable because it's just been a few months since the Lok Sabha elections. The BJP and the Shinde Sena suffered a big setback there, not so much the Shinde Sena as much as the BJP, but to turn that around possibly in this short time, what do you think could have changed?
Well, Maharashtra, as you just mentioned, it's a mixed bag and it's mix and match because you have Shiv Sena both sides, you have NCP both sides. So the only difference is the Congress on one side and BJP on the other side. And I think that yes, after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, I think the Haryana election result, that was something that really gave a very big boost to the Karyakartas, in Maharashtra. Earlier, 3 months back, what was the way the perception which was there was that MVA is much way ahead than Mahayuti. But in the last 3 months, things have really changed, and I think generally, people, they kind of make up their mind how they want to, vote. But it is basically to bring the voter out and, to the polling station to vote. And that is what a Karyakarta, of a party does. So once they are motivated, they are able to, bring out their, the section which they feel that is going to vote for them out to the polling station. And that, I think, because of that motivation, that has really, and then of course there were many schemes which were introduced and a lot of...
that's an important point that you raise about the cadre, motivation, etc. We have Meeta Chakravarti, the spokesperson of the Congress, also joining us this morning. Thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Chakravarti. Just that point that Geeta Bhatt was making, if the BJP cadre felt more upbeat post Haryana, what was it like for the Congress? Was it a much more difficult election, therefore, to fight?
I think each state assembly election is different, and to associate the performance of Maharashtra with Haryana will possibly be a little misleading. Yes, when we have a win, or when we perform better than our expectation, then obviously the cadres are more motivated. But I think in Maharashtra, we completely focused on people's issues. We run the campaign on people's issues, be it inflation, unemployment, or the farmers' distress. And I think there was a lot of spirit of collaboration among the different constituent players of MVA. And we'll have to see how people of Maharashtra have voted. Yes, a win would have motivated all of us across India much better, much higher. But having said that, I think Maharashtra is a completely different state, and the elections have been fought on local issues. So we'll wait and see what the results are like for us. But I think it's a completely different reality and unrelated to the Haryana story.
Let's have a look at some of the information coming in. These are leads figures, and they could be just, postal votes and other non-typical. So this is just a very, very, very early assessment. But the early trends, if we show the leads table, tends to show good news for the BJP. The BJP, if you look in Jharkhand, they are about equal to what they did in Lok Sabha. And look at Maharashtra. We just have the leads table up. It'd be nice to see the figures in some detail. But if you look at the bottom band, it is Maharashtra. Let's move to that. It will be, I think we have 15 coming in. Now, 21, while in the Lok Sabha they held only 16. Now, it didn't do too well in the Lok Sabha. So it's up 5 since the Lok Sabha, but that is good news for the BJP if these trends continue. At the moment, the Congress JMM front in Jharkhand is doing reasonably well, but still 6-3. But look at the Congress Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra, down since 2024 Lok Sabha. So those are early signs, But not bad news for the BJP.
Not bad news at all, but every single one is a postal vote. Boxes haven't opened yet. All are postal votes.
Okay, so still early days. Shivam Vij is with us as well, journalist and commentator and columnist. One of the interesting things I thought about Maharashtra was that there didn't seem to be an overarching national theme in these elections. It was very much also region-wise, seat-wise, local issues that seem to matter to people. How do you look at how the campaign played out? And given the different factions of different parties, is it going to be local factors that will matter more?
Well, I think firstly, I agree that Ladki Behna scheme, the women's scheme, is the game changer, and it is not a local factor, it is a statewide scheme. However, having said that, the confusion, voters often spoke of confusion, and confusion because of split in the parties, there are 6 parties. And I said, but why is there confusion? There are 2 clear alliances, there's a Mahayuti, there's an MVA, there is no confusion. They said, no, there is confusion because we don't know, after the elections they might switch again.
Yeah.
You know, so it doesn't really matter what party you vote for. So therefore, all the more we are voting for the MLA, the Amdar as they call it there. It's the Amdar and not the party that we're bothering about. Having said that, the overarching thing, you know, this is what men said. The women often said, Ladki Behna, or, you know, they countered with inflation. But I want to go back to the percentages of women we were talking about and just make one small comment there, that the percentages of women turnout can sometimes be misleading because women tend to have a lower voter registration. They're not far, but there are substantially less women registered than men. In Maharashtra, this election, I believe there were 9.7 crore voters, out of which 4.69 were women and about 5 were men. So, because there are fewer women, a higher percentage voter turnout of women does not mean more women voted than men. Roughly equals.
You're right, but
in numbers.
more women voted than last time.
Yeah,
so the additional women.
6% increase since last
You're
time.
right. That
Yeah, but is there an increase in men voters from last time as well?
Well, very small. Like a
Well, normally
1%.
men-
Yeah. 6% and 1%.
Okay, so there would obviously be a Ladki Behna effect there, but more or less I think the numbers would be similar, men and women voters in most elections.
You know, the point you're making about parties, people shifting parties. Ajit Pawar was refused to give us a clear reply on whether he would shift. He said all these matters after the election results are out. So,
In politics, there are no
Maharashtra is a
permanent
very
friends and
mobile
enemies.
state.
Yeah.
We have lots of mobiles.
In fact, Ajit Pawar told me when I was asking about this constant going back and forth, he said, Jain Saab, ye ideology pe mat puchiye. Here in Maharashtra, everybody wants power. Ideology bhul jaiye.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
He was
You know,
honest about it.
he was honest about many things.
In fact, in one of his, he's very categorically said that wherever his party is contesting, he's not going to allow anyone from BJP or, you know, to come with the line of ek rahenge, safe rahenge and all that. He has very publicly said, in a way, he's keeping all his options open. That is very clear.
But when you met voters there in Maharashtra, what did people say about this politics of changing sides, switching sides? You know,
I think what Basu said, they said it doesn't matter who we vote for, this is going to all be sorted out afterwards. But I think in favor of the BJP, the Ladki Behan, but right across the state, farmers are not happy because the BJP actually has, well, they see the BJP as the culprits for not allowing them to make money. When the onion prices were going up, BJP is more worried about the reaction in urban areas. And we know onion prices can change in election, right? Historically. So they brought down onion prices, they stopped exports.
But the soybean
Pakistan
farmers-
benefited. Soybean farmers not happy at all. Yeah, soybean not happy, cotton not happy, orange farmers we met, they are not happy.
Right.
And they keep blaming the government.
Right.
But
But you know, I met unhappy farmers who said that we are not voting for BJP, but our wives might. So,
But you know, the other lesson here, if the trends indicate that the BJP is gaining or the BJP alliance is gaining, and many of the exit polls also indicated the same, is for the Congress or the Mahavikas Aghadi to reflect on the campaign they ran. Because just to simply say that Maharashtra is being sold, Maharashtra, you know, all the businesses are transferring to Gujarat, the constitution khatre mein hai, which also resonated again. Was that enough? One of the critical factors, talking about soybean, actually soybean was the political crop of this election, even more than onions, even more than cotton. The fact that the MSP was about 4,900, farmers only getting 4,200, so 700 rupee gap, is not an issue that the MVA raised in a categorical way. Somewhere along the campaign, the Congress said, we'll give you 7,000 rupees MSP, but that was much later. It wasn't part of the manifesto. So I think perhaps that's again something for them to reflect. Did they not adequately ride this wave of agrarian distress, rural distress to counter
So that's
the Larki
interesting.
Behan effect?
Mr. Kuber, if you bring you in on that point, that looking at how the campaign narrative played out, is that something you feel about the MVA campaign as well, that it focused too much on bigger issues like the constitution, caste census, etc., rather than on
Businesses moving to Gujarat.
yeah, exactly, or rather than the agrarian distress and the sort of local issues that are affecting people?
Correct. It's the fact. Two things didn't work for MVA, right? One was this blaming Adani and Gaddar. That didn't work. And from Congress's point, the constitution. This was not the issue in state election. Opposition clearly had an edge in rural areas. I still feel they have. But the kind of campaigning they ran was purely personal, and no one is interested in kiska ghar toda and who is Gaddar and who is not. I mean, that was too naive from the Shiv Sena's standpoint. And the constitution also, it had no resonance.
Right. I think one thing we haven't yet spoken about, and Shivam, just to come to you on that, is just what is at stake in Maharashtra in particular for different leaders. In a way, this is such a pivotal election, isn't it, for, say, Sharad Pawar, the future of his party, because it was split into two. For Uddhav Thackeray, is he really the heir of his father's legacy, of his political legacy? Or has Eknath Shinde come into his own? In so many ways, this election will determine the future of these big leaders.
Yes, it's a very important election for all of them.
Uddhav said he's become a tiger because he is the son of a tiger.
Well, I have to say that I found Eknath Shinde to be surprisingly popular now. And the sense that Uddhav Thackeray hasn't really kept up the momentum since he lost his chief ministership. He'd done some good work during COVID. He's actually been a weakling. Even in the Lok Sabha, in the MVA, his performance was the worst. The Congress party also did not keep up the momentum from the Lok Sabha gains it had. It's not just Haryana, it's not just Ladki Behan. Immediately after Lok Sabha, the sense of complacence, the sense that automatic anti-incumbency will bring them to power in Maharashtra actually made the campaign fizzle out. And by the time they decided to do something, Ladki Behan Yojana had come in and it was a bit too late and they were being reactive. Sharad Pawar, however, worked very hard for his age, doing yatras and this and that. I think of the leaders you mentioned...
100 rallies, by the way, just to point out.
Very
84.
Incredible.
84, Sharad Pawar did 100 rallies.
Incredible. No leader, I think, of Uddhav Thackeray's party or Congress worked that hard. But I think this is a very important election also for Devendra Fadnavis. Remember, the BJP's performance in the Lok Sabha in Maharashtra, the decline in percentage of seats in Maharashtra was worse than UP or Rajasthan. It was 60% seats they lost. And Mr. Fadnavis flew to Delhi first thing to offer resignation. So if the Mayuti wins today, the person who's sort of getting the biggest boost is Devendra Fadnavis, more I think than Eknath Shinde or Ajit Pawar.
Actually, it would be great if we could get a breakup of the party-wise performance in the states.
Party-wise, but also just to quickly point out, if you look at the region-wise break in Maharashtra, because regions are very, very crucial, each region votes differently, the BJP's biggest gains are coming from Vidarbha. They're ahead in 12.
Which is where farmers...
which is where actually it's a national contest. It's
also,
BJP versus Congress. The Congress wiped out in the Lok Sabha. They cleaned up. And now if you look at it...
26 to 6.
But which is where also...
Congress down 17.
Congress is down in a big... if these trends
trends. But it is very bad news for Congress so far and very good news for the BJP.
This is the area where we were told that the RS is working very hard and they are insisting that Devendra Fadnavis be the man on the assumption that Devendra Fadnavis will be the man to be chief minister if the party wins.
Well, that's his area.
Let's just get
Sohit
Mishra. So it's going to be moving out in just a moment to look at what's happening on the ground. But, Sohit, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde. It's been rather interesting because a lot of people expected that, Eknath Shinde would be a puppet chief minister, Devendra Fadnavis would be calling the shots, and that he was a reluctant deputy CM. And in a sense, Mr. Shinde came into his own this year. And, Mr. Fadnavis is clearly hoping that a better BJP performance will bring him back as chief minister. So the dynamics are very interesting of how things have played out between the two of them.
Absolutely, Nidhi. In fact, in 2022, it was expected that it was being seen as Shinde is the one who is just a puppet, and it is Devendra Fadnavis who is calling the shots. However, I'll tell you, this Ladki Bahin scheme has helped Shinde to reach across the state. Earlier, while he was just said to be a leader in Thane, Mumbai, as well as MMR region, now this Ladki Bahin scheme, number one, has helped him to reach everywhere. Number two, Shinde has been seen to be very close to both Amit Shah as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He did everything that Amit Shah asked him to do. He broke the Shiv Sena party, and that way Amit Shah seems to be trusting Shinde a bit more, and that is not good news for Devendra Fadnavis. And inside news over here is that even Devendra Fadnavis is using Raj Thackeray against Eknath Shinde. Now this is very interesting because there was this Maratha leader who is still there, who is talking about reservation, Manoj Jarange Patil. He has been accusing and blaming Devendra Fadnavis for not giving reservations to Maratha, but at the same time praising Eknath Shinde. So now to counter that, Devendra Fadnavis has been using Raj Thackeray and blaming Shinde for the current state of Maharashtra, and also saying that in future Devendra Fadnavis will be the chief minister. So that these people are also having an infighting while they are fighting against MVA. Same thing happening in the MVA camp as well. So yes, this election is going to change a lot of things. Who will actually be the leader? Devendra Fadnavis, who was once the chief minister, said that he won't be in the party, he won't be running the government. When Shinde was named as the chief minister, 2 hours later, we saw him taking the oath as the deputy chief minister. Shinde's photos are everywhere right now. Fadnavis wants to replace it with him, but will that be possible? Only time will tell. But yes, there's an interesting fight going on within Shinde and Fadnavis as well in Maharashtra.
Right. Okay. All right. Sohit, we'll let you get on with it and come back to you, once you're out on the ground. Thanks very much for being with us. We also have Mr. Niranjan Shetty, the BJP spokesperson, joining us this morning from Mumbai. Mr. Shetty, just looking at the very early leads at the moment, you would be pleased.
Good morning to you, Nidhi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So how do you look at the lead so far? Are you quite pleased? I'm sure you are.
Of course, because I'm a ground level worker and I believe in the work that I have carried out. So I'm very much confident that the party that I have toiled for so many years is going to show its sheets today.
Right. We just fix that connection. It's get back to Mr.
Another
Shetty.
state also going to the polls called Jharkhand.
We come back.
Where non-postal votes have come in.
Okay, great. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and the BJP is up 2, and the Congress down 2. The non-postal.
From when?
From
2019
from
or
19.
24?
From 19. And
19.
from 24 also they're up. From 19 they're up 7.
Leads in Jharkhand.
Wow.
12 and
BJP 31 and JMM Congress Alliance 8 out of the 39 leads we've got.
But that's mostly because of postal ballot.
Sure, but I'm saying this. Look at
it's
the.
still quite striking. Yeah.
But it's such a
It's
huge
like a
difference.
huge gap.
Yeah.
This is again a state, Geeta Bhatt, where we haven't really seen any single party come into power on its own. It's it's always been alliances, etc. But Jharkhand is so important. We saw the chief minister go to jail for several months. There was this whole campaign that was dominated by the BJP didn't do well in tribal seats in Jharkhand in the Lok Sabha elections. So what would the Jharkhand election, a BJP victory there, what is the message that would send out in terms of the way the agencies were used, the tribal vote?
I think tribal vote is something which is going to make a difference in terms of the way the campaign has been done on the ground. I think the issue of the outsiders coming in Jharkhand and the supposedly Bangladeshis coming in there, that is something which is actually an issue in Jharkhand.
I'm glad you said supposedly.
Because there are some people who are contesting it, but like for example in Ranchi, there are people say that there are more than 1 lakh Bangladeshis just in Ranchi and in other parts of Jharkhand, and there the tribal issue and especially the tribal women having getting married with people who have come from outside, and then all that issue is on the ground. That has been something which was an election issue.
I have to jump in here. I mean,
let me just complete,
Okay,
and
okay.
you can then add. And along with it, politically, the AJSU was this time they are partners with BJP in this election. Earlier, they were last election they were not.
That's the
this
Jharkhand
is
not
the
have a
students'
relation,
union.
yeah.
So, but
they
Geeta ji, can I just
probably
say
did.
now that
Yeah.
I mean, kudos to the BJP if this is going to be the final shape of it. But the BJP ran one of the most communal campaigns that Jharkhand has witnessed in recent history. Jharkhand doesn't have a history of communal tensions, but this entire narrative of land jihad, love jihad, outsiders, Muslims coming in to grab land. I mean, the ad that the BJP took out, the Jharkhand unit, the election commission actually had to have it taken down. It was so communal. There are enough reporters who've gone out of the ground and debunked those narratives. There is no concerted campaign for Muslims to come in and marry tribal women to grab land. So when you say it's being talked about, it was largely being talked about by the BJP, by the Prime Minister, unfortunately, Amit Shah, Himanta Sarma, who's in charge of the Jharkhand campaign. So
that ad was quite something.
That was a very unfortunate aspect.
But just coming back to, because again I find this very interesting, Mr. Kuber, if I could get to that back on Maharashtra, which is that the BJP also ran a very sort of Hindutva campaign in Maharashtra too. It was not just batenge, cutenge, etc. But overall there was a huge push on Hindutva and communal issues in Maharashtra also. Why did they feel the need to do that if the populist schemes and everything else was working so well? Or is that the tried and tested formula?
Yeah, when RSS is on the ground to support the BJP and there is nothing on the government side other than the Latki Bahina, they needed that, and that's why Yogi and Batenge to Katenge and kind of stuff, I don't think in the past this kind of narrative was ever was successful in Maharashtra, the communal one. But BJP surprisingly was, and somebody talked about Devendra Fadnavis. I think that's the real dilemma BJP has. When BJP can't showcase him as a face of the state BJP because of the caste and other issues, the Maratha agitation and all that. And even after delivering success to, I mean, still it's an issue for the BJP. They can't have that. So they have to have Eknath, Shinde and along with the communal aspect of it. This is the two things which actually BJP deployed on the ground, which was never the case in the past.
But can I ask the BJP's Niranjan Shetty the same question? Mr. Shetty, why resort to communal politics at all if you had a great governance record, which is what you were fighting on?
I think, taking out one or the two sentences from the rally or the public meeting and citing it as a communal this thing that we tried to do. There were many things you can see from your perspective. I see that as a party worker or anybody, I would say that we have gone to the people with the development, focusing the development. Apart from Ladki Bahina, we have given this infrastructure which the Congress ruled this Maharashtra for more than 50 years. They have not given. Whereas the BJP and the presently Eknath Shinde has given.
But
so,
Mr. Shetty, very respectfully, the communal campaign is there for everyone to see. Batenge, Katenge, your own allies distance themselves from it. Some of your own leaders distance themselves from it, saying that this is not what we stand for. Devendra Fadnavis, talked about, I think, Aurangzeb, Pakistan, that keeps coming back into the campaign. So, if the schemes were so great, then why resort to this?
One part of the speech, he almost spoke for 45 minutes, and there were other development issues which is spoken on.
So 5 minutes on this and 40 minutes on other stuff.
We can understand that most of the people will pick and choose the things which are good for them, and they can highlight those.
Let me get the Congress's Meeta Chakravarti to just quickly respond to that. The way the BJP ran its campaign, and also perhaps some criticism of the way the MVA ran its campaign. Was it too generic?
Well, first of all, to say something like batenge to katenge or comparing an election to a dharm youth, it's just an election for the state government. It's not a dharm youth. Shows how divisive the entire campaign has been from the BJP side. And bear in mind, some of these phrases were used by the top leadership of BJP, not by some local MLAs or not by some local leadership. So this entire effort to create divisiveness, to create religious polarization has been there from the word go. And had they been so confident of their welfare schemes, had they been so confident of their performance as a government, they would not have needed this Hindutva plan. They have used excessive power. They have used money power. We have seen visuals of Vinod Taure distributing cash on camera. There had been use of central investigating agencies against leaders of the opposition. And then there had been, the election commission has not played a fair role as well. But more than that, the way the entire election has been fought on a communal, religious, polarized environment shows that the only thing, whenever they need to go back to the drawing board, and after Lok Sabha elections results were out, they needed to do that. They are going to fight the elections based on communal divisiveness, and that's what exactly they did. Bear in mind, these are still very early trends, so we'll have to wait and watch what the final outcome is. I still hope that the people of Maharashtra had chosen inclusivity over religious divisiveness.
No, I agree about the early trends part. I think if there's anything we learned from Haryana, right, it was that wait till 11.
Yeah,
at
wait,
least.
definitely wait.
But even so, it's out of the 162 leads now in Maharashtra, BJP and the Mahayuti 108, Mahavikas Agadi 44. That's massive. And I was again looking at the regional, more than double. I was again looking at the regional breakup on our excellent dashboard, by the way, that you have, Decoder, that in all regions except the Konkan, the Mahayuti is ahead, including in Marathwada, which was the big worry. Many BJP Shiv Sena leaders, Nidhi and Prannoy, told us that was their big worry because that's the cradle of the Maratha agitation. That is also where soya is one of the main cash crops. And Mahayuti is leading in 7.
One of the things that people did talk about was raising this issue of supposedly Bangladeshi infiltrators. That is actually a national issue. It is the national party that should protect our borders. So it's the BJP's fault if they're coming in. But they're using it. But hate works. It worked for Trump. I think the BJP and Trump campaign very similar.
So
and it works.
I also wanted to respond to what the Congress spokesperson was also saying was that, you see, if you look at Mr. Rahul Gandhi going everywhere in the campaign, he has been, even in the Lok Sabha election, trying to bring, caste as a dominant issue in terms of, asking, trying to, create some fault lines or division of votes in the name of caste. And, asking people, even journalists, what is your caste? So many times he has done that. And in fact, in Maharashtra, he has very openly accused journalists also that, you are playing in the hands of your publishing house, which has been condemned by the press from the press bureau of Maharashtra.
Illegal immigrants across India.
No, I just wanted to. So I think this has been the case of Dhule in the Lok Sabha election. This was even cited by the Deputy Chief Minister that there just in one pocket of Malegaon where the Muslim community is dominant, there the voting pattern, they were winning by nearly 2 lakh votes and then the just difference of 4,000 votes came. So this is, and also adding to it that no one is putting forward that how there are openly how the All India Muslim Personal Law Board elected member Mr. Nomani has come out and blatantly said that you are in fact threatening the community that if you are going to go out and vote or support the BJP, that is, it has been, it is already there on record that he has said that. So that is something.
We'll
come back.
Yes, I'll come back and look at the data because we can't really come to any conclusions yet. But are there any weak links? Is the Congress the weak link in the alliance, or is it the Shiv Sena, UBT? If you have a look at them, this is what it looks like. The Congress, this is the overall. So if we go down to the breakup of the alliances, that would be useful. Is there any difference, or is it more or less uniform? Here's the alliance breakup. You can see BJP 65, up 16. Shiv Sena Shinde group 28, up 7. So about the same percentage. And NCP up 18. That is doing that is the Ajit Pawar.
Ajit Pawar faction.
I mean, I think the Congress
Three
really
of
better
the sugar
hope that this is
barons, yeah.
postal votes, because this is a phenomenal change. And Ajit Pawar,
Who is considered the weak link actually.
yeah, and he's doing the best of all of them. And if you look at the other alliance, if you look at the MVA, let's see what they look like. Who's doing well there? Here it is. Now the Congress 21, UBT 21, it had 42 last time. So it's
half
down
down.
50%.
Everybody
is
down
the UBT.
50%. Everybody down 50%.
Except NCP Sharad Pawar. He's down 33%.
Oh,
That's a huge difference, 50% and 33%. But there's no weak link there. It's pretty uniform across the entire alliance.
They're
It's not
all
like-
doing badly.
Yeah. And the other ones, they're all doing well. Except one is doing exceptionally well at the moment.
Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar.
Ajit Pawar. I think
But
obviously...
that's also because of the low base.
Yeah, they
because
only had one
he just
seat.
got only one
Yeah,
seat
but
last time, 1 out of 5.
1 to 18, I think postal people love him.
There was always a question of whether assembly seats are small and they're often dominated by a cooperative baron. Now, Lok Sabha seat, he's just one of 10 barons.
Right.
Now he's standing himself for the 14th time and he's going to get elected, whatever he stands as. Even if he stands as Muslim League, he'll get elected because
Well,
he
now
owns the
it's-
place.
Last time he had 2, now it's 18.
Yeah.
Up 18 from 2.
Yeah.
That is just...
But last time, United NCP, United Shiv Sena. So the comparison
No,
is
this is
this is
Lok
2024.
Sabha. Lok Sabha by assembly.
This is compared.
Lok Sabha.
Lok Sabha
Oh,
by
okay.
assembly. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
They're giving both of them. Sometimes 2019, sometimes
Right.
it says... on
2019 doesn't make sense because everything is broken up. We don't know who's
Yeah,
where.
yeah.
who
That's the
won
point
what.
you were making, yeah.
What is not broken up is the sitting MLAs. So some sitting MLAs are here, some are there.
That's right.
And so you can still compare with 2019 by using the sitting MLAs. So about 40-50 are with Ajit Pawar, for example. Some sitting MLAs are still with Uddhav. So because this is a very MLA-centric election, I think that matters. But I want to say something else, which is, if we recall Madhya Pradesh, election that BJP was supposed to lose, they won by a 2/3 majority. There's an 8 percentage point difference between BJP and Congress, all because of this women's scheme. So we should not be very surprised if we see a grand sweep here in Maharashtra. And it's still early counting. I have a question for everyone.
So Rebranding works.
Rebranding works, totally. And Rebranding
There's
is a
good
very...
Rebranding and bad Rebranding. by the way.
didn't
When
work
they
for
do it,
them
it's
in
bad.
the-
When we do it, it's good.
It was too late.
we?
It was too late. That's a very good example.
Oh,
No, I'm saying for even KCR and Jagan Reddy, I mean, they didn't work for them.
because
So,
because
depends.
it was too late. It worked once for KCR. Modi gave no Rebranding before Lok Sabha and came down to 240. Rebranding matters. In Jharkhand as well, what we're not discussing is that Hemant Soren has given a cash transfer scheme to women.
1,000 rupees.
Maya Samman Yojana.
Just 1 second. If we just look at a very interesting phenomenon, when a sitting MLA is put up to stand again, does he do better than a new candidate? Just look at the figures. Sitting MLAs of the BJP so far, 70% win rate or a strike rate, while new candidates 54, not too bad. But look at the Congress and UBT. 60% sitting MLAs winning, but only 26% of new candidates doing well.
But now we must remember that in Shiv Sena, there were no candidates, so every candidate, many seats had to have a new candidate because the other candidate shifted to the
As
other
well as
side.
Sharad Pawar, NCP, I mean, again, behind these numbers, we can't forget the fact that 40 MLAs roughly from both Sharad Pawar and from Uddhav Thackeray crossed over, which were essentially a lot of these regional satraps and strongmen who've been winning regardless of which party they're in. So,
Just let me get the Congress's reaction, Meeta Chakravarti, just to these leads, where the gap is really widening now between the MVA and the BJP-led alliance on the other side. Just that criticism that Geeta Bhatt was making, that if you say the BJP campaign was communal, then Rahul Gandhi's campaign was very caste-centric and focused on caste divisions. How would you respond?
To talk about the rights of the backward caste, or to talk about reservation, or to talk about a caste survey or a census, so that we have better information or better data to make informed decisions as what should be the percentage of reservation for the backward caste. It is about talking about the empowerment. It's talking about social justice. It's not about dividing the society along caste lines. The next thing we would know is that BJP would say that let us not have reservation at all. There was a need for reservation, and all we have been saying is that we haven't had the numbers, the latest data and figures released. So let us have a caste-based census and let us have better information or better data to make informed decisions and choices. To talk about the empowerment of the backward caste should not be considered as a divisive plan. We
But
did
how
not
do you
talk
look
about
at
hatred, and yes, hate is a more empowering and more
Ms.
motivating
Chaturvedi,
emotion
just
than often love is.
look at the leads right now. It's not looking good for the MVA at all, and you're all doing badly. The Congress, Uddhav
And
Thackeray,
there is that other
and,
state also.
NCP, and in Jharkhand, you're not doing well either. Yeah.
Yes, and though I still maintain that these are early frames, but
It
yes,
is
we
early,
do need
yes,
to
but
analyze
still,
and we do
these
need
are
to do our
pretty decisive
self-introspection.
trends.
But having said that, it does not take away anything from the fact that they run a very religiously polarized campaign, a very
We
divisive
can just,
campaign,
yeah, sorry to
and
interrupt.
there has been an excessive use of cash and power from the ruling party side as well.
Okay. We just can bring in Girish here. Girish, first of all, these leads are huge. It's still early days. But just give us the significance of these elections in the overall national picture. It could be a big boost for the BJP, right?
Absolutely, it will be a huge boost for the BJP, and we are discussing like communal versus caste, but BJP is communal plus caste. I mean, on the front, it was communal. It tried to raise Hindu-Muslim this polarization part of it, but underneath, it was working. I mean, in detail on caste, there were something like 350 meetings of small OBC groups. If Marathwada will be going the way it is shown now, it's the result of that. So BJP communal plus caste, and if it works, obviously it will be a kind of a national perfect model for them. Revdis, the convert voters into labharthis, and plus this communal part. So it's kind of a two-pronged strategy for the BJP,
So
and
does,
that seems to be working at least in initial trends.
So Girish, does communal and hatred work in elections?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, if it is shown this way, that goes this way, I think then we may have to come to this conclusion that it works, at least in polarizing part. But my still understanding is that the way BJP view the caste factor, it's something worth taking a look at. You know, there are 150 plus OBC groups, and everybody was contacted. Small leaders were sent to various small towns and villages and all that, you know. So on the front, it had this communal pull, and behind was this caste push, and that is something which looks like working for the BJP.
Gaurav, the Congress is doing well in the West.
This is Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar area.
Yeah, and it's doing
So-
well.
Sugar belt.
Yeah. So
I
then
mean, they're up one since the 2024
Yeah, I think-
Lok Sabha assembly segments.
we got to look
But
at
you know what
Baramati, see what happens there.
What you asked about the national impact, Shivam Vij, again, if the BJP goes and if these trends hold and they do end up winning big in both states, it shatters that whole narrative about the 240 in the Lok Sabha completely. Haryana did that to a large extent,
I
but
just got to interrupt
Yeah.
again to data. In the Konkan area, BJP is doing badly.
Which is very surprising.
Down 6 since 2024 Lok Sabha elections. 15 compared to 8, Congress up 4, and BJP Shiv Sena down 6.
That was actually the
And
region
this
where
is a
they,
solid region.
that's where they
Seven
swept in.
dominates
That was one of the few areas where they actually swept in Lok Sabha.
Narayan Run is home turf. I mean, this is where the BJP is the strongest, absolutely among
You
the
look at
regions.
Vidarbha,
it's
is that
strong.
the big change in Vidarbha?
But postal predominantly still.
well, it's not even 9 yet, and it feels like
you know,
we're
Nidhi,
almost
just-
at the end of this.
Just on the point on the national.
This is the point.
Yeah.
Just one
Sorry,
second.
yeah,
Look
yeah,
at
go
this
ahead.
Vidarbha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
44
Yeah.
out of 57, and they only had 15 last time.
They've done it
Vidarbha is the big change, and this was meant to be the Congress stronghold.
Yeah.
So is it actually a Congress weak link? So far, we haven't seen that. But
This is where the
it's a
RSS
big
works the
change.
most hardest.
But my question was
They are.
on that nationally, I mean, to both Shivam and to Vasu, which is that then more questions will be asked about the way the Congress is campaigning as this sort of only pan-India opposition party. Is that, we have to see the data here, but is that the weakest link? Again, in Jharkhand, there was a concern. They asked for many more seats than they should have. They were the weak link in Jammu and Kashmir. So is that going to be a criticism that they will continue to face?
Congress definitely overread the Lok Sabha verdict and just presumed that their time has come. But these state elections show that every election has to be earned. You have to work really hard, not be overconfident, not be complacent. Rahul Gandhi has a new strategy to not campaign too much in state assembly elections and focus on the national. But something's not working here. But I do think that we tend to overread the connection between state results and national narrative. December 23, BJP wins Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh. 6 months later, Lok Sabha, they're down to 240. So the link between national narrative, naturally, who knows how popular the BJP is right now. Just because you win Ladki Behna wins you Maharashtra doesn't mean the BJP is super popular.
I think that's a good point. Yeah. The connection is not very clear at all.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting that, when one talks about the fact that you were talking about Rahul Gandhi making those comments, first of all, Rahul Gandhi barely visited Maharashtra. He was just there for 3 days and he held 4 rallies. I think the interesting thing here, the takeaway for the BJP, apart from the fact that they'll have this momentum of now winning a multiple number of assembly elections on the trot, is the role of the Prime Minister. Because this is the BJP now fighting an election for the first time with a diminished Mr. Modi. This is not to say that Mr. Modi is still not the tallest leader in terms of profile across the country, but he is not the same Modi of 2014 and certainly of 2019 or even of the Lok Sabha. There's an unusual situation this time where actually you've had alliance members of the Yuti saying, don't come, don't ask the Prime Minister to come and campaign for us.
I believe Ajit Pawar was
Last day of the campaign, he was in Nigeria on a stopover on the way to the G20.
Yeah. Haryana was the same, where he wasn't front and center.
So just to complete that point, if the BJP now, looking ahead, and this is the RSS's game plan, that how do you now run a more grassroots campaign where you're not dependent necessarily on the Prime Minister, you're basically setting the stage for a post-Modi era of the BJP.
Interesting.
Right? So,
before we come to that, Rahul Kanal.
So this could be an interesting test of that.
Rahul Kanal, the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde faction, is also joining us. Thank you very much, Rahul, for joining us. You seem very happy. I can see you're smiling already. How do you look at the leads and trends so far, and what do you think has really worked, for you and for Mr. Shinde's Sena in particular?
Firstly, ma'am, through your channel and the guys, I would like to congratulate the women of India, because just few facts that I want to get to the table right now is, from 2019 to 2024, we have seen a rise by 45 lakh votes. That is all about 10 to 11% change in the women voting around the state. And that is purely the Ladki Behan effect. And that is the Shinde effect that we see in the state. So 45 lakh votes, when I say 45 lakh votes, it is about 16,000 votes per assembly. So that is the change the women of the state have brought in for the alliance. And this is a good start. If you see women equality, it starts from here.
Do you think that people made the mistake of underestimating Eknath Shinde?
100%, ma'am. See, when you talk about a leader, when a leader gets 31% likability of the state as a CM candidate, when a leader gets 75 sabhas, prachar sabhas in the state, that is the highest in the state for any other leader. When a leader has 2.5 crore women directly connected with his single policy, when a leader has infrastructure projects going on all over the state, wherever, if you talk about the coastal road, if you talk about the Atal Setu, if you talk about the metro network of Mumbai, by 2026, this would be the highest network in the world. So that's the difference you talk about.
But one interesting point, if you look at this graphic, Shinde is not doing the best of the three. In fact, he's the weakest of the three. He's gone from 29 assembly segments in the Lok Sabha to 32 now, up just 3, which is a very small increase, while the others have gone from 56 to 76 BJP, and NCP, of course, we've been talking about from 5 to 23.
But these are still postal votes. There are only 6 seats, and where the MVA is leading in 5. No change.
That's a very important point.
And Shiv Sena, BJP leading 1, no change. So by the way, is it fair to assume? Is it fair to assume that most of the postal votes are men? Because armies, government, army. Is it fair to assume that?
And non-typical.
No, now
anyway.
then,
Still have a Haryana
if Ladli Ben comes, it's even better than for the
So
BJP.
we'll have to change our we'll have to change our entire analysis.
We've done that before.
Which we did in Haryana.
Don't let that
Nothing to do with Ladki Ben.
Wait, Rahul Kanal wanted to just come in on that point. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Rahul Kanal.
I wanted to get in saying that when you talk about ballot votes or the votes that have come in right now, we don't have to forget the senior citizen votes as well. So senior citizens can be men, women, and as Dr. Roy said about our Shiv Sena getting +3 seats. This is just the start, and by afternoon, if you give me a chance, we'll get back and you will see the highest growth, because as per strike rate is concerned, we have always been the highest in the state.
Sorry, they've not been the highest in the state. In the Lok Sabha and the Mahayuti, they were the highest, but not the highest in the state. But can I just make a quick point about Ladki Behna, which is being hailed as this sort of game changer, which electorally it might be, but the fact that in an industrialized state as Maharashtra, one of the wealthiest in the country, that you have to essentially win elections by promising 1,500 rupees a month, which is actually a pittance, at the last minute doesn't speak really well of what has happened in the past 10 years. I mean, if you look at the numbers, rural poverty in Maharashtra, this is Surjit Bhalla numbers by the way, is actually higher than the national average. Narega enrollment has gone up 30% in the past 2 years, which is again a sign of rural distress. So, I mean, credit politically where it is due, but it actually shows you the reverse. It actually shows you the underlying distress that even 1,500 rupees can make a difference.
Well, when we asked Mr. Gadkari that, you have in revenue minus expenditure, not including debt repayments, a loss of 1 lakh crore in the current budget. And what happens when you have to, this goes on and on and on. He says the most important thing for us is to get elected. What he's looking for is to getting elected.
There's a well-known Indian saying, "वो बाद में देखा जाएगा." बाद में.
But
Why worry now?
Is there no EVM counting that started in Maharashtra yet?
No, that's what I'm saying. There are 6 seats.
Only 6.
6 where we've got results so far.
And you're saying who's in the lead there? Those 6?
There's no change. Congress, UBTs 5, BJPs in 1, but there's no change.
Since when? Since 2024.
Since 2024. That's what we
Lok
look at.
Sabha.
But no change from then is good news for the Congress, because they did very well in Lok Sabha 2024.
Yeah.
So, I think we just have to hold our horses a bit. It's not even 9.
Well,
Yes.
I would not like to not hold my horses a bit.
Are you calling it?
No, not
Will you
calling.
change your
No,
analysis since 11?
I'm joking. I just want to make a quick point about Jharkhand. That Jharkhand also had this cash transfer scheme for women, Maiya Samman Yojana, where they transferred 1,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees over 3 months before the election. The BJP had a hard time countering it. The BJP's promised to give 2,100. Hemant Soren promised to increase it to 2,500. Now, if Ladki Behna is winning Mahayuti, the incumbent Maharashtra, is the similar scheme not winning the incumbent Jharkhand, and that's going to be an interesting comparison.
Good point, yeah.
Currently, you're finding that actually the BJP is ahead in Jharkhand
Exactly.
also.
They the scheme that you're talking about. They named it Gogo Didi Behna Didi Yojana. Gogo, I think, is tribal is mother.
The scheme is Gogo Didi. Yeah.
Gogo
So,
Didi, yes.
and it is on the same lines as what they had proposed during the Chhattisgarh election. There also they had, in their campaign, BJP had...
Because the BJP sweep in Jharkhand will surprise me, because
But it also depends on when the Jharkhand scheme was announced. How long has it been in play? There's also something about the immediacy of it.
Yes.
But it will be interesting if the BJP does so well in Jharkhand. I mean, Vasu, on this point of the arrest of Hemant Soren, he spent, several months in jail. Do you think that in any way dented his image, the raids, cash seizures, people around him, his own arrest?
Look,
How
I
would that have played
don't
out?
think we can take away from the fact that whether it's in Maharashtra, whether it's in Jharkhand, or now even coming into the Delhi elections, the use of agencies is definitely something which has had a dramatic impact on both the BJP's rise and on the hobbling of the opposition parties. I mean, let's not forget that even in Maharashtra, large swaths of party leaders have crossed over because of cases
But are
against them, and they're now talking about it openly.
Are voters seeing it as vendetta is the question, or are there questions being raised, whether it's about Kejriwal in Delhi today?
Well, it appears
or
to
Hemant Soren in
oscillate.
Jharkhand?
I think certainly in the Lok Sabha there was some sympathy factor that Sharad Pawar got on this idea that the party was broken and it was betrayed. In the Vidhan Sabha we seem to be seeing a different picture. again, in Jharkhand, it doesn't appear that the JMM is getting any sympathy from the fact that Hemant Soren was actually arrested just before the Lok Sabha election. And now we're going to see what happens in Delhi. But I think beyond what the political, beyond what voters think, I think the fact that this practice, which we're still seeing in play, the fact that you just had a senior minister, Kailash Gehlot, crossover to the BJP just a few days ago, I mean, I think that's something which is a cause for concern.
Doc, take us through the numbers. Is this really going to change dramatically, you
Well, I think
Honest
what
to
Dorab
God.
just pointed out, that the trend in the actual counting of EVMs is very different to this. These mostly postal ballots. So, as you see,
But it is
only time will tell.
It remains to be seen.
It remains to be seen.
Favorite phrase.
No, seriously, at the moment, it is very good news for the BJP, with a slight weak foundation that it is all postal ballots.
So I think if one were to look at, again, without drawing too many conclusions from this, about the BJP's pulling back from Lok Sabha, that we've spoken a lot about Ladki Behna, but if you look at the 3 or 4 things that were primarily in their analysis the triggers for why they did badly. One was this narrative of the constitution being changed.
Reservations.
The second was Maratha reservation. And the third was distress, whether it was onion farmers in the north or cotton farmers, in the east or soybean in Marathwada. Their attempts have been to fix all 3. So one, as Girish Kuber was saying, to try to address this question that the OBCs and SCs are feeling threatened, large-scale ground outreach to both these communities, addressing the Maratha reservation by giving, those Kunbi certificates, as well as 10% quota to economically backward Marathas. And the third was to lift the onion export ban, which may have cooled some of
course
the
correction.
temperatures
But
in
I want to ask Girish Kuber,
in North Maharashtra.
what impact, if any,
So not just Ladki Behna, what I'm saying.
did Manoj Jarange Patil's agitation, and he's of course the Maratha leader who had been agitating for reservations. He had announced candidates and then suddenly withdrew them on the eve of elections. What impact, if any, did he have on both alliances? Devendra Fadnavis was in his line of fire constantly, but who has he ended up helping and who has he ended up hurting?
Actually, BJP seems to have learned lesson from Manoj Jarange experience in Lok Sabha, because the way they organized OBCs, and one thing which has gone completely unnoticed is sub-classification. BJP just ahead of, the state government just ahead of election appointed a committee to reclassify SCs. The whole effort is to divide Hindu Dalits and Bauddha Dalits. So normally the Dalits try to go in one way. So there is a further fragmentation.
Girish, we'll just come back to you. Just have a look at this, Girish, the Uttar Pradesh by-election. And again, it's telling a very, very important story. Again, this may still be early postal votes, but even in the Uttar Pradesh 9 by-elections, NDA is 6, up 3 since last time. So it's up 100%. And India is down 3, down from 6 to 3. So again, it's not just Maharashtra and Jharkhand. It's happening in Uttar Pradesh, where they did so badly in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Uttar Pradesh is particularly interesting, Shivam Vij, because there's been so much that's been written about the intrigues within the BJP there, that Yogi Adityanath and Amit Shah aren't getting along. This was a factor in how the BJP did in the Lok Sabha elections. And therefore, if the BJP does end up doing better in these by-polls, what does that tell us?
Well, the Delhi-Lucknow equation doesn't really change, because the BJP was having a hard time destabilizing Yogi Adityanath. And he will say, look, I've done so well, so what is the need to change me? So Mr. Kishore Prasad Maurya does not really have ground to say change Yogi after these by-poll results. Having said that, we tend to overread by-poll results like anything. In a by-poll, the ruling party goes and tells voters, look, we are in power. The government is not going to change if you do not vote for us. You might as well vote for us and we'll give you the Bijli Sadak Pani. काम करवाना है, अभी by-poll अभी को दे दो, अगला बाद में देख लेना. So mostly ruling parties win by-polls if they don't. Or if
That's
they lose
the story.
That is the story. Or if they lose a sitting seat at least. So I think the BJP already had 4 out of 10. Interestingly, Milkipur is not having a bipole. We were supposed to have 10 bipoles in UP. We are having 9. One, Milkipur, which is the most interesting, has been postponed because of some legal issues. Milkipur is where Mr. Avdir Prasad resigned to become an MP. It's in Ayodhya, and we should have Milkipur bipole soon, and that will be the bipole to watch nationally.
Right.
We also have the
I think there
Wayanad
are two
bipole
ways
today.
of looking at the
Right.
Uttar Pradesh result.
Yes.
That is, out of the 9 seats, I think 5 seats were not with the BJP, in the last assembly elections. They had not won it. And this time...
One was RLD.
Yeah.
4 BJP, 1 RLD, 4 SP.
Right. So this time, the last time RLD was with SP, this time RLD is with BJP. So that difference
So
is
that's why
also
it's
there.
BJP plus.
But yeah, so as you said, definitely the bipoles are not something which are going to be of any reflection that how 2027 polls are going to be in Uttar Pradesh. But definitely, if you look it in the context of 2024 Lok Sabha election, where BJP could not do so well, so that is why there is so much of hype about these by-elections. Otherwise, I mean, by-elections, they keep happening.
A few months
every
Priyanka
now and
Gandhi,
then.
Priyanka Gandhi is leading in Wayanad, which is of course the seat that Rahul Gandhi vacated.
Very surprising.
What a
that
shock!
he
Yeah, so there you go.
The victory margin last time was 34%.
So we have to see what
But if
it
you
is
see
now.
in Nanded, in Maharashtra, a narrow victory margin, 5% subject to a 2.5% swing, and you change, and the BJP is taking that. It's switching that at the moment. But
Yeah, that is Ashok Chavan.
Yeah.
So
Who switched
over
from the
and
Congress-
whose daughter is actually fighting
Yeah.
from there now. So that's like a prestige seat.
Coming back to bipoles, while they'll be very interesting to watch in Bengal as well because the RG car rape incident, in UP, the BJP won the bipoles in Rampur and Azamgarh a few months before the Lok Sabha, and then what happened in Lok Sabha, right? So we tend to overeat bipoles. There's such localized things. It's the district administration.
give us
plays a
something to
huge-
talk about. Yeah.
Well,
Long
I'll give you something to talk about.
No, but also quickly on the bipoles, if you actually look at it, it was 5-4, it's now 6-3. So it's not a huge change in that sense.
I have to
It's
go.
5 NDA, 4
Can I give you
Samajwadi
something to
Party,
talk
it's now
about?
6-3.
If the BJP, if the Mayuti sweeps Maharashtra, why will the BJP not say the CM should be ours?
Of course.
If they might say, okay, if we are a few short, we'll take Ajit Pawar. Why don't we need Eknath Shinde? Mr. Fadnavis, suffered a lot of heartburn not being CM, deputy CM after having been CM. So, can we do some flight flying on that?
We'll do the kite flying. We will. I just want to go across to Arvind Singh Deol, who is the spokesperson of the JMM, who is joining us this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Deol, for being with us. Interesting to see you this morning. Little disappointed so far with the way it's going?
Good morning and thanks for having me on the show. It's too early to say. Having our fingers crossed, we are hopeful of our victory. But as the things are shown on the screen, I'm still waiting for the official first round announcement from the Election Commission, because I've seen around 7-8 channels and all have different figures. So it's quite confusing. But the figures what you are showing, it's not looking impressive, but we are very hopeful that we'll turn the tables, and at the end of the day, the winner takes the trophy, as they say, and we are very hopeful to forming the government again.
What do you think has if this trend holds? If you look back at the campaign, what do you think that the BJP has done? Do you think it's only because of polarization, talking about infiltration, love jihad, etc.? Is that what has helped them succeed in Jharkhand, or is it something else?
You exactly put the hammer on the nail. The polarization and the fear, the fear is the best motivator, as they say. So the negative campaign and the fear which they generated in the minds of the people, maybe that's showing. But still, I'm saying, let's hold our horses. By around 10:30, we'll have a clear picture. It's too early to say. Surely I'm a bit disappointed at the current figures, but still very hopeful.
All right, Mr. Deol, I think that's fair enough. I agree. After Haryana in particular, we should wait till 10:30, 11 to see where this is going. So do stay with us because we'd like to come back and speak to it. And like I said, I'll be honest here, didn't expect to see you as as a JMM spokesperson, and I think that speaks to the diversity of India, which is great. So it's been.
Please be careful. They might call you an infiltrator at some point.
Yeah, see, thanks for pointing out the social media post with the BJP put out with a hand and writing the Brahmins and OBCs and STSCs. There were no Sikhs and Muslims, so I told them. So actually, they don't consider us as Indians also. Like they only say "Katenge to katenge," and Sikhs are not there in that. I've never heard a BJP
They should be
spokesman
proud to
speak
have
about
you
that.
there. They should be proud to have you there. Sikhs are the best.
As the pictures are going past, Raj Thackeray's son, for the first time, is leading in Mahim, and Shaina is trailing. So is Milind Devra trailing in Worli.
Versus Aditya Thackeray.
Yeah. So in fact,
How is the
Aditya
Bombay-
Thackeray said that he barely spent 2 days in his own constituency. He was that confident. He spent the rest of his time campaigning across Mumbai. And privately his people are saying that Milind conceded defeat before the election.
So what
which is of course, I mean, you have to take that with a pinch of salt.
Do we have Mumbai specific data? I mean, do we know which? Because this is really the sort of prestige contest, right? The Mumbai seats for both the Senas at least.
So overall, our dashboard is telling us that we have 29 out of 36 leads in Mumbai. Mahayuti, which is BJP Sena, is leading in 19, and Congress Alliance is 10.
Although
8.
right now,
well,
Aditya Thackeray is trailing.
So they're plus
Aditya
6 and they're
Thackeray is
down.
trailing.
It's saying Aditya trailing.
So I guess it's changed. In the morning, Milind Deora was trailing,
And apparently so is Ajit Pawar trailing. I mean, these are
Okay, that's a big one because that's a Pawar versus Pawar family battle. Yugendra, the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar, is fighting against him. But actually,
Ajit Pawar trailing in Baramati.
But interestingly, Prannoy, I think you pointed this out earlier. Western Maharashtra is the one region where actually the MVA is not doing that. And Konkan.
They just swept Konkan earlier.
We have Praniti Shinde, Lok Sabha MP of the Congress, joining us on the program this morning. Thank you very much for being with us, Praniti Shinde. Your first thoughts right now as the leads and results are coming in. So far, it's not been looking so good for the MVA, for the Congress Alliance. Do you really expect this to change?
It's actually very early. It's just about, I think, about 4 to 5 rounds that have been completed. It's really early. The Vidhan Sabha elections actually can change around the 8th or the 9th round. I've been through 3 such elections, and it's actually very early to call. And because it's so close everywhere in Maharashtra, it's been a very close contest. Whoever wins is going to win by about 1,000 to 2,000, a lead of 1,000 to 2,000 votes. So it's too early to call. It's always going to be neck to neck. All the rounds is going to be upar niche. So it's too early to tell, and or even to sort of make a comment on whether someone's trailing or not. It's very early. It's just, I think by 11 or so, we'll have a clearer picture of what's going on.
You're absolutely right, because a lot of this, we are still finding our postal votes. So you still have hope, do you?
Of course I do. And like I said, I mean, when I was contesting all my 3 elections, I was trailing first 4 rounds, and then I would pick up. And then at a point in time, I would slip to number 3. And then the 8th and 9th round, and then that lead would stabilize till the end. So, that's when we start looking at the actual trend, is at the 8th or the 9th round. And of course, the Election Commission, we're not getting the actual picture on the ground as to which round. I probably think is the 4th or 5th round that's going on right now, the counting. And you see there are different areas. So some of them are pockets which are, Congress pockets. Some of them are pockets which are the MVA pockets. Some of them are pockets which are the Mahayuti Alliance pockets. So it depends on the area that is actually open, the ballot boxes from that particular area that is open that tell you who's leading.
But
so it
very true,
really shows.
very correct.
Given that the MVA actually did pretty well in Maharashtra in the Lok Sabha election, which was just a few months ago, does it not concern you that it has actually ended up being such a close election with the BJP and the Shinde Sena and that group in the assembly?
It's not a concern. Well, they try to do everything. I think they somewhere had a whiff of the fact that they're not doing well after our Lok Sabha elections. And so then they try to churn out last minute election gimmicks like the Ladli Behan and etc. and all those things. But, I feel the Lok Sabha election was a turning point in Indian democracy, because the BJP and the Mahayuti now have used everything from money power, muscle power, all kinds of threats, and in spite of which, the people, this was a people's movement. Like somebody called me, there's a silent revolution through the ballot boxes. This is a people's movement, and the people know about it, and they're very aware, and you will see that in the results. So it is a close election because there are lots of parties. There's a full jhamela here in Maharashtra, actually. Lots of parties, lots of independent candidates, lots of rebels. So it is a jhamela, which is why it's going to be a close fight. Also in the urban areas, BJP has used polarization, that they tried to do this in the Lok Sabha elections as well. And I feel that Mr. Roy, you've seen so many elections. It's never been so bad. The level.
I think the bandwidth, something's gone wrong. We'll come back to you in a minute. Just let's have a look at the map of Maharashtra and how it compares this time with the previous elections. Here it is. Look at this. You can look at the extreme right. That's the northeast area. The Vidarbha area was completely Congress blue. And now if you look currently, again, early days, it's been totally switched. That's a huge change. And then if you look at, as Vasu was saying, Konkan in the west, that's stripped down, and West Maharashtra, that used to be historically a very strong Shiv Sena area, and now you can see it's changing a bit towards the Congress. So early days, but it's a change in the map politics of Maharashtra.
We have the BJP's Niranjan Shetty, by the way, back with us. And
let's have a quick look at Jharkhand also. Yeah. You don't want to talk about Jharkhand. Here we are. Look at this. 2019, it's that northern part which is really changing. That's where the BJP is making, and that is not a tribal area, predominantly a scheduled caste OBC area. It's the southern parts where the Congress has been strong in the past and is still, and in the northeast, which is the Santhal Parganas area, the tribal area. So Congress still seems to be doing well in the tribal areas, but BJP is doing extremely well in the non-tribal areas.
In the Vidarbha map, it's quite interesting because you have some of the Congress's biggest state heavyweights from Vidarbha. Nana Patole, who's the state Congress president, he's from Vidarbha.
Yes.
You have Balasaheb Thorat, who was the former state president, he's from Vidarbha. So that's like one of the, the main sort of bastions of the Congress.
We have Niranjan.
So it is for the BJP.
Niranjan Shetty of the BJP is here with us, and we also have Mahima Singh, Congress spokesperson, joining us this morning. Oh, how I missed this, getting the Congress and the BJP to face off. But Niranjan Shetty, I want to ask you the provocative question that Shivam Vij was trying to, because we wanted to, have something to talk about. So why not throw this into the mix? If the BJP actually does do really, really well in Maharashtra, and you're able to cobble up the numbers with Ajit Pawar, will you dump Eknath Shinde? Oh, just that question, that whole momentum's lost, we've lost the link. Oh, Mahima,
He'll be back.
He'll be back. Mahima Singh of the Congress with us this morning. So Mahima Singh, your first thoughts. We've been saying we're going to wait till about 11 to really take a call on this in a sense. But the gap is quite wide at the moment, especially in Maharashtra. How do you look at this?
Jai Hind. I think we have fought this election like every other election. The Congress fights with the people's issues at the very core, and keeping in mind the federal structure of the country, where our local leaders, our local Congress workers have really gone to the grassroots and had a word with the people, assured them of the promises of Panchasutra that we are making. Yet, if the BJP's hate politics wins at the end of the day, that would be because the BJP has brought the whole political discourse in this country to such a low, where the voter is totally confused. There is an immense trust deficit, where the voter doesn't know what is the voter casting his or her vote for. Because in Maharashtra, especially, leaving other states aside, where also the BJP has run the same sort of rhetoric, but in Maharashtra, what the BJP has done over the past 5 years, especially 3 years ago when it took over in a very, betraying manner, the voter was backstabbed. The voter lost its faith in the democratic system. So, which is why this is going to be a very interesting election. We are also waiting to see how the trends change over the next couple of hours, and we're really keeping our fingers crossed that they do.
I'll just come back to you in a moment. I just wanted to ask Prannoy and Dorab, if you just look at the Jharkhand numbers for a second, is it my imagination or is the gap closing a little bit where the JMM Congress are actually up 7 now compared to how they did in the assembly segments in the Lok Sabha?
Right. So, see, the assembly, Lok Sabha, the JMM Congress alliance does badly. It is in the assembly that you should look at, because here the assemblies are comparable. In Maharashtra, the assemblies are not comparable, but in Jharkhand they are.
But the gap has closed.
To put it simply, in the Lok Sabha, Congress got 50 compared to 20, BJP got 50 compared to 29 for the Congress. So, doing better than the Lok Sabha is not that important. But as Dorab is saying, it was almost the opposite. In the assembly, Congress got 46 while BJP alliance got 25.
I'm just saying the gap is also closing because the BJP alliance was close to 50 at one point, and now that's changing just a little bit.
In terms of strike rate, who's doing better, JMM or Congress? Because people said Congress is the weakling, JMM should do well. But so far, it looked like both were not doing very well in the beginning.
I think that's what we'll have to look at in terms of data.
Break it up. We can break up the Congress JMM thing.
Yeah, we'll do that in a minute.
Girish Kuber, just wanted to get your thoughts on the trends so far as we see them. Are you expecting any dramatic changes from here at the moment?
See, my sources in regional headquarters, the total number comes to like 138 versus 136. So I don't know. It looks like neck and neck. Though obviously Mahajuti had edge over the Mahavikas Aghadi. But it looks like in after third or fourth round, it's something like 136 versus 138.
And how many more rounds to go?
These are 4. Maybe 50% more, another 4 rounds.
Only 23 have at least one round. So, 23 seats, we have results sort of for 262 out of 288. But of that, 200 the virtually all postal. But if you look at the actual leads of where at least one round is counted, there are only 23 seats out of 288.
What's the
where at least one round.
Things are going to change, definitely.
The
like they're changing in.
Is up as 4, the Congress UBT is down 3. But that is the current situation. 23 is all that's been counted.
Many more rounds to go.
Many more rounds to go,
But Maharashtra is 9:30 and they've opened 23 boxes, that's all. No, I mean, it's a matter of disgrace, I think.
Your home state?
I know.
Yes, I know. He changes to Gujarati the moment there's anything.
I've lived most of my life in Maharashtra.
Okay, we have Dr. Sameer Dalwai, spokesperson of the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, also joining us this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Dalwai, for being with us. Let me get your first reactions to these results, and leads so far. Very, very early days, but it's quite a wide gap, as we keep saying, in Maharashtra at the moment. Do you think that this is going to change significantly? And Ajit Pawar seems to be doing pretty well so far.
So good morning to you, and also good morning to Dr. Prannoy and your entire team, and it's always a privilege to be with sir. So again, I was on the other channels as well. I was seeing some of the trends. What I noted is that the splinter groups of both the Shinde and the NCP, that is the Shinde faction and the Ajit Dada faction, are almost at half the number of seats they held in the earlier assembly. And if you do see the BJP seats going up right now, the Congress also is up from its clear figure, what we saw in some other channels that I was just seeing the numbers on. So I don't think there is a problem at all. I think NBA is going to cross the halfway mark. There is a huge, this I was going through the sessions earlier as well. Unemployment, shifting of jobs away to the other states has been a major impact. The Mahayuti tried to cover it up in the last few days, especially after the assembly elections, with a slew of schemes. But that doesn't cut much ice because most of the people were saying that what you are giving us with one hand, you're taking away with the other. So at the end of the day, there's no money in the kitty. And Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi ji himself was talking about remedies. But the last few months in Maharashtra, there it has just been raining all these so-called remedies. So I think people want a more stable government in Maharashtra. They want a stable treasury that can fund such a huge state, the second largest in India, and not somebody that just offers the coffers as election sops.
But Dr.
I have
Prannoy, can
been
I ask you, I mean, just on a separate note, that in terms of what is at stake for Mr. Sharad Pawar in particular, your party faced a split where a majority of the MLAs walked away with Ajit Pawar. Uddhav Thackeray faced the same with his party. In that sense, is this election really, really important for Sharad Pawar personally, for this faction of the NCP, more than any other election in the past?
Of course it is, but we already had the Lok Sabha where it was very clear that the entire party and the people are with Mr. Sharad Pawar. The second point is the reason for the split people have understood is the pressure of various kinds of the MLAs which forced their splinter leaders to bring the party away. And it is very clear that if they've gone there, it's not for any ideology or it's not for any good of Maharashtra. It's basically to escape the corruption charges that had been levied on them, rightly or wrongly, that I don't know. But this is exactly the reason that they went there. Whereas those who have stood back, and you look at now NCP, our faction, so many new people have been given tickets and they are all doing so well. I was in Baramati on the last day of campaigning and the atmosphere there had to be seen to believe with. The entire crowd, the vibe was with Mr. Pawar and the entire NCP was with him. And I definitely think this is going to resonate all across Maharashtra, where people are going to look at the last 5 years. The first 2.5 years when Honorable Uddhav Thackeray ji was leading the MPA government, large part of it was with COVID, which was like something that threatened the whole world. There were deaths because of oxygen lack in Gangaram Hospital in Delhi, prestigious hospital, let me not name it, I take that back. In a prestigious hospital in Delhi, but there was not a single death because of a lack of oxygen or facilities to that extent in entire state of Maharashtra, which is a population of the size of a couple of countries in Europe. So people remember that this was a government that cared for what mattered to the person and to the common man at that time, and not just trying to kind of bribe them by giving these jobs.
Right.
So my hope as a it's important not just for Mr. Pawar, but for the people of Maharashtra to show that they cannot be bought by these intimidating tactics or by these bribery tactics.
Aditya Thackeray is leading again, so it's obviously switching.
But
Yeah.
just to make a quick point, Nidhi, that both the Congress and the NCP Sharad Pawar factions are talking about BJP's strong arm tactics and all of that. But if you look at their own strategy after the Lok Sabha elections, and they're now admitting this privately, that they got, and I heard this from someone in the Congress, lazy. For the next few months, in July, the results come out, you'd think by then they should start planning for Maharashtra. 3 to 4 months go by. There are no seat sharing talks. They only kick in towards the end of August.
After
by
Diwali,
then,
actually.
yeah, by which time a lot of ground has been lost. And remember, for Sharad Pawar and for Uddhav, they need to find 30, 40 new candidates, right? So it's not like for the official quote-unquote NCP and Shiv Sena. So a lot of ground was lost. They got their act together too late. This entire question of who's the face of the alliance. And the last is there was no clear narrative that they could set in this election. If you think about the MBA campaign, what were they really campaigning about?
Let me ask Mahima
Chief
Singh.
ministerial candidate also.
So chief ministerial is debatable whether it's a good idea or not.
BJP
But
actually
neither side
didn't
they,
have one.
They also didn't have one.
But Mahima Singh, would you just like to answer that? What Srinivasan Jain was talking about. Did the MVA, all parties, wake up too late, leave, seat sharing, ticket distribution to the last minute? Also, Rahul Gandhi addressing very few rallies in Maharashtra compared to, say, the 100 or so that Sharad Pawar did.
Not at all, Nidhi. In fact, I would say that we have constantly been working on the grassroots, as I indicated earlier, because we believe in the federal structure of our country. And we believe that Maharashtra has been badly backstabbed by the BJP. So the kind of work that needed to be done in the state of Maharashtra, especially Vidarbha and Marathwada, which have been hit by a lot of rebellion owing to the BJP's deterioration of the political discourse there, ignoring the people's issues blatantly. So we have been working on the grassroots, and while you would, assume whatever one likes to assume, but you see the agrarian distress, the
No, but that's not an
crimes
assumption.
against
It's a
women, which
fact.
have been
The fact is that seat sharing talks, ticket distribution did happen at the last minute. The fact is, what, 4-5 rallies by Rahul Gandhi in Maharashtra and all at the end?
4.
4. So these are facts. This is not assumption.
4 in some meetings.
No,
Constitution,
just a-
save Constitution meeting.
Why should we go just by the amount of rallies that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has done? Why should we not focus on the kind of press conferences we have been doing over the past many months? You see, when that double rape case happened in Maharashtra, where in Eknath Shinde's bastion, in fact, we all women leaders of the party went out and did press conferences before that also. So ever since Lok Sabha elections, we have not really sat. Neither the leaders nor the workers. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has the whole country to look after. Organization across the country needs him. So the local leaders in Maharashtra have been working relentlessly on the ground to resolve people's issues, to reassure them that this time their vote will be justified when they vote in for Mahavikas Aghadi. When we assume power, the Panchasutra will be our guiding light for people's justice, as we've been talking about Nyaya this whole year.
Just to just bring everything in perspective, we want viewers to stay on, so this is to tempt you to stay on more and more. At the moment, it's so early that in 90% of the seats, not even one round has been counted. It's still postal votes. In 9% in Maharashtra. In 9% of the seats, it's round 1. And in 1%, it's round 2. So, I mean, you don't get more early days yet. So
Jharkhand is worse than Jharkhand.
Yeah, Jharkhand is very much better. 70% are still postal votes.
Why is it so slow in
And
Maharashtra?
30% are round 1 or round 2.
Perhaps they think it's Sunday.
Well,
It's terrible. It's really very, very sad.
So one of the, Girish, I want to bring you and you also into something completely different. This is about how this has been all done in one phase and not in 7 phases or 5 phases. And if you look at what happened in the Lok Sabha elections, it's astonishing. Just look at here. This is in Maharashtra. The fact that it went over 5 phases, each phase just got worse and worse and worse. First phase, minus 7%, 4.7% for the BJP NDA. Minus 4.7 in the first phase for the BJP, ending at minus 10.9. The more the phases, the worse it is. And if you look at Uttar Pradesh, and in fact, after the elections, Yogi Adityanath is supportedly, here's in UP. Look at that, from minus 4.3 in phase 1 to minus 8.2 in the last phase. Down, down, down throughout the election. The more the phases, in fact, Yogi Adityanath said, I told them they should have it all in one phase. Is that why, Dora, they switched Maharashtra to one phase? Because it's quite complicated in 288.
Traditionally, MLAs have been one phase. The local election has been
but
one
this
phase.
was this
And
a
they
lesson?
yes.
That, go over 5 phases. Because they
Jharkhand, they still have 2 phases.
Yeah.
They used to have 4 and 5 phases in Jharkhand.
But it's amazing that the more actually after the first phase, I think BJP probably got the message and they started a pretty virulent campaign. That seemed to have backfired because it went worse and worse and worse.
So the idea of doing multi-phase campaigns, the argument was for the BJP that it allows Mr. Modi to pound each region over a period of time as opposed to concentrating it. So Maharashtra, Dorab is right, unusual to break it up into different phases. UP still there's a tradition,
right.
But Maharashtra unusual.
Yeah, 5 phases.
5 phases.
We need to ask the election commission why Maharashtra needed 5 phases in the Lok Sabha, but only 1 phase in the Vidhan Sabha, which is actually a more complex election.
Do you think the EC heard it was responding to criticism of how they conducted the Lok Sabha election. Because even J&K has normally been 6-7 phases, and this time it was 3.
Well, was
No,
it
I think
responding
they
to
just-
criticism or was responding to the data about the BJP's performance? I don't
They
know.
just got worse and worse in every phase, so एक phase में कर लेते हैं. Girish, it's got nothing to do with communal, nothing to do with Ladki Behan, is because it is in one phase.
Yeah, because I mean there is another factor actually along with the EC. It can't be openly discussed, but the judicial delays in deciding very important defection related matters, that also has its own impact.
By the way, the EC
Let's discuss what can't be discussed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait.
afterwards.
No, but Prannoy, just sorry. Biggest gift EC gave, delayed the Maharashtra election.
Yeah.
Allowed time for the Ladki Behan Yojana to.
And now you know why.
Mr. Qureshi wrote, Dr. Qureshi wrote an article in this year in May or June saying, now we are at a stage when we can hold the national election in one day. That's what he should know better than I can because he was an ex-election commissioner. He said we did this in the old days because we didn't have enough army, a lot of unrest. He said now we can hold it in one day. Perhaps the election commission, if they were accountable to anybody, would consider that for the next time round.
Break up in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand of the alliances and who's doing better and who's doing worse in the alliances, because pretty surprising figures are emerging. We look at the breakup. In fact, in Maharashtra, the Congress and the Shiv Sena UBT are not doing well, but NCP Sharad Pawar is doing well. I mean, just look at this. Congress down 24, NCP up to Shiv Sena, and the Shiv Sena UBT down 31. So the strong link is Sharad Pawar. He's holding on and doing better. It's amazing, and if you look at, of course, again early days, but if you look at the other alliance, NCP Ajit Pawar up 24 is keeping its trend.
Both the Pawars are up. At the cost of whom? That we should find out.
I think together they'll be the largest party. So they
can merge back now with the consolidated gains.
Yes.
Basically, anything could happen. Girish, anything can happen in Maharashtra.
This is something asking me.
Yeah, asking you.
This is something interesting to be watched. If two Rashtrawadis put together, two Shiv Senas put together, I mean, who is gaining at whose cost? This will be interesting aspect because this will set the course for the future politics. And one thing is, it looks like very clear, whoever is not in power, his faction will be facing another onslaught and there will be many more defections.
Okay, we'll get more details on that in a moment. Yeah.
But two interesting observations from there. One is the BJP is showing it around 87. If that number gets close to 90, 100, then they'll make a big push to be chief minister.
Right.
So 100 is the magic number for the BJP to make that claim to be CM.
Does it matter how much difference there is between them and...
between them and the
so
others,
90 means they're the largest.
They're anyway fighting 148 seats, which is almost more than double the what Shinde faction is fighting.
Right.
The other interesting thing, if it's true that both Pawars are doing well, that obviously means NCP Sharad Pawar is doing well outside, not just in Western Maharashtra, but outside, because that's where the direct
Here
contest
it is. You can have a look. Dorab, you can take us through this.
If I can read that. No, I can't. It's too small.
Very small. Can you read it here?
Ah,
It's
this
up
one,
there.
sorry. The same one, right?
The one on
No,
top.
the
Right
one
on top.
No. I
The
think.
intra-party fights.
Yeah, this is,
Shiv Sena,
there are
that's
many
right.
family fights. If you have 53, the Shiv Senas, they're fighting about 80, 90 seats and all, but both 53 are internecine fights. Similarly, 40 are internecine, brother to brother versus brother
NCP.
fights. Yeah, NCP fights.
Right.
And of course, then if you look at the Congress versus BJP, that's 75. Congress and BJP taking on each other in 75 seats. But the brother-to-brother fights are very interesting.
But let's get a quick reaction from Sameer Dalwai, the Sharad Pawar faction spokesperson. The fact that both the Pawar factions are doing well. Congrats.
In postal votes.
In mostly postal votes.
Which is like the post office doing a good job.
That's all I can say. But I'm happy that our section is doing well and far ahead at the moment, and that's what we were expecting. And I'm sure that Mr. Pawar will turn out to be the person who has really been looking after managing this entire election strategy. And I just want to respond to what Shinivaji said some time back. Sometimes also it's a strategy not to declare your candidate too much in advance because the entire atmosphere was so vilified by so many splits and so many breaks. I'm talking as a common citizen. If you talk to somebody, they say we don't know who's coming, who's going, who's in which section. Till a couple of days back, friends of mine, doctors, they didn't know which symbol belongs to which party, so which candidate is contesting on which symbol. Because of all this confusion, I'm quoting my colleagues. So all of this has been to a large extent muddled. And to that end, I think BJP did play its hand well because had it not done this breakaway thing with Mr. Pawar, I think they would have been facing complete decimation here in Maharashtra.
So would a family reunion be on the cards, maybe, possibly?
I don't think that's on
Post-elections?
the cards at all right now because our ideology is completely aligned in one particular way. I think Ajit Dada made a big mistake by skipping this, but I also think that he had pressures which will not allow him to realign again. I was talking from his point of view, it's not my party line because the reason why he went there, we all know, because on one particular day, the Honorable Prime Minister says that he's a corrupt man, and a couple of days later, he's a deputy chief.
Yeah, but I must say, when we asked Ajit Pawar this question, he said, I said, will you rejoin them? He said, I can't say anything now. I'll say it after the election. So it was very clear. Didn't rule anything out.
But Sharad Pawar also didn't turn it down decisively.
Sorry?
That's because he doesn't want the central government to come after him again immediately, isn't it?
But you actually don't need realignment. They're managing, I mean, their numbers are good enough on their own. For the Yuti, with the current formation, they actually don't need to.
By the way, now here's an interesting point about more and more rounds being counted. In Jharkhand, which is counting much faster, 26 seats have had more non-postal votes. Out of those 26 seats, guess what the split is? 13-13.
Wow.
I mean, it's a bit different. But as you were saying, the gap anyway overall,
narrowing.
even with postal votes,
Yeah.
is narrowing.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Yeah, it's now
42,
42,
42,
38.
38.
That's just a difference of 4.
At least one seat is interesting.
So we are here till midnight.
And you, I think, wanted
You are
us
here.
to.
You are here.
Earlier, you were
I've
saying
got a
let's.
flight to catch tomorrow. You are here till midnight.
So you're,
Geeta Bhatia.
Geeta, you're
Yeah. So
you're looking a little more worried.
no, I am not worried at all. But I think that in Jharkhand earlier, I mean, 6 months before the election date, the buzz was that JMM is going to do, the alliance is going to do very well in the coming elections.
Right.
But it has changed a lot in the last 6 months, and now it is neck to neck. So that is actually a
change.
danger sign for JMM and Hemant Soren.
Actually,
He was
we have
very
41,
confident
39.
once he came out of the jail.
Mr.
He
Deol
was
is still
very,
with us
and the
from the
party was
JMM.
also very confident at that
Sorry,
time.
I
not that they are going
completely
to sweep
misled
the-
you. There are 26, there are more than one round. Now it's 14 JMM, 12 BJP.
But should have bring back for Babulal Marandi
misled.
could have made the
We
difference.
should
I
only
think that
start
was,
the
they brought the old
program at
man
10
back,
o'clock.
Next time.
the BJP.
No, sorry, Prannoy, just repeat that. I think that's important. You're
Yeah.
saying that in the
Out of
breakup, the
26
JMM Congress is
14,
ahead.
Yeah.
Let's get Mr.
14 to
Deol in
12.
from the JMM. Mr. Deol, it's changing now. The Jharkhand picture appears to be
Sorry,
changing.
15-11
Oh,
In
okay.
favor
Mr.
of
Deol,
in favor of JMM,
JMM Congress.
where there's more than one round being
Yeah.
counted.
the
Sorry, go ahead.
JMM's Mr. Deol.
And
Yes,
they're two up.
Yeah.
the big
That's the more.
looking a little brighter for you at the
The
moment.
picture has changed. Yeah, the picture has changed.
Picture is changing.
Like Aristotle said, patience is bitter, but the fruit is sweet.
Even the
So we are waiting
Say that
patiently.
again. Say that
And
again.
This is bitter, but
like
its fruit is sweet.
patience is bitter, but the fruit is sweet. Aristotle said that.
I didn't
And the
expect
famous
the
author.
Jharkhand Mukti Morcha to be
famous-
quoting Aristotle. This is excellent.
Yeah. So please, please don't demean my party. We have people who are. It doesn't mean that if JMM is in Jharkhand, that we cannot quote anyone. And
the
like I
leads
told
has
you,
changed,
the
sorry,
negative, the negative narrative of the BJP. I often quote in many debates. I've quoted Voltaire, where he said, "If you can make people believe in absurdities, you can make them commit atrocities." So that's what BJP has been doing in the country.
Sardar Saab, you have some Bengali DNA in you. This is
I'm basically a computer engineer and an MBA from XLRI. So, and I do like studying and.
No, that's very
Going
clear.
forward,
Very
let's
clear.
say.
I'd love
I
to
think
know
those are
from you.
excellent quotes. Thank you
But
so
this
much.
is important. For the first time, it's flipped.
Even
The
the
leads
leads
have
have
flipped.
flipped.
Yeah. So the JMM Congress is now 44 to the BJP, and the others at 36. So
What
it's
a
flipped for
change.
the first
What a
time.
I'd love to
change.
know from him, if his party, his alliance wins, what would he say was the biggest factor? Was it the women's scheme? Was it sympathy for Hemant Soren? What was the
Good point.
What,
Mr. Deol?
Narrative set by the BJP of trying to wake up the people of Jharkhand. So people of Jharkhand are very simple and they do not believe in such narratives, and they are very good at heart and very simple people. And if you try to take them for a ride, they come back with a vengeance. Like you've seen, like Bhagwan Birsa Munda, Sidhu Kanu, the way they fought the Britishers, and they did not compromise. Even Hemant Soren did not compromise and did not give up to BJP when he was forced into wrong. What do you say? Like makeup cases and all that. And one more, when I started, I said, we have hope. So Susan Collins of the Hunger Games, she said, hope is the only thing stronger than fear. So that is the hope which is making us win, and the fear is losing.
Fantastic.
Excellent, excellent.
Many pearls of
Well,
wisdom.
Mr. Deol,
Very
stay
good.
with us because
I
Jharkhand
love
is clearly
this.
the story at the moment where, as you know, it's completely flipped, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. Sohit Mishra, though, back with us in Mumbai, and he is now live from Matoshree, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. What is the mood there at the moment? Maharashtra is so slow, Sohit. I mean, are you hearing anything about why counting is so slow there?
Well, absolutely, it is slow, and that's why you will see that I tried to go and reach out to each and every politician and ask if I could come over there. No one is speaking at the moment, and that's the same thing that you see over here as well. This is the Matoshree, this is the entrance of Matoshree. While there are a huge number of media people present over here, there's security over here, no worker is present at the moment. It seems like at this moment everyone is right in front of the television waiting for a more clearer picture to know whether they should come here to celebrate or not. Now, this is going to be particularly very important for the Thackerays because they were in power in 2019. It was Uddhav Thackeray who became the chief minister. His son Aditya Thackeray was a cabinet minister. They were running the party until 2022 when not only did the party broke, Uddhav Thackeray had to resign. He was no more the chief minister. Eknath Shinde not only became the chief minister, the Shiv Sena name as well as the party symbol is with Eknath Shinde. And when I, along with Dr. Roy and Dora, interviewed Eknath Shinde and I asked him, will this election decide who the real Shiv Sena is? He said we contested on 13 seats. It was a direct fight between Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, and Shinde Shiv Sena won 7. Then now when the figures are coming out, if Shinde gets more seats than Uddhav Thackeray, it will create a huge impact for Uddhav Thackeray because they say that the Thackeray brand is more important and Thackerays are the ones who belong, the real Shiv Sena belongs to. But the data as well as the number is something that will decide what the future is. Because in MBA, what I was being told even by the Congress leaders is, if they come to power, it will be the Uddhav Thackeray, who might lead the state. However, for that, the Thackerays need at least some good figures, which doesn't seem to be happening at this moment. And that's why what you will see is there's this unusual silence. Even on result day that is happening, no leader is picking up the phone at this moment. And it goes even for the Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi leaders. All of them are still waiting because it was in 2019 when a lot of things were said earlier. However, results seem to be quite different from what the early trends were.
So you were saying that Mr. Shinde has also the party symbol and the name of the party. He also, all his posters he has, Bal Thackeray, Uddhav's father's picture in all his posters. So not only has the symbol, he has, and actually
The father as well.
Aditya Thackeray said, why don't he put his own father on? And this is the level of politics. But tell me, given this level, who is going to be kingmaker? Anybody?
Well, it depends on the number. If Mahayuti
gets the crosses 144, they don't need anyone to be the kingmaker, given the fact that it's not a close competition. Why I'm saying so? Because it was the last day of campaigning, and Ajit Pawar in Baramati said that if you vote for me, if you vote for NCP, it doesn't mean that you are voting for BJP. These were his last statements just minutes before the campaigning was about to end. So that is very important, and something which we have learned from 2019 is everything is possible in Maharashtra politics. So we'll have to wait and watch to see what is the gap between both the alliances,
By the
and
way,
only then we will know who the actual kingmaker is.
By the way, Sohit, the two NCPs together, they're leading in 64 seats at the moment, the two NCPs together, which is the largest combined.
Which is better than their last 2019 elections results.
Much
where
better,
they
yes,
got
much
54
better.
seats.
Up 32 up.
There's that emoji on Apple where the head explodes. That's pretty much what Maharashtra is like, right?
So it's actually interesting if you see in this campaign, the other change we saw from 2019 is that BJP did not attack Pawar, did not attack Uddhav directly.
Interesting.
Only attacked the Congress.
Yeah.
And Ajit Pawar in particular was very careful about how he spoke about Sharad Pawar. His message was, you blessed him in Lok Sabha, bless me in the assembly.
Now see Jharkhand, neck and neck, 40-40. In case you didn't want it to get any more interesting.
The BJP campaign in Maharashtra was more positive than negative. There was some Hindutva, but not as much as Jharkhand. Jharkhand was totally negative, right? So that difference is quite striking, and that tells me that they were confident in Maharashtra, but not in Jharkhand.
But I think the BJP campaign was also moderated because of their allies. Their own allies were repeatedly telling them, dial down on the
There was a
communal
lot
rhetoric.
more Hindutva in Maharashtra this time than you have seen in the past.
From the BJP.
From the BJP, yes. Not from allies, but it was there.
There is no election where the BJP does not use some Hindutva because they need Hindutva to charge up their base, like Donald Trump. So question is, how much do you need to charge up the base? If the BJP is doing badly, they focus on the base. And I think
but
that's
then
what
if
they
it
were doing
doesn't work in Jharkhand, Doc, then your theory that hate and polarization are the key drivers to winning elections, that doesn't hold. Then it's a lot more complicated than that. If the BJP doesn't...
As Mr. Deo said, and we found this in our walk going around Jharkhand, they're very intelligent voters. They are very political and very astute. So they don't buy all this. And a lot of them said, this is a national problem. Why didn't you fix it?
They are former Biharis. We know Biharis are the smartest political minds in the country. So
and they're all part of Bengal.
After Bengal, that's right.
Oh, okay, right.
But just a point about the Senas, because it seems like the two NCPs are doing equally well. But if you look at the breakup within the Senas, Uddhav Sena is actually doing very badly. Uddhav Sena is cratering. And I think, so the question of who the real Sena is, it increasingly appears that Eknath Shinde has now recast himself as the face of the Shiv Sena and it's very smartly rebranded himself. Uddhav had this image of being a somewhat remote, distant chief minister, not very accessible.
But I must say, and we even everybody noticed this when we interviewed him, even as a group, he's completely changed. He's a much more aggressive, much more energetic. Ever since this problem happened, Uddhav. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about Uddhav.
No,
he's suddenly become a tiger, and which he wasn't earlier. He was very mild, as you said, a bit distant. Now he's.
But does he have any regrets about breaking with the BJP in 2019? And I ask that because what has Uddhav Thackeray politically gained from allying with the Sharad Pawar and with the Congress?
He has no regrets. He has, in fact, almost a personal animus against the BJP. He says the BJP was trying to arrest my son. They were coming after me. They were coming after my family. वो मेरे को खत्म करना चाहते थे.
So best way is to join them then.
Don't rule anything out.
But maybe because Uddhav Thackeray, he has earlier, when the last assembly election took place, when they were jointly contesting, and then how this contest that who is going to be the chief minister, as you said, what he gained, he at least gained one thing, that in the history of Maharashtra, he has been recorded as the chief minister, and that is what he wanted. I mean, probably that political astuteness, that how as a political party, as a regional party, how long they are going to travel this road. That is something which is very questionable even today. I mean, if probably a decade from today, if we look at what will be the fate of Uddhav Thackeray or Shiv Sena per se, I mean, the division of party taking place. Why did that happen? Right. I mean, these are some questions which maybe the result is going to
But
in
terms of a masked leader image, I think I'll agree with Srinivasan Jain in a big way that Eknath Shinde has been able to show himself. You know, the whole story, this auto driver turned chief minister, the guy who's run this government, has got the Ladki Behna Yojana. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray could not carry forward his image of having done well in COVID, for example.
And by the way,
Eknath Shinde, just to make the point, Bala Saheb Thackre's ideology. He stands much closer than Mr. Uddhav Thackeray.
The way Eknath Shinde opened up Matoshree Chief Minister's residence, I got my Eknath Shinde interview at 2 in the morning. I'm sure, I don't know what time Prannoy and these people. There were 5 other journalists waiting after me. So he has done quite a lot to break this image of, you know, this kind of darbar where you don't come out, you don't meet people.
Uddhav also made up, we asked him, you'll have to find new candidates because you haven't got, the old Shiv Senics have gone. So his view was that, you know, old leaves fall off a tree and new leaves grow. But you know, it's difficult to find new leaves this fast.
What has it been like for him to adjust ideologically? I mean, ideologically, he was far more aligned with the BJP, but to then adjust to the Congress. In the beginning, there were quite a lot of hiccups over that in both camps.
But
and he seemed to have found...
He speaks from modern ground saying, my Hindutva is different. I mean, we spoke to Aditya about this. That, you know, my Hindutva is different. It's internal. It's not anti-anybody. It's pro-us. He says, we didn't go
but
to...
is that why he's not doing
so well?
We
didn't go to Pakistan and eat cake with Nawaz Sharif. Ask him to bring some cake for me the next time. So, you know, I think he's trying to get out of that posture that he had when he was with the BJP. Whether he succeeds or not, we'll know at the end of the... But to find 40, 50 new candidates is not simple, you know. Though I must say one thing, in the constituency that Amit Thackeray is fighting, there was a Shiv Sena Shinde candidate and he's trailing. And the Uddhav's candidate, who's a long-time worker, a man called Shinde, a long-time worker, never been an MP, an MLA. He's, as of now, leading.
This is the Mahim seat you're talking about.
Yes, Mahim seat.
Where Sada Sarwankar decided to fight against Amit Thackeray even though they were persuading him not to. But just, sorry, Prannoy and Nidhi, just look at the numbers from Maharashtra. I mean, again, I don't know, this is probably still postal. You've got leads in all 288. Mahayuti BJP alliance is at almost 200.
That is amazing. And I'll tell you the Rami, 60% are more than only postal.
So it's now come down to 60%.
Yeah, from 90 to 60.
So 40% is
40% is round. Actually, 34%. 1/3 is round 1 and 2% is round 2.
Still quite a bit to go,
but that's still
huge.
It's a huge
quite a big number.
Yeah, but it's going flipping back and forth amazingly.
In Jharkhand.
Jharkhand and here also it suddenly became wider.
So if you look at the exits, which we haven't spoken about yet, the only exit which came
talk
close to that number was
Sorry,
Axis.
What is that?
What? I meant the exit of the studio.
Exit polls. He is the origin of all sin.
Right.
Even by the way, US exit polls.
Okay.
Even
the US exit polls. So I was about to say that Axis, my India, is the only exit which I only looked at 3. Axis, CSDS and C-Voter. Axis said BJP Sena Alliance hitting 200. I mean, that's the range they gave.
He also gave Jharkhand to the Congress. So, I mean, you know, let's see. But, I mean...
he has made unconventional picks in the past and has come right, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made really unconventional picks, but, you know, that's...
But how much is counted in Jharkhand now? Are we like mostly EVMs, Dorab? I mean,
Jharkhand is 50-50. Well, actually 60-40. 40% are still just postal.
So Jharkhand is more rounds, less postal.
50 out of 81 are.
So it's neck and neck. Mr. Deol, I know you have to go. So quick last comment from you, and we'd like you to please come back when the picture is clearer. But it's really neck and neck. I guess, are you a little nervous at this point?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm here with you till 11, I think.
Oh, great. Oh, even better.
Then, before 11, you have to quote not Aristotle, but Robi Thakur, Rabindranath Thakur.
No, I'll quote you something very different. Jigar Muradabadi. So, what he said was, you know what, the negative narrative तो जिगर मुरादाबादी said उनका जो फर्ज है वो अहले सियासत जाने. अहले सियासत is basically politicians and राजनेताs. मेरा पैगाम मोहब्बत है जहां तक पहुंचे. So it's basically what we told the people of Jharkhand.
Too good.
And one more.
Please translate for
When we
Dr.
talked
Roy.
about
I'm not
when we
a...
talked about inflation and unemployment and everything, BJP said no, there's no inflation, there's no महंगाई in the country. So somebody rightly said, बड़े सस्ते में बड़े सस्ते में इंसान बिक रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो महंगाई नहीं. So the way they buy the MLAs and MPs, so obviously they don't feel there is any महंगाई and inflation in our country. So this is what the
But
narrative
is there
of
a
BJP.
महंगाई in the amount MLAs and MPs are paid to change sides? Has that gone up a lot?
Obviously, that you should ask Mr. Champai Soren and the people who have gone to the other side.
No state has counted more than 2 rounds. No state has counted more than 2 rounds
very slow.
at 10 o'clock in the morning. 2 hours after
Mr.
counting
Deol, I
began.
just wanted to ask you that the JMM has expressed some concern during the campaign again about its ally, the Congress, and the way the Congress ran the campaign in Jharkhand. I mean, would you, if you have something to quote on that would be great. But honestly, from your point of view, has there been a concern within the JMM that the Congress really A, contested far more seats than it should have, and B, that it didn't really pull out all the stops in Jharkhand?
No. See, basically, I'll tell you how BJP played this game. When we say our election commission is neutral, it is nowhere neutral. You see, there was no problem in the coalition. Everything was decided. Obviously, when the people are working, every party has their cadre working for the state, and everybody who's worked for 5 years do want to fight the election. So all the parties demand more seats. But what we took into account was winnability. Now see how beautifully when Maharashtra 288 seats can be done at one go. Why not Jharkhand? So how they bifurcated Jharkhand, nobody noticed that. See, there were two. Basically, the BJP's Achilles heels was the Santhal Pargana and the Kolan, where they did not have anything. So what they did, the election commission did, is they bifurcated these two areas in 2 different phases. So Modi and his team and 7 CMs and all, the whole force would come in and polarize the people one at a time. So that is how they played the game.
Right.
Nobody. Because
thanks. Let's just like to bring in Girish here because he knows the situation in Maharashtra better than any of us. He and Sohit actually. Girish, what are you getting? We've seen a complete turnaround in Jharkhand. Earlier, BJP alliance was way ahead. Now, the JMM is slightly ahead, neck and neck really, and things are still changing. Have you got any other information, further information, because you have in-depth knowledge and contacts in Maharashtra. On Maharashtra, as more and more votes are being counted, non-postal, are things changing or it's about the same? Any information?
I don't think so. It will change the way happened in Jharkhand. I think UT will definitely have an edge. And I was listening to discussion about Eknath Shinde. If UT manages, it will be Shinde who is likely to be retained, because there is another big battle coming up in Maharashtra. It is about the BMC, where Thackeray's like to hold on to the Mumbai Municipal Corporation. So looking at that, there's 23 municipal corporations in Maharashtra and 200 municipal bodies. I don't think the BJP will use Shinde to further weaken Thackeray's Shiv Sena. So this is something in the long term, but I don't think it's happening. Or is there any change in the current situation? BJP will have an edge.
To some extent, there's some indications that there won't be a change, because in the non-postal seats, it is, how much is that? 93 to the BJP Shiv Sena and 39 to the Congress UBT. So 93 to 39. So that's where actual votes are being counted. Again, they're not random. There's maybe certain sectors, but these are non-postal, and it's
that's significant.
92.
Yeah. But Girish Kuber
is leading in 49 seats. Eknath Shinde, 49. That's why.
I think the point on the BMC elections was important.
Yes, that's very important.
I think we just
Good
lost
point.
Girish Kuber's line. But when are those elections going to happen? Weren't they due like 3 years ago?
They've been delayed for 2 years.
Yeah, so exactly.
So the official reason the BJP cites is because the matter is in court. They were moving to get OBC quotas in municipal bodies, which was challenged in the Supreme Court. The real reason, as everyone in Bombay or Maharashtra will tell you, is because they were worried about what's going to happen. Now, if this is going to be the outcome, they'll immediately go for
But
it.
it's still in court.
That is the richest
Still in
corporation
court.
in Asia.
Suddenly it'll be
In Asia, the richest.
out of
Same
court.
story in Bangalore Municipal Corporation. It's criminal how municipal polls in India are delayed all the time. This is why our cities are what they are.
That's actually true.
But again, coming back to Maharashtra, maybe it'll be interesting on the question of the Chief Minister to get the party-wise breakup. I know these are still postal leads, but if BJP Shiv Sena combined has hit 200, it'll be good to see what the individual numbers are within each alliance.
195.
So if that number holds 109 BJP,
It's just
it's
huge.
going to, that is going to be then very interesting on the question of Chief Minister.
Because you were saying earlier, even above 90,
It becomes in
Fadnavis.
play, but look at that, 109 plays 50. So Shinde faction with 50 to say that I'll make a claim bid for the Chief Minister's post becomes
But with the
becomes dicey.
BMC, with the BMC polls in place, Girish Kuber says, would the BJP risk it?
The BJP is a big player in Mumbai. It's not just dependent, it's not only Shiv Sena Shinde faction. The BJP is a significant presence in Bombay.
The 50 may go the other way.
When the BJP is up 30,
What's
while
the
Shiv Sena is up
point?
only 10. So the gains have also come predominantly from the BJP. And, I think the RSS helped, and I think they will want their man. Of course, there will be a tussle, but RSS wants Mr. Fadnavis to be
With
Chief
this
Minister.
number, Fadnavis has the upper.
Right.
This
We've
is
got
huge.
Asif
This is a huge
Bamla,
number.
the BJP spokesperson, joining us from Mumbai this morning. Mr. Bamla, thanks for being with us. Counting is quite slow in Maharashtra, but it's now starting to pick up. And if this holds, it looks like the BJP and the Shinde Sena, are doing really well.
A very good morning to everybody. I'm so happy that I'm able to sit across my most favorite, media person, that's Prannoy Roy. Prannoy ji, आपको इतनी देर क्यों लग गई मुझे बुलाने में? मैं आपका मुरीद रहा हूँ. I have grown up seeing you. I've been the biggest fan possibly of two people in this world. And I know I'm just being a little more on the lighter mode because हमारा समय अच्छा चल रहा है, ऐसा दिख रहा है. तो मैं थोड़ी सी खुशी का इजहार कर रहा हूँ आपकी मोहब्बत में, क्योंकि I grew up seeing you. There are two people who I really worshipped, and both are my icons. One is Mr. Bachchan and one is you. And I had the fortune to meet both of you.
I can die happily now.
No, you have to live a long
I thought
life
you were going
so
to
that we
mention
see you
somebody
more.
else.
No. Let me also submit that I had the fortune to meet both of you last time when you were in Andheri for the NDTV summit, and I have a very nice and a very candid picture with both of you. So I've always stored that as my
Don't show
DP
that
for a very
picture
long
to
time.
anybody.
Have you paid for it?
He takes money. Let me tell you, a great admirer of you, and I hope you always in good health, and I hope we keep seeing you like this, hale and hearty.
God bless you. God bless you.
So with a good day, I tried to target, and I didn't try to target. I tried to express my happiness with Prannoy Roy, and I think I'm justified. So I hope others don't have any objection to this, please. So going further, we are looking at a very comfortable driving seat as of now, and things are looking very positive for us. But then again, elections, you have to wait till the last minute. So, going from the past hysterics, we will definitely not, rush to conclusions. But let me tell you, the shortcomings of the Mahavikas Aghadi in the last elections was well corrected, is what I feel, with what updates you are giving on your screen. And we worked very regressively and aggressively towards not being shamed back into Vidhan Sabha, and that's the cause and the reason why we have a smile today. And I think this election is going to be quite interesting because that's going to set the tonality of who is going to be the real Shiv Sena and who is going to be the real NCP. Which by far a lot of people claim that ये नकली सेना है या असली सेना है, तो ये चुनाव इस बात की दलील देगा. And
we also
I
have
personally,
Lavanya Balal of the Congress joining us this morning, so just let me welcome her as well. But let me ask you, Mr. Bamla, that
as you're saying that,
200. Yeah, it's 200. It's really, I mean, the BJP plus is doing really well.
BJP number.
Yeah.
113.
113.
So, Mr. Bamla, if you know the BJP is already at 113, and you know if this holds, is the BJP clear that it wants its chief minister in Maharashtra?
I think more than the BJP, the alliance partners should be more clear, and they should come up with this proposal because I mean like last time also, if you saw in the 2.5 years हमने दिलेरी दिखाई, हमने इतना बड़ी संख्या में we got the mandate, but हमें पीठ पे खंजर खोपा गया था, हमने फिर भी 2.5 साल रहा, हम विपक्ष में रहे और again they could not put their own house in order. All the progressive schemes.
You believe that if you are the single largest party, which it appears you will be, that the chief minister should be from the BJP, should be Devendra Fadnavis.
I am, yes, of course, that's for the parliamentary board to decide. But let me tell you still, I will still not say this. I will still want this to come from our alliance partners because we have never been too hungry. जैसे सेना को आपने देखा था कि भाई this is our candidate, that's a candidate. So we have been told to be very subtle, to not speak beyond the point, and to keep our guns and horses on the way because this is going to be, today is not an exit poll, today is the exact polls. Is what I see. So I'm sure that's going to exhibit the landscape for the future of Maharashtra. And the people, let me tell you, of Maharashtra have been so correct and so decisive that they have believed that एक पूर्ण रूप से एक हाथी सरकार देना चाहिए. They have seen the development on the last 2.5 years.
Right, but you know, this is you holding your horses. That'll be fun to see when you release them because it's been superb talking to you.
So the thing is that BJP was always going to be single largest, so had the best chance because they were fighting 148 seats and Shinde Sena was only 80. But the extent is what matters. It's the fact that now there are 112, 113, which is what is going to, the consideration for them, for Fadnavis, removing Shinde was the fact that Shinde is a Maratha. That was the worry, that there was Maratha backlash. But if you look at the region breakup now, Prannoy and Nidhi, Marathwada way ahead. Western Maharashtra, there was a gap. BJP, Sena again way ahead. So these were the regions where there was concern over Maratha anger.
And they seem to have
with these numbers, making Fadnavis, who's a Brahmin, which is the sort of consideration about replacing a Maratha with a Brahmin.
Lavanya Balal of the Congress
gets overcome.
Lavanya Balal, your first reactions though, it's now really looking like a BJP Shinde Sena sweep of Maharashtra.
True. Nidhi, if you would just indulge me for 30 seconds. I need to have my fangirl movement, please. I know my counterpart had his moment, but it's an honor to be here.
Please take 60 seconds.
Is it with me?
Thank you. This is an honor for me to be here on this debate. I mean, I admire all three of you, but especially Prannoy Roji after as a child, this week was something that we all looked forward to, and you shaped our news viewing habits. Thank you so much for that. And it's an honor to be
Thank you for saying that. But don't blame me.
No, not at all. I'm saying we have good news viewing habit. Today we are demanding for good news. It's, I think, hugely because it was shaped by you. And thank you for that.
Very, very, very kind of you. God bless you. God bless you for saying that. Means a lot.
Now he's going to ask you some tough questions.
Can I ask a question about you?
Yeah.
A question
Nidhi
about,
ji,
suppose, sorry, let her finish.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, Lavanya, just on the point about, it's not looking good for the Congress alliance for the MVA in Maharashtra. Let me just talk about Maharashtra first. And it's neck and neck in Jharkhand.
Absolutely. It is devastating, heartbreaking, Nidhi. Extremely disappointing. I mean, we may not, some of us may not have expected to form the government. We go with the hope of forming the government into an election. But the gap between us and them, it is so huge, so huge. It is devastating. Honestly, it is devastating. Of course, every time when the election comes up, we all talk about, oh, we will look inwards, we will look into why we have lost the election, we will contemplate and all of that stuff. Where is it? I don't know where we have lost the plot and why we have lost the plot. It is devastating, honestly, heartbreaking.
Right.
Actually, just to go get your views on what could be the main factor in this election now that you see the trends. Of course, these are not final. There's still about half the seats only postal votes. But what could, if the BJP wins as it is leading right now, what could be the main factor, do you feel? Ladki Behan or...
No, Ladli Behna would be one of them. And I think the groundwork, the amazing groundwork that they would have done, and also the seat distribution. We will have to talk about seat distribution as well. So, despite so much of corruption and accusations and all kind of things, if they are still going to hold on to a very, very healthy lead, then we need to look into how we have distributed the seats among ourselves, among the alliance partners, the India alliance. How did we distribute the seats? One is that, and the groundwork.
Right.
I think definitely we lacked somewhere in the groundwork.
Right.
But I just want to get Asif Bamla back into this because Mr. Bamla, I know you're going to say that this is a vote, you already did, that it's a vote for the development and schemes, etc. But then why was this campaign of the BJP in Maharashtra so communal? Why was there so much communal rhetoric that was injected into it? What was the need for it?
Well, it's also you got to also take the cue from the other side. I'm Muslim, and I fairly believe that the Honorable Prime Minister has always believed in a narrative कि अगर अक़लियतों के लिए अगर आप देखें तो एक हाथ में कुरान होना चाहिए और एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर होना चाहिए. ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का इनपुट रहा है. बट अगर आप देखें तो पोलराइजेशन दोनों तरफा रहा. कांग्रेस ने जो भूमिका ली है या एमवीए ने जो भूमिका ली उसमें they had the cleric Nomani, who I don't know where they caught him from. He's not such a mass leader who has the legitimacy to tell the voters. I heard his name for the first time in this election. He came on the forefront to tell the voters seat wise, असेंबली वाइज के आप इस सीट से इसको वोट दीजिए, उस सीट से उसको वोट दीजिए, इस सीट से इसको वोट दीजिए. तो आपने हद ही पार कर दी. देखिए, आप एक दाढ़ी टोपी वाले अक़लियत के मैं इज्जत करता हूं, उनका एहतमाम करता हूं, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं. मैं भी अक़लियत से बिलोंग करता हूं. लेकिन मेरा कहने का मतलब ये की है कि आपको किसने इजाजत दी है इस चीज का फैसला करने के लिए कि कौन सही है और कौन गलत है. तो जब आप उस स्तर पर गिरते हो तो कहीं ना कहीं देखिए, जो भी आया है वो छोटे स्तर से आया है. वो कोई बड़े स्तर के आपको नेताओं की तरफ से नहीं आया. So when things like this happen, so it was on both sides. The firing was on both the sides. But at the end, what won was what I'm going to take into consideration. What was the cause could be clear. These are all optics.
Just for a second.
Please.
This is something that we've been hearing through the campaign, and in fact, we heard it from Geeta ji as well, that you're saying both sides, and you're citing a cleric who's part of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board to essentially draw that comparison. It's not both sides. Politically, if you look at the Mahavikas Aghadi, the Congress and its allies, they never came out with any communal statements. They never said vote on religious lines. That's largely happening from the BJP. So the BJP has to compare political party to political party. You can't pick up some random cleric and say he's trying to polarize the election. and therefore we're trying to do counter polarization.
See, if you're
The
trying
hate is
to-
largely
if you're
coming from
trying-
one side.
No, if you're trying to, no, if you're trying to take the, no, if you're trying to take, can I submit 5 seconds? Can I submit 5 seconds?
Sure.
If you're trying to take this communal aspect to रहा ही, अगर आप देखो तो मराठा आरक्षण जो कम्युनिटी में भेदभाव किया गया था, लोकसभा में हमने उसकी मुंह की खानी पड़ी. Maratha election was one of the biggest, reasons of what we faced in the last election. And Samvidhan, people have understood that book, which has got no content written. संविधान की किताब जब आप दिखा के लोगों को गुमराह करते हो, लोकसभा में हमें मुंह की खानी पड़ी. लेकिन हमने वही करेक्शन किया. While MVA lived with the confidence after the Lok Sabha polls, we were able to fix our house in order. And this election, let me tell you, my dear friend Srinivas Jain and Nidhi, I've also been a great admirer of both of you. This whole team is very dear to me, and I have always, this is, I have always been very
When
fond
you were
of
on
Steve.
the other
Let
side,
me tell you,
I mean, I'm glad that you're still fans of us, but you've also been on the other side, right?
I'm on this side also. I'm a great admirer of you. I'm a great admirer of all of you. My sides don't change, but at the end, विकास के साथ जाना जो है यही संकल्पना है. और देखिए, आप सत्ता और सरकार में रहोगे तो अक़लियतों के भी कामों को अंजाम दोगे ना. आप चिल्लाते रहोगे, आप अनरूली स्टेटमेंट दोगे, उससे कोई अंजाम नहीं होगा. At the end, देखिए, आपको मुझे जरूरत नहीं है सरकार की. सरकार और सत्ता की जरूरत नहीं. Please, sir.
Yeah, sorry. One question: that in all this uncertainty, will there be 100% certainty, one constant factor throughout? The Deputy Chief Minister will be Ajit Pawar. He's been Deputy Chief Minister through every... forget who's Chief Minister. Is that a pakka?
Well, I think he's designated to be that all his life, but I'm sure he has a right to be promoted too. But I think this election, this election will itself will force our alliance partners to exhibit that no, it's a development Fadnavis, rather Devendra Fadnavis ji, who should be the CM candidate. और ये हम नहीं कहेंगे और हमने कहना भी नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि हमें अधिकार दिया नहीं गया. लेकिन मेरा अकीदा और यकीन है कि इस रिजल्ट्स के बाद वो स्वयं हमारे जो अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, चाहे एकनाथ जी हो या अजीत दादा हो, वो स्वयं कहेंगे कि भाई देवेंद्र जी जो विकास के पात्र और प्रतीक है, उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए. ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
Lavanya Balal wanted to interject, I think, on this point about the nature of the polarization that this campaign saw. But is that going to be an excuse in a sense for the MVA for its sort of belatedly waking up to seats, to candidates, and having a cohesive campaign? Can you blame polarization alone?
No, we cannot blame polarization alone for this. Yes, there was severe polarization by the BJP, which the MPA didn't do. Like Srinivasanji was pointing out, it was one cleric who made statements, but not the MPA. Having said that, that cannot be an excuse for dismal performance in the elections. It would be like clutching the straws, honestly. I'm being honest. Yes, the performance right now, if you look at it, the numbers are terrible. So that isn't the only reason for our performance, bad performance, dismal performance. There has to be other reasons as well. Like I always said, the seat distribution is one of the main things that I see, and also the groundwork.
Actually, it's quite refreshing. I must say, it's not easy to be a spokesperson on a day when your party is not doing well, but you've been pretty blunt and brutally honest about how you're looking at the performance in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, however, that's what I'm coming to. Look at that. The picture has totally changed. And now it looks like a very comprehensive lead for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand.
Women are deciding both states.
Right. Well, one factor in Jharkhand is the women turnout is 5% higher than men. In Maharashtra, it has so far been...
But it's gone up 5% in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
So the women surges there.
But it's still less than men.
Both states.
Slightly less than men, about 1.5% less than men turnout in Maharashtra. But in Jharkhand, 5% higher than men.
5 percentage points.
Points, sorry.
Turnout matters only so much. I think, for what it's worth, Axis exit polls claim that in both states, women have voted substantially more for the incumbent parties than men. So
Is that because of the schemes that
yes,
were announced and the money that came,
they can't
or whatever?
be
Yeah.
no other reason.
Can I make a point on the Fadnavis thing? They could afford to drop, if these numbers stand, they can afford to drop Shiv Sena and tie up with NCP and former government.
There you are. Yeah. That's the turnout figure for Jharkhand.
Yeah.
It's always been higher. Men were in 2019 3.3% lower turnout than women. In 2024, 4.6, and this time 5.4. Women's turnout 70.5 in Jharkhand.
That's huge.
It really is an active.
But historically, women turnout was higher than men in Jharkhand.
That is because
But not historically. If you go back 25 years, it was 11% lower. So it's gone from 11% lower to 5%
So recently
higher.
it started to increase.
Yeah.
But I'll again say this is because of the base effect. The number of women who are registered voters is less than the number of men. So in percentage terms, it seems like more women are voting. But in terms of real numbers,
You're being very mean and
factual.
Yes, good news. Go. Why being factual?
Finally, more women have voted than last time, and that who's gaining from is the question. You're right in that fewer women register across the country and more in some states, less in others.
there is no doubt there is the impact of the women's schemes.
That's right.
But that, in a way, woman segment as a voter, I think the positive point here is whosoever they are voting for.
Correct.
That it is rising above caste, creed, and woman as an identity, they are coming together and deciding that, which party is going to be.
No, are you saying
that
this
is
is a
something
very
which is-
worrying trend?
Because Shivam, I'm looking straight at you.
No, what worries me even now is the number of women registered are much less than men.
Yes.
So it means the EC is not able to register. There's some women
Okay,
have been left out.
let's
No,
go to
we
Mr.
found that
Deol.
19
Mr.
million
Deol.
women are not registered.
Mr. Deol
But
of the
that is
JMM
what-
is still with us.
But what is concerning is that with all this talk of women, percentage of women candidates, I don't have the
Yeah,
numbers
yeah.
for Maharashtra.
Oh yeah, that's pathetic.
In
That's
Jharkhand,
absolutely-
in Maharashtra, it's only
Mr.
10%.
Deol,
Discuss
let's
the
just
women's
get.
scheme in Jharkhand. because
Yeah,
we haven't
let's
discussed
talk
that.
about that. Mr. Deol, I mean, the number is now dramatically changed in Jharkhand. It's not neck and neck any longer. Your alliance has taken a very clear lead, 51 at the moment to the BJP, or 52-27.
To the JMM Congress.
And do you have anything for us from the book of quotations for this?
Yeah, more power to women. Yeah.
No, he said what patience?
So patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet.
So
So you were right
patience,
for
the
your
fruit is
for
sweet.
the
And
JMM.
one more, I'll give you a quotation. I'll give you a
please.
quotation from Mirza Ghalib. What BJP used to say to us, they used to look down upon us, and Mirza Ghalib said कि हर बात पे कहते हो कि तू क्या है, तुम ही कहो ये अंदाज़े गुफ्तगू क्या है. And our reply was, रगों में दौड़ते फिरने के हम नहीं कायल, जब आँख ही से न टपका तो फिर लहू क्या है. So basically,
Translation.
so
For Dr. Roy.
One question I have to ask you.
yeah.
Kalpana Soren kind of took the campaign by storm. Everybody was talking about her impact, very articulate. Could she have been a major factor? Of course, Soren himself, Mr. Soren, was a very good orator. And there is that sympathy factor that he was sent to jail. But she was very charismatic. She seems to be trailing right now. Well, anyway, but she was a strong campaigner.
Yes.
So the combination was pretty deadly, right?
She is God sent for us, basically. The way she took on the things from where we were, the BJP had left no stone unturned. And the way she took up, and the best part of is the simplicity and the humility with which she connected to the people. There was no actually veil in between when meeting with the people
And
on
by
the
the way,
ground.
she was born in Punjab.
Yeah, that's what.
Her father was in the
she's
army.
Like, she's a younger sister to me, and the best thing I'll tell you, I'm at present I'm in Patiala. I'm speaking from Patiala, so I'm joining your show from Patiala, and I do all the shows from Patiala nowadays. I only go for a week to Jharkhand, but I'm born and brought up there. I've spent 52 years there, but my family shifted, so I had due to family commitments, I had to come to Patiala. But
While
she's
you're
like a
here,
younger sister.
I want another quote what is the origin of the Patiala peg? It's very important at this time, at this moment for you to celebrate.
No, actually, I'm a Amritdhari. I'm a Amritdhari Sikh, so I don't drink. I'm a teetotaler. I've never drank in my life. But I'll tell you the story behind Patiala Peg. I'll tell you the story behind Patiala Peg. The story behind it is the Britishers used to come and play polo with the Punjab royal family team. And when they were winning, so the bartenders used to give them full glasses of whiskey so that they come tipsy-turvy and could not play. And the local team used to win. So from there it started the Patiala Peg. So
Find us a quotation for that. Lavanya Balal of the Congress is with us, and I think it's only fair to ask her about Jharkhand. Poor thing has taken questions only on Maharashtra, where it looks like a drubbing for the MVA. Jharkhand, though, is looking good. Lavanya Balal for the Congress, JMM combined, looking very good, in fact.
Although Congress is a bit of a weak link
Yes.
there. Little bit.
Yes, we are a bit of a weak link in Jharkhand, but it is heartening to see the India Alliance is doing good in Jharkhand. It is also kind of vindication for the fight that we have fought, the entire thing that happened with the Chief Minister of Jharkhand and his, wife had to take the lead and everything. So it kind of feels good to see that we are doing well in Jharkhand. And we were also talking about women voters, the increase in women voters. Though the registered number of voters, women, may be less than men, but we have seen, in assembly elections in Karnataka and Telangana, that the women voters decided which party is going to come to power. And I think all parties are aware of it, and that's why we have more welfare schemes now, which targets only women. Women-oriented welfare schemes are coming out from different parties, which is also good. But like Nidhi pointed out, the number of women representatives is very, very bad, and it's less than 10% in all states across all parties, and that needs to change.
You are one of the most honest, analytical and candid, but also a very good analysis generally, but also very honest, which is rare. Thank you very much.
It's actually really refreshing, because spokesperson is normally just...
If you look at these numbers in Maharashtra particularly, this is indicating it's not just women voters, it's almost everybody. In terms of the BJP's core, the main worry was the return of the OBCs. The OBCs had drifted away, and to some extent Dalits during the Lok Sabha. And of course Marathas as well. These groups are obviously coming back in significant numbers.
Why is that, is the question. What changed between Lok Sabha and now?
We've got Yogendra here.
Oh, Yogendra Yadav is with us. He's joined us. Okay, great.
No better political analyst and cephalogist ever in India than Yogendra. So now we want the truth from you. About
life.
The real basis for this landslide in Maharashtra. Is it a landslide, or can things change? But if it's a landslide, what is the basis, and why is it so different in Jharkhand? So basically everything.
Unlikely to change at this stage, Dr. Roy, because now it's 200 from the channel that I'm looking at is 213. That kind of a thing can probably go to 205, but clearly looks like this is unlikely to change. That's my sense now.
Right. So what is the main cause, would you say? I think a bit of a bandwidth issue.
I think we're just having a little bit of trouble with Yogendra's connection. So
let me try to quickly fill in till we get Yogendra back to the point about what has changed. So if you look at the multiple triggers, the anger amongst Marathas, one of those was to try to address it by giving some temporary quota through the economically backward quota for Maharashtra, and the demand that they be given Kunbi status, Kunbi OBC status, to give those Kunbi caste certificates. The outreach to Dalits and OBCs, we had Girish Kuber earlier saying that they identified 350 OBC groups, RSS, BJP, fan out, address them, try to cool the temperature, lifting the onion export ban in, which made a difference in North Maharashtra, and also running a campaign where they didn't target. So one of the reasons was the targeting of targeting Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. They felt
Earlier
work
on you
against
were
them,
giving
particularly
reason why they
Uddhav
were
Thackeray.
losing, but now you're giving
No,
reason
no. This analysis we can go back and clip it. I've been consistent with.
You have actually, yes, you have.
You know about the constitution narrative. It worked in the Lok Sabha because of 400 par. That if they get
Yeah,
400 seats, they'll amend the constitution.
Yeah, yeah.
With Vidhan Sabha, they can't really amend the constitution. So the MV and the opposition going on about constitution didn't realize that the bus had already left.
Also, especially in Maharashtra, considering Baba Sahib Ambedkar's constitution, this was raised by the Prime Minister also over there, that they have been talking so much about changing the constitution. Why don't they, this is Baba Sahib Ambedkar's constitution written by him, and what is the stand on Article 370? What was Baba Sahib Ambedkar's stand on it? And what is the Congress stand on it? What is Sharad Pawar's stand on it? So all these issues also, I think, that whole effect that they were trying to create, as they thought that they will be able to replicate it, what they did in Lok Sabha 2024, create that misconception, I should say.
But it's interesting that this is a potential landslide which is not a Modi-centric landslide. The Prime Minister was not at the center of the BJP campaign in the way that he is in other states.
Actually,
I want to also add to.
Yeah,
sorry.
please go ahead.
So,
No, you go ahead.
No, see, I think all political parties, they need to improvise as the situation changes. Now in assembly elections, definitely local factors do matter. But if you look at the popularity of the Prime Minister, in Jharkhand, the Hazaribagh rally, where there was so much of downpour, and still there were thousands of people, they came, to attend to see him. And he drove down from Ranchi over there. So that popularity is there.
But basically
I'm not
making is
saying
that he's been
less popular.
Yeah, it's just that he's been leading the campaign for the BJP even in state elections in the past and been the face.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's changed.
which has begun to change.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
even
that
Haryana.
strategy has
But there is
been changed.
one thing we've noticed in all the assembly election is the real growth of regional parties. They've gone hugely across the country. But there's one big difference between Jharkhand and Maharashtra. Maharashtra is being led by a national party.
Yes.
Jharkhand is being led by a regional party. Very different elections, very different dynamics.
We're just cutting to, Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena leader, speaking in Mumbai, I think. Let's listen.
ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा ये कौन सा भरोसा है ये कौन सी है ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या जिस देश में जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि आपने राज्य को जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है
जो नतीजे आ रहे वो महाविकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है
नहीं
तो आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी महाविकास
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है जनता को भी ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है आप अपने मन को पूछे आप पत्रकार है आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है संभव है क्या ये अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है क्या ये संभव है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है क्या संभव है क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है उसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है चलिए थैंक यू
All right, that's Sanjay Raut. He is, of course, a very senior Shiv Sena leader from the Uddhav faction who's basically said he does not accept these results, that it's hard to believe that the BJP, Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde could be doing so well. So this is laying the groundwork, Yogendra Yadav, it seems, for a rejection of the Maharashtra mandate. The numbers showing a sweep for the Mahayuti, and it seems that Sanjay Raut is now laying the groundwork to say that no, we do not accept this, which is of course a very slippery slope, isn't it?
Yeah, I heard Sanjay Raut and I'm somewhat disappointed. Yes, I know that many political observers in Maharashtra would be very surprised, shocked at these kinds of results. But Dr. Roy is sitting here. Haven't we seen this kind of a shock over the years, over the decades? Elections the outcome of elections, especially in terms of seats, tends to shock people. That in fact almost is the point of elections. So just because we are shocked, it doesn't mean that there's something abnormal, that EVMs have gone wrong. I guess these are precisely the kind of machines that were used in Maharashtra 5-6 months ago. Anyone would point out and say, well, you managed to win 33 seats out of 40, about 30 seats out of 48. So I would begin, in the analysis for the time being, let's simply assume that it's not EVM, that it is politics. In the Lok Sabha election, just to resume where we left the question last time, in the Lok Sabha election, MVA, which is the India Alliance, had a big victory. However, the margin in terms of votes was tiny, less than 1%. I guess BJP analyzed the situation and they had a strategy, they had a game plan. The game plan had 2 or 3 components. One component was to open the treasury and throw money, which they did in ample measure. They, I guess, spent about 1 lakh crore rupees over and above whatever they had budgeted from the state treasury, specifically again to women. That's a huge thing. 7,500 rupees per woman to 2.3 crore women is not a small thing. That's one part of the strategy. I'm told in the last 2 months, the government passed 105 orders per day. They call it GR in Maharashtra, which is absolutely unprecedented. That's part one. The second part of the strategy was social strategy, which is to pit OBC against Marathas, because they knew they were not going to do very well among Marathas, and to use the sub-quota issue among Dalits to enhance their vote share among the lower, that is to say, the most disadvantaged Dalits. Although the population of Dalits is not as large in Maharashtra as it is in many other states. And the upper Dalits, which is to say Buddhist or Mahar Dalits, are large in population. However, there was a small traction to be gained there. BJP worked on that. Part 3 of the strategy was to turn this election into hundreds of micro contests, put independent candidates, prop up some, some parties, so that the votes are fragmented. BJP knew that they have one chunk of solid votes. If votes are fragmented all over, BJP would have a structural advantage. That was part 3 of the game. And then 4 is, of course, the classic BJP thing of wanting to create communal division, batenge, katenge, and those kind of things. And on top of these 4 is BJP's structural advantage of a party which knows how to contest elections as elections, micromanagement, strategy, game plan, and so on. From the results, it looks that most of the things BJP tried have succeeded. That is what has given them such a big success. If they had a very marginal success, we would have said, well, maybe 1 or 2 of these things worked. It seems this is one of those cases where many of these things work. I'm not still sure if Batenge, Katenge and the communal appeal was the decisive thing, although that may be talked about a lot. But I guess other things did work for the BJP. And in contrast, the opposition, that is to say, India Alliance, did not have a game plan. They needed to keep the focus on the fraudulent manner in which this government was formed. They could not do that. They needed a large narrative of why is it that people should vote them in a bigger way than they did in the Lok Sabha election. They did not have that. They needed to have a face to counter the fact that Mahayuti was not projecting BJP or Shinde as a face. They could not project a face. So all in all, that appears to have worked, although we need to watch a little closer. We need to see the regional equation a little closer. But with this kind of a massive victory, I guess everything gets evened out.
Something that we were discussing while you were away, Yogendra, is the 2 very different trends in both these elections. In Maharashtra, the impetus and the lead is being taken by a national party. The BJP is leading in 120, while the Shiv Sena is in 55. So the main force has been the BJP. But in Jharkhand, the JMM is the main force. They are leading in 32. They're up 18. And the Congress is down 3. They're only leading in 12. down 3 since last time. In fact, even in Maharashtra, Congress is badly down. So this has been a, first of all, one is the Jharkhand is a more regional force, and Lok Sabha in Maharashtra it's a national force. But overall, it's a bad news for the Congress more than anybody else.
Indeed, it is. There's no way of avoiding this conclusion. Maharashtra is an election that India coalition should have won. Jharkhand is an election they could possibly have won. But here we are saying Jharkhand is the one that they are winning. They may end up winning. We don't quite know yet. But Maharashtra is one they are doing badly. And clearly, Congress is dragging in both the states. In Jharkhand, it's clearly a drag on the coalition.
So
If
why is
Congress
that?
arguably had lesser number of seats, the alliance may have done even better. Why is that the case? To my mind, it is the inability of Congress to get its act together. It's mostly, except Karnataka 23 looked like an election which Congress leaders were fighting like there was no tomorrow. They were putting everything together. But that was one of those absolute rare instances where you found the Congress as an organization fighting it together. The instructions from the top were very clear. If you mess around, you're out. You don't get that kind of a situation in Haryana. In Lok Sabha election, in many places, you had that kind of sense. कि इस बार नहीं तो बस अब तो गए, खत्म हो जाएंगे. You don't get that kind of sense from Congress leaders at the local level, from Congress leaders at the central level. And in the last instance, Congress central leadership must take the responsibility.
Yogendra, please stay with us. We have Priyanka Chaturvedi, Rajya Sabha MP of the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav faction, joining us from Mumbai this morning. Priyanka Chaturvedi, great to see you this morning, but obviously a very difficult morning as you watch the results come in. What do you think has gone wrong for the MVA?
Firstly, let me tell you, I have two answers here simply because this is not the outcome we were expecting. The kind of on-ground support we were getting, the kind of support we were getting, and to get these numbers is for me difficult to fathom. So I can't give you reasons right now, but most likely the reason would be the schemes that they put into play, the amount of money that was spent, the amount of what I think Yogendra Yadav was saying about the GR, which I have been constantly mentioning, over 1100 GR through a period of 10 days, and with over 1.1 crore sanctioned in those 10 days, goes to show that perhaps that played an important role. And obviously, not to in any way discredit their victory in case they end up to winning victory. They have put their money where their mouth is, and they managed to outdo.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, your colleague, Mr. Sanjay Roth, has actually he's not accepting this result. I mean, he's just been talking to reporters saying that it's unbelievable. He's questioning it. He says it's just not possible. How do you see that? I mean, in a sense, he's challenging these results, refusing to accept them.
Actually, even if I look at it from any perspective, like I said, I've been on the ground, I've done over 40 rounds myself. The kind of support we were getting, the kind of stuff that was coming, the kind of support that Uddhavji was getting, and to face a result like this, Sharad Pawar, with his presence, his values, and the response we were getting as compared to the outcome, I find it really, like I said initially, I find it very difficult to fathom as to what really went wrong. And we really need to sit down and figure out what really caused the kind of election outcome that we're seeing right now. So again, like Sanjay Rao, I'm also in a state of shock myself. That it's hard to believe after having seen what was going on ground, the kind of momentum that was built on ground to get a result.
So what do you see now, looking a little ahead, what is the future for Mr. Uddhav Thackeray?
It's another fight, and we will continue to fight. And it has been about the principles that he stands for, the credibility he stands for. He has been loved by the people of Maharashtra. Of course, it's not showing in the outcome, but however, it is another fight that we are going to take head on. Shiv Sena has been a party which has seen multiple splits many times. Of course, this probably would be one of our toughest challenging times, but I'm very certain with the party value and everything, we will overcome.
But with these results and with the money on the other side, do you see a lot of MLAs switching? Even the few that you have, could they switch?
No, if they switch, I do not know what to say because I mean, like I said, it's a talk of what comes from here, what moves on from here, how many people move on. But would BJP want to take any more people into their fold, considering that there were already question marks about the Ajit Pawar
Price
team
has gone
getting locked
down.
up, but now they also seem to be doing well. So I don't know how things will pan out. But I'm very certain that it's a fight, even if you're left with 2, 3, 4 MLAs, they'll continue to fight.
So a lot of people are disappointed because the BJP has done so well that the rate has gone down now to switch.
I don't know if BJP even wants them or whatever. I
They don't
don't
want
know. I'm
them
not
now.
going to
Exactly.
speculating on
10 or 11 independents at least in the Vidhan Sabha. So those are easier picks.
But Dorab, can I ask you, has this followed earlier by Haryana, has it completely turned around the Lok Sabha, the BJP is on its way out, it's in bad shape. Has this turned that around completely?
I think certainly as Maharashtra, second largest state in the union.
Yeah.
If that turns, and Haryana, nobody expected them to win.
Yeah.
So, I think two surprises.
This you told me about. You said
Yes,
this was
we
going to
discussed
happen,
this.
but you said don't tell anybody.
That's right.
But in your travels, you sensed it completely.
Don't forget that, what will really, it has turned it around, but what will really determine it are those 3 elections that come before the 2029 general election.
Ask Yogendra. Yogendra, has this turned around the mood that the BJP, which was on the back foot after the Lok Sabha, is that over now, or is that does that hang in the background still?
It's a very serious setback for the opposition. There's absolutely no doubt about it and no point denying it. The Lok Sabha election had offered a window of opportunity. The window could have easily been a window of 1 year, which the opposition could have extended till Bihar if they had managed to win even Haryana and Jharkhand. Then the opposition could have held on to that window for 1 year. Now, given the Maharashtra result, and Maharashtra result is a very serious result. It's not a minor victory. With this kind of a setback from Maharashtra, and in case the opposition does not manage to form the government in Jharkhand, that is to say, the India coalition doesn't manage to form the government in Jharkhand, then I suspect the window that had opened may just close down. Now, politics in many ways is like stock market. It's about perceptions. It's about mood. And certainly the surge that the opposition had in their mood, in their morale, in their sense of where they were placed, and in the entire country's sense of where the opposition was headed, everything changes. And now the next station on the line is Bihar. There is elections in Delhi, but that's unlikely to change the national mood or be seen as a carrier of the national mood. So now, unless the opposition manages a big turnaround in Bihar and then later in Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh, certainly there is a change in national mood, and I suspect the BJP will make the most of it. So in the coming winter parliament session, I would expect some major measures to be pushed. The Modi government, which had distinctly lost a certain luster, which had distinctly lost that kind of confidence, would gain the confidence and more importantly would drum it around and get everyone else to believe that they are back. So we could be looking at BJP of 2022 again.
I just... Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Nidhi and Darab, if you look at the BJP's own number in Maharashtra, it's hit at several points the BJP's best ever performance. So the best ever performance was 122 in 2014. At several points, it's changing a bit. They've hit 122, they even hit 123. So they might end up even improving their best ever.
It's 125 on the EC website right now.
125. So that's 3 over their best ever.
But the point that Yogendra Yadav is making about the opposition and the Congress in particular, I just wanted to ask Priyanka Chaturvedi about this, that after the Lok Sabha, do you think that a sense of complacency set in amongst the opposition, particularly the Congress, that, okay, we've got them at 240, there was a spring in the opposition step, and that somewhere you all took your eye off the ball?
I would say if you look at the Lok Sabha outcome, the leads in the assembly were about 151. Yes, I would say that there was a bit of a tussle as to with the Congress and with us, all of us, perhaps believing that this Lok Sabha election would also result in the Vidhan Sabha outcome. And I'm only being very upfront and honest here. And somewhere down the line, we did not understand or gauge the mood of the people with regards to Ladki Bahan Yojana that was put into place. Not putting up a chief minister face, something that Uddhav Ji had been repeatedly saying, going by all the surveys, if he was to lead the campaign, it was pretty obvious that it would have a very definite outcome. But again, we'll have to look at what really went wrong from Lok Sabha to now to understand what were the things that worked in their favor, whether it was the choice of candidates, whether it was the narrative that they had put across, whether it was the Batinge to Katinge narrative that came forward, Ek hai to safe hai, those kind of things that worked. So that will only come once we have the outcome. But yes, definitely, going by Lok Sabha outcome versus what you're seeing now.
Across the last 3 Lok Sabha elections followed by 3 Vidhan Sabha elections, in the last 2 elections, the opposition did better. I mean, the BJP's vote share fell after the Lok Sabha election 2014 and 19, when the Maharashtra State Assembly elections were. This time it's reversed, in that they've been able to hold on to their shares or actually put up their shares. And that's despite Mr. Modi not campaigning. I mean, what went wrong at your end? Because their end seems to be, in fact, a lower use of Mr. Modi vis-a-vis 2014 and 19, and yet you have slipped. How come?
Mr. Modi's presence, but it was also because it became a very, very local election, very constituency-wise election based on, while Congress believed the blood narrative was the constitution and democracy, we believe that it was about how Maharashtra was being treated, how it was being looted, and for them to focus on perhaps their Ladki Behan and the kind of money that was put in for their publicity. But again, what happened in trends have changed over the years, alliances changed over the years. So this is going to be an analysis I would leave for political analysts to figure out. But I really think it has something to do with us not being able to convince the people that this was an alliance worth voting for.
I just want to bring in Yogendra here. Yogendra, just talking about the momentum of this election. We said that the Lok Sabha momentum for India has now declined. The BJP is back. But looking at even within the BJP, people we talked to, analysts, even ordinary people, kept saying this is really an election about Mr. Gadkari and the RSS. So is this a big boost for the RSS and Mr. Gadkari? This kind of absolute landslide in Maharashtra. And that goes internal.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say that, partly because I don't have that kind of internal information or assessment about what's happening internally. Mr. Modi is not such a prominent face in this election, so the credit would obviously go to the BJP RSS network. I don't know the extent to which it would be seen as Mr. Gadkari's personal victory, because Fadnavis and Gadkari are no friends. I mean, they used to be, but they apparently are not.
But Gadkari and the RSS are friendly, right? Very close.
That's right, they are. But the extent to which Mr. Fadnavis may take this as his personal victory is to be seen. But as I said, I don't really know that closely. But now that we are here, Dorab, would you have a sense of what the vote share looks like? What kind of a margin does the MVA have over the Mahayuti has over the MVA?
I'm sorry.
We're just bringing that graphic up. Here it is. 15% plus. Yeah, 50% 15 to 35%. 15% lead. That is that is massive. Massive. It's a record.
That is
because this may change as more and more votes are counted, but at the moment it's a massive lead.
10% plus. Anything 10% plus is a landslide.
Right.
Looking at Jharkhand for a second, again, a very communal campaign centered around illegal immigration, people coming in from Bangladesh, etc. And it doesn't seem to have worked for the BJP there. And to some extent, there was so much polarization in their campaign in Maharashtra. So clearly it doesn't always work and local factors are important.
That's right, Nidhi, but we shouldn't conclude that if BJP has won Maharashtra, everything they tried worked. My own sense is that batenge katenge probably wasn't such a big factor in Maharashtra. They have used other things which have worked much better. And in Jharkhand, we cannot conclude that the Bangladeshi narrative didn't work at all because BJP used it. I mean, this was, first of all, we should underline the fact that it was a complete fake story. There is no Bangladeshi issue of the kind in Jharkhand at all. But it may have worked somewhat. It may have propped up, given the BJP just a little push that it did not have. We should not underestimate the role that someone like Hemant Biswa Sarma can play. He is a consummate political player. He is a consummate election manager. And someone would argue that in his absence, BJP may have done a little worse than it is doing, because JMM government was seen positively by the people, was very popular among the Adivasis, and the name of the game was what happens in the non-Adivasi areas. I don't know what the final picture looks like at this moment. But if the Congress does even okay, and that really wasn't the question throughout the campaign, will Congress be able to perform even moderately well? And if it does, JM should be able to pull it off. So I wouldn't assume that everything that JMM Congress did worked and everything that that BJP tried did not work.
At the moment, it's JMM 33 and the Congress 12. Down 3 since the Lok Sabha.
Even the Congress.
See, JMM, we should
Better
look at
than I
Vidhan
thought
Sabha.
Congress would perform.
Yeah.
If you see the map, actually, to the point about the tribal
Yeah,
areas that
correct.
Yogendra is raising, it is actually doing well in the tribal areas. That is the JMM Congress
very
Alliance.
well. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the entire south
And the northeast.
and the northeast belt.
Yeah.
Those are the tribal seats. But just a point that we make about the Congress, that we look at it in terms of the campaign, what they did not enough in the campaign. But I think there's something more deeper here and more structural, which maybe even Yogendra wants to weigh in on, that the Congress organizationally has been suffering attrition for decades. So if you go on the ground, you simply don't find an organization that you do compared to other parties, especially the BJP. And so even whether your campaign is late or not, you get your leadership, your seat sharing, how do you fix that? And that's something which the Congress doesn't seem to be prioritizing at all.
They were not able to appoint district committees for 10 years. And even after the elections, assembly session is beginning, but they are unable to decide who the leader of the opposition will be.
And in Maharashtra, there's a former BJP leader to lead the campaign.
Nana Patole.
Patole.
Like in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, sorry, they had to bring in Revant Reddy.
He's from ABVP.
But this is just Priyanka Chaturvedi's, I think she's just left, so we're going to try and get her back a little later. But Geeta Bhatt, I mean, again, Maharashtra is such a stunning, result
Now
there.
she's finally relaxed and smiling. Up to now,
Absolutely fine.
I think it's quite relaxed since this
what are 10 stars?
It's one each. Jharkhand may have gone, but Maharashtra aa gaya.
We always say every election is important, but Maharashtra is especially significant, the second largest state after UP. Ultimately, I think the narrative that is set politically will come from the Maharashtra result more than Jharkhand.
Well, yes, also because it is the financial capital of the country. It has the financial capital of the country, and that is why, so far. so that is also an important aspect. And yes, in terms of size, in terms of the representation in Lok Sabha, that all this matters. And also, I think that everything combined together, the development aspect was also, which was kept very much at forefront. For example, Vasuji was talking about the, about the farmer distress, and that the soya bean crop being the MSP price and the actual price, there is a difference. But there also the government tried to intervene. They tried to get a Bhayantar scheme in between where, they will pay the differential amount to the farmers. All such kind of development projects. Also, when the UBT came into power, Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister. At that time, many of the important projects, they were stalled. Like the metro project, it went into controversy, then it was stopped, and then Samruddhi Expressway connecting Nagpur to Mumbai.
Some of those projects were because of the pandemic.
Yeah. But the fact is that under Eknath Shinde, you suddenly saw these things getting inaugurated, opened. I mean, in terms of perception management, it may have been a factor.
They have put a steel plant. The government has put in Gadchiroli, which for good investment done in terms.
Sohit Mishra, Sohit Mishra's at Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai.
You know, just before that, Nidhi, just one interesting point. If you look at now the breakup in Maharashtra, BJP and Shaina NC together easily over the halfway mark. It's 122 plus 57. So that's 179.
And with NCP also they over the mark. So, you know.
So for them, so Ajit Pawar has always been for them a bit of a liability.
Yeah. So they may
BJP was not happy that they have taken him on board. So
what's happening in Mumbai, Sohit Mishra?
So right now I am outside Shiv Sena Bhavan, as you could see. It is similar to what we saw outside Matoshree bungalow here. At least we were expecting some crowds, some workers. However, it was only Shiv Sena MP Anil Desai with whom we have spoken, and I hope we will be playing that video out soon, where even he has been saying that he does not trust what is happening right now. He is not ready to accept the current situation. As a matter of fact, what we are seeing right now, BJP is leading in 122 seats. Now, this is the exactly number of seats that BJP got in 2014, 122, and Devendra Fadnavis became the first chief minister of BJP in Maharashtra. So this is going to be very interesting to see if it is as big as the Modi wave that was there in 2014, because at the moment it seems like BJP winning 122, because in 2019 they came to 105, and later Devendra Fadnavis not the chief minister, in fact he became the deputy chief minister. The state was being run by Eknath Shinde, but despite that, now that BJP is winning 122 and is very close to the 144 mark, it will be very interesting to see what is happening. However, the other side, especially Shiv Sena UBT, there's nothing over here. I thought there will be workers with whom I could speak, because last time in 2019, at this very time, at around 10 a.m., there was celebrations going on, because they had understood that without Shiv Sena, no party was will be able to form the government. Sanjay Raut was speaking to everyone. 5 years down the line, what we are saying is there is only one MP, sitting MP, Anil Desai, who went upstairs. He spoke to us for sure. After that, he said that, see, we'll wait for some more time, but this is unbelievable, this is unacceptable, and we don't know what's going on, because this is not what we felt like, and this is such a huge margin that they are getting. So it will be very interesting to see what does Uddhav Thackeray or other leaders have to say, but at the moment it is completely silence over here. Now I think so I'll have to go to the BJP office, because earlier what used to happen is, just before the election results were announced, everyone had an idea what's going to happen, and there were laddu preparations going on, there were celebrations which were going on. Today there was nothing that was happening. Now I'm sure that the BJP would have contacted someone, and there will be laddu preparations there soon if the results continue to go happen.
I think you should go to the BJP office, you'll get laddus there. Head there. So it'll probably be far more colourful than Shiv Sena Bhavan and elsewhere at the moment at the UBT side. Thanks. So it will come back to you in just a moment.
We'll come back to you, yeah.
We've got Kumar Ketkar and Smriti Kopikar, two very senior journalists, veteran journalists, joining us now from Maharashtra, where it is really the big story this morning, the landslide win for the Mahayuti alliance, the BJP itself doing extremely well. Smriti Kopikar, just to get your first sort of sense of how and why this has played out the way that it has in Maharashtra, the UBT camp certainly seems to be in a complete state of shock. They really did not seem to expect that it would go so badly for them. Did you sense that it was heading this way?
Thank you, Nidhi, Dr. Roy, for having me on the show.
Thank you for coming.
Who expect anything like this? This is a rout for the Mahavikas Agadi. And like any bad news is first met with denial. I think not just Uddhav Thackeray, but all constituents of the Mahavikas Agadi are right now in denial. This rout is a rout, and they've pointed fingers already at Ladka Bhau being Adani, and all of those things have started. Those narratives have started. But having said that, I think this result can be analyzed as a fair result, and we can look at, and parse the numbers, if we believe that this has been fought and won fairly. Do all the parties believe that? I'm afraid not. It's been not a very level playing field, is what I would say at this point. But yes, on the face of it, all three constituents of the Mahavikas Agadi will just have to get out of the denial mode, go back to the drawing board, look at what went wrong between June.
Right, we apologize.
And
It's a bit of a, sorry, Smriti, it's just a bit of an unstable line, so we're going to reconnect with you. Give us a sec. But as you pointed out, it's been a very bitter, Kumar Ketkar very bitterly fought. It's been a very ugly election. And at the end of the day, though, the verdict is very clear. The MVA has been routed and the BJP alliance is very much all set to form the next government. Now, the question is, what are the permutations and combinations that you foresee, in this new government? Does the BJP even need Ajit Pawar anymore? Is there a possibility of the NCP reuniting? What could happen?
Fadnavis is CM.
Mr. Ketkar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it is a very clear landslide in favor of the Mahayuti, and there is no excuse possible for the Congress or for Sharad Pawar party or for Uddhav to find out holes in the entire system. It is a defeat, complete defeat. Only thing we can say is that all the schemes that Shinde launched, including Lakshman Yojana, huge, absolutely stunningly huge money that was disposed by the Mahayuti government on the people, I think that has worked. I'm not saying it was only bribery, I was saying schemes, plus the use of money was huge, but that doesn't necessarily absolve Congress, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, Mahavikas Agadi from any of the issues involved. I think their credibility must be rechecked. And the credibility of Eknath Shinde BJP has survived so much despite so many setbacks. Surprising thing is Ajit Pawar is so much ahead of Sharad Pawar, and Sharad Pawar's campaign was absolutely cyclonic campaign, tremendous campaign. Sharad Pawar campaigned at his age in every single constituency, and despite that, Sharad Pawar is quite low in the numbers vis-a-vis Ajit Pawar. So I think it is necessary to actually redraw the board, redraw the chessboard of Maharashtra politics. Maharashtra has never seen such a scenario ever before. And so I think Maharashtra, which was considered kind of a victory for MBA after Lok Sabha election,
yes,
has really not been able to maintain the momentum, or we imagined the momentum which was not there at all.
So, Kumar Ketkar, just explain to us this complete change between the Lok Sabha and now, a complete U-turn in 6 months from losing election badly to having a complete landslide. What would you say are the 2 or 3 main things? Is it the Ladki Behan, 1,500 rupees, or is it the Batega ya Katega? What was the main thing that caused this complete change in 6 months?
Well, the main point is, 6 months ago for the Lok Sabha, the vote was essentially in support or doubtful support to Modi. Modi was the issue. This time Modi was absolutely not the issue. Main issue was Eknath Shinde's Yojana, Eknath Shinde's schemes, particularly Ladki Bahin and so many other cash giving Yojanas. That has really worked because there are 2.3 crore women voters. 2.3 crore women voters in a population of 13 crore and the voting population of 9+ crore. And even if 50% of those 2.3 crores who got 7,500 rupees in last 3 months, I think must have played their role. All those women who never had their account, many of them did not have even account. So for the first time, they had for the 7,500 rupees in just 3 months in their account for themselves. Otherwise, all those women were struggling with debts and so many other issues. But now they are on their own, and I think that must have given some kind of
So
an obligatory sense.
you're saying in politics, Rebranding works. I don't like to call it Rebranding. I think it's a good welfare measure. It's one time that the people, the poorest sections benefit. I wish there were elections every 6 months, except it makes us work too hard. But everybody would, the poor would finally get some money. They only think of them at election time. But you're saying these welfare measures really convert into votes.
Yes, I think it has worked. And let us not call them Rebranding. I have never called them Rebranding. I have always thought, actually, if you are one of the great economists, you know, all the people, including Congress Nyaya system, was actually distributing money. So basically, every economist was saying that please hand over money, hand over cash to the people. So that was the scheme of everybody, not only of Mahayuti and Shiv Sena.
Right.
So I think that is. I never called it Rebranding. Ironically called it Rebranding.
Mr. Ketkar, is it now clear though that Devendra Fadnavis will be the chief minister, the next chief minister of Maharashtra? Is there any doubt at all in the Mahayuti camp about that?
There is no doubt, there is no question. Nobody has raised any question. Devendra Fadnavis will be chief minister. That is all on the wall, written on the wall, clearly written on the wall.
And Ajit Pawar, deputy chief minister for the 10th time?
I think, yeah, again, Ajit Pawar will have to accept the chair deputy chief ministership. Perhaps with a better portfolio or more portfolio for his people. But Ajit Pawar's, let us not underestimate Ajit Pawar's victory over Sharad Pawar's NCP. Ajit Pawar was not exactly liked and appreciated even by the BJP.
That's a good point, because if you look at the numbers, Sharad Pawar is the biggest loser in this election. He's fallen even below UBT, Shiv Sena UBT. They were both fighting roughly the same number of seats. NCP Sharad Pawar is only at 13, down 20.
Wow.
UBT is at 20, down 37. So, I mean, he's taken the biggest hit. But Kumar Bhai, Vasu here, Srinivasan, just wanted to ask you about this question of whether they still need Ajit Pawar, because if you add up BJP plus Shiv Sena, you're already at about 179. And Ajit Pawar, as we know, wasn't a very popular choice within the BJP cadre that they had to bring him on board. He's at 35. He has about 35 seats. Will there be any compulsion to make him deputy CM or not in the same way now?
I think there is no option but to be deputy CM. Because Ajit Pawar cannot become CM with Devendra Fadnavis having so many seats under his command. So Ajit Pawar will have to be deputy CM. And most important thing is, Ajit Pawar was actually internal enemy of the BJP, internal enemy of the Shinde group, and also outside by Sharad Pawar and others, and yet Ajit Pawar. So Ajit Pawar's victory is actually more remarkable than that of your BJP, because BJP had praise, Shinde had praise. Ajit Pawar was actually against the wall.
But Mr. Ketkar, Mr. Shinde has led the alliance to this position. Will he accept the position of anything but chief minister?
Right. And it was
will
all
he
his
defect?
policies,
Will he defect?
His welfare measures.
Yeah, it's his welfare measures, his leadership. How will he react to Mr. Fadnavis becoming chief minister?
No, Fadnavis, actually, let us face it, BJP has won across the state, whereas Ajit Pawar has not won across the state.
No, I'm talking of Eknath Shinde. I'm speaking of Eknath Shinde, Mr. Ketkar.
No, Dorav is talking about Shinde.
Eknath Shinde.
He has also won considerably across the state, but Ajit Pawar has won only in the 2 or 3 regions of Maharashtra.
But Mr. Shinde was all over the state. He has visited almost every constituency.
Acceptability of BJP and Fadnavis is much more than the acceptability of Ajit Pawar. Though, of course, Ajit Pawar fought less number of seats.
Let me ask Smriti Kopikar that question. That same question. Smriti, thanks. You're back with us. What Dorab was asking Mr. Ketkar as well was that will Eknath Shinde accept Devendra Fadnavis as chief minister when this campaign was led under him as chief minister, his schemes, his governance record over the last couple of years? Or do you sense any friction that could pop up in that relationship?
Good question. I'm going back about a year. And in the past year, I think we've seen Eknath Shinde come into his own as a leader much more than he did in the last 3 decades when he was in the Shiv Sena. But I would think that if you speak to him off record, he's the first one to say that he's had great backing in the last year, last 6 months, than he has ever had. So he does acknowledge the role that the BJP leadership, the national leadership has played in the rise of this, what you might now call the phenomenon of Eknath Shinde. How that is going to play out at the state level between him and Fadnavis is something that I think we'll have to wait and watch. But if you remember, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis ran the 2019 campaign saying "Me punha ye in me parat yenar" and all of that. I think that cry is going to get a lot more momentum between now and the next 48 hours, 72 hours. So I'm seeing some level of friction, tarzod, what we call in Marathi, happen between not so much the BJP and the Sena, but probably between Fadnavis and Shinde. They both have different kinds of strengths, and it's their collective strength that has got them to this phenomenal figure. Will they probably share 2.5 years that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was talking about last election? That is a possibility. I don't think we can rule that possibility out.
Tell us a little bit about Mr. Shinde. I mean, he's had a remarkable career, right? He started on a very, very poor, humble origins. He was an auto rickshaw driver. He worked in a factory. And look at where he's got now. Tell us a bit about him, since you've followed him and interviewed him a number of times.
My first memory of Eknath Shinde goes back about 25, 28 years. He would be hanging outside in the ante-room of Mr. Bal Thackeray, speaking to us about how difficult it was for him to come from Thane to Bandra and, things like that. So he's come a very, very long way, personally, also as a Sena leader. But what has really, I think, taken many of us by surprise in the last year and a half or 2 years is his ability to knit the Shiv Sainik, the disgruntled Shiv Sainiks together, convince them that he, once a lowly worker of Balasaheb Thackeray and not Uddhav Thackeray, is the real legatee of the Shiv Sena, and he is the one who's going to carry forward the Shiv Sena's ideology, philosophy, whatever it may be. And he seems to have pulled that off. He seems to have pulled that off rather well. He's come into his own. So if if you went around the non-urban areas of Maharashtra or the peri-urban areas in Maharashtra, you would find that his posters were there. People spoke well about him. They said Shinde Sarkar, much as people would say Modi Sarkar, they said Shinde Sarkar. They very rarely said Shinde Fadnavis Pawar Sarkar. They said Shinde Sarkar. So he's, I would say he's used the opportunity that the BJP provided him very well to give the BJP what it wanted to get in 2022, but to also use that opportunity to build his own, constituency, his party, his legacy, whatever we might want to call it.
They popped up in my home state in J&K also, on the road to Gulmarg, Eknath Shinde posters.
It's interesting, the rebranding of Eknath Shinde is also to do with some of these backroom strategies. So this is an untold part of every election now. Every political party leader has hired Prashant Kishore type setups or Prashant Kishore's own protege. Eknath Shinde 2 years ago hired Showtime Consulting, which is headed by Robin Sharma, who ran the TDP campaign in Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu's comeback. 2 years they've been working to rebrand Shinde as an accessible chief minister, man of the people, man of the schemes. The posters you see, the branding, the constant publicity of Ladki Behna.
Interesting point, yeah.
And by the way, 2 movies that trace not just Eknath, but it's the journey of Anand Dige, who's Eknath Shinde's mentor. So there's Dharamveer and 1 and 2, which traces that journey in which Eknath Shinde, an actor playing Eknath Shinde, has a cameo role. So there's quite a lot that's gone into building brand Shinde.
Absolutely.
But we met his brand team when we were there.
Yes.
You would have met
At
them.
what, 2 in the morning, they were there.
Well, obviously, these brand managers are far more under the radar than
We
their.
are not discussing Jharkhand, and we didn't even call the election. The election called itself.
Well, no, we
Hold,
said
hold, hold.
this is pretty decisive.
Compared
in
with the Vidhan Sabha, they're not doing so much better. It's compared with the Lok Sabha, they're looking at the result. They are on to 49 seats, which is only one more than
Well,
they had
they're
last
forming
time.
government at the end of the day. That's
Yes.
what matters.
So Sardar Sahib will give us a quote from Socrates this time.
Only Robbie Thakur is allowed. Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the by-election results.
Yes.
Okay, maybe after 5 minutes because we're just updating the figures, but there are 48 or 49 by-elections happening right across the country.
Yeah, I knew there were quite a few, but I didn't realize there were that much.
So we'll come to that in a
Lots
minute.
of them in Assam, Bengal, UP.
Yes.
Yeah.
4 in Bihar.
Uttarakhand also, Kedarnath, there was
Bihar,
a...
Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, all got by-elections.
So one at least, Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi is going to be in the Lok Sabha. So that's actually another interesting sort of aspect of
Having all
today, that you'll
actually
have
all
now
three.
two Gandhis
Three.
See, Mrs. G in the
Mrs.
Rajya
G is
Sabha.
in the Rajya Sabha.
in the
yeah.
Rajya Sabha, but Priyanka
From
kind of
the
makes a
family.
formal entry into
that will be
politics.
interesting to see how that plays out, in Parliament. And what do you have any idea about the margin? Because that's what the Congress was sort of looking
I
at.
haven't looked at that, but just to quickly come back to the point about Eknath Shinde and whether he'll be okay with not being CM, again, just go by the numbers. With this breakup, the BJP is now in a position where they can choose
Exactly.
either. They can do NCP plus BJP and they cross 144.
They could even discard both and take some independents and small parties.
But you know, Eknath Shinde really has developed into a personality. We met him. I mean, he looks like a chief minister, behaves, he's going to be very reluctant. Ajit Pawar has never occupied the chair. And I think, in terms of his personality too, he's a very, very powerful, strong personality. So it'll be very difficult to persuade him to be number 2.
But as Vasu says, and that was going to be my question, that actually the BJP is spoiled for choice. If it wants to dump one or the other,
Yes, absolutely.
it can. And,
Absolutely.
they may just do that.
No, so I think Dorab is right that Eknath Shinde, particularly being a Maratha leader, and if they're going to have Fadnavis as chief minister, they will need to balance it out.
Yeah.
They will have to have that Maratha representation. So it's not going to be that easy
At
to
the end of the
jettison
day,
it.
the call for this has to be taken in Delhi, not in Bombay. And I think Girish Kubir had a very good point that they will think about the BMC elections as well.
Yes.
And if they're not kind to Eknath Shinde, they'll have trouble in BMC. And not just BMC, but 19 other municipal elections across Maharashtra.
Very interesting, actually. But
Is
it's
there any input on Champai Soren's status? He's
Let's see if we can get that up because we have, and I think Kalpana Soren was actually trailing earlier, but I don't know whether that's changed, at the moment. But Dorab, you were saying that it's actually not a significantly better performance.
In relation to
The last
Vidhan
assembly.
Sabha. See, Lok Sabha, BJP does much better than in the Vidhan Sabha. So compared with the Lok Sabha, they are leading by 20 seats. Compared to Vidhan Sabha, they are leading by 1 seat.
But
They
that's
meaning
The
JMM
alliance, Congress
Congress.
alliance.
JM Congress alliance.
But it's still-
Gaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're leading by 25 seats, right?
But given anti-incumbency and everything, that's still pretty good.
17.
So our dashboard is showing Champai Soren leading in Saraikela.
okay. Because there earlier the BJP candidate had moved to JMM and he was contesting from JMM. So that made it little
You might be
interesting.
keen to know that there is this is so common now that in the Haryana election, one person spoke for the BJP candidate in the afternoon and in the evening joined the Congress. So,
that's
but he's the champ. He's the champion as far I'm concerned.
Quite silly, the Congress lost, if only last
No,
moment.
he got a vote. He wasn't a candidate. He was a speaker, a supporter, spoke for the BJP in the afternoon, went in the evening.
Because he
joined
thought the Congress is winning, which is not how it turned out to be.
But another interesting thing, we haven't talked about this yet, is, the BJP talks about dynasty repeatedly in its election campaigns. And they have a lot of candidates in Maharashtra who are basically dynasts.
Full of dynasty.
Everywhere,
Yeah.
across India.
Yeah, but Maharashtra in
UP,
particular.
everywhere. It's just a narrative to put the Congress on the back foot. It's like saying we don't do identity politics and then we don't do caste politics and then they do all.
As I said almost 20 years ago on our show, that there is only one party in the country, the Indian National Congress. The rest are either with a saffron touch,
Right.
they're all the same in the end. As they become bigger and bigger, they all have the same
Or as
thing,
Arun
families,
Shori said,
corruption, everything.
Or as Arun Shori said, BJP is Congress plus cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, let's have a look at the assembly by-elections. Quite interesting. These are assembly. There are also 2 Lok Sabha by-elections. But if we go state by state, it's quite an interesting mix across the country. Let's have a look. Overall, 48 by-elections, 21 NDA is leading in, up 6. So it's gaining in by-elections across the country. And look state by state. Assam, they're holding it. They're winning, they're leading in 4, and they're all held
Bihar is
earlier by them
interesting,
earlier. Bihar, they're gaining 3. These are 3 seats which they had lost, and the BJP or the NDA is gaining 3. Chhattisgarh, same as before. The BJP is leading in, or the NDA is leading in 1 seat. Gujarat, they've lost 1, and the Congress is leading in as gaining 1. Of all places, Gujarat. Karnataka, Congress is gaining, and the BJP is down 1. Kerala, the assembly election, the BJP is gaining in that seat. That is the big thing for the BJP actually. Madhya Pradesh, down 1 and has gone to the Congress, is gaining 1. If we move on to the other states, Meghalaya, BJP gaining 1. Punjab, it's mainly the AAP that's gaining and the Congress. Rajasthan, BJP gaining 2, Congress down 2. That's a big setback for the Congress there. Sikkim was uncontested. Uttar Pradesh, look at that. 6 gaining 3. They had 3 last time, they're up to 6 now. Uttarakhand, the same as before. BJP, NDA holding on to its 1 seat. And Bengal, Mamata Banerjee gaining 1. It had 5 last time, it's gone up to 6. But across the country, BJP 21, up 6. And India 15, down 7.
So we made the by-elections interesting for you, Shivam.
No, you see, what I was saying earlier, and West Bengal proves the point, that by-elections people mostly vote for the incumbent ruling the state government, right? Because what's the point voting them out?
So which are the surprises in this?
Well, Kerala is interesting.
is
Kerala is very interesting. What is that 1 seat? What is the local dynamic? And usually by polls about local dynamic.
Gujarat.
It's 1 seat, but it's interesting. The BJP lost a seat to Congress.
Gujarat's also 1 seat. I don't know where it's come from.
And Madhya Pradesh actually,
Yes.
gone against the ruling party there.
Yeah.
It's Madhya Pradesh 1 each. Both have 1-1.
No, but
Kerala
down
also
1.
down
Down 1. That's the change.
So we've got, an interview that Sohit Mishra did a little while.
Let's finish because these are other states. There are other states in this country, you know that.
There are. But you just read through all this.
No, I'm asking which of the surprise you.
Maharashtra is the only state.
Punjab is back to Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party there. That is
correct.
Significant to my mind.
And Uttar Pradesh ruling party. Rajasthan.
Bengal also ruling party.
Also ruling. Yeah. Yeah. So your formula actually is working out. You're the cephalogist deep down. Sorry, go
We're
ahead.
just playing out Sohit Mishra, who's been reporting from Mumbai. He spoke to Anil Desai, Shiv Sena MP from the UBT faction. The Shiv Sena UBT has actually been in a state of shock as these leads have come in and shown a rout.
It's EVMs. It's EVMs.
Well, that's what Sanjay Raut said. I think Priyanka Chaturvedi was a little more careful. Let's see what Anil Desai had to say.
I'm right now being joined by Shiv Sena MP, Mr. Desai sir. The results that's coming out, it's not what you would have imagined. What are your first comments right now? We came here thinking there will be workers over here at Shiv Sena Bhavan. No one seems to be over.
Yeah, crowd will be there in time. These are the trends what we've been seeing now. And this is unimaginable, at least, I mean, what we have seen on the grounds and what has come out, what is coming out of the EVMs. This is something unfathomable, and at this stage, let us hope that trends would change, because ground reality was something different. Even people at large, wherever our forces were working, where our people were there on the grounds, and these were the things which do not convince the mind. Now let's see. But whatever results are coming, you will have to accept them.
But you are saying this is not what you were thinking would happen. Now, what are your comments when you are watching this? Was there a strategy mistake within the MVA if this continues to be that trend? What is it that you think after the results? It seems like they will be back in power, much more powerful when they come back to power.
See, basically, whatever system or whatever strategy you are saying, was there any mistake? I don't think there was no mistake at all, because three parties coming together and having alliance with some other small parties also, which was in place. But the way things are happening or the way things are coming out, I mean, again, big question, and it is not because I'm an office bearer and I'm a member of parliament from Shiv Sena Uddhav Bharat Thackeray party. But you ask any person on the street, any voter on the street, randomly, if you catch them, if you hold them, I mean, they would say, I mean, this is something which never was there on their mind.
So, Mr. Raut, when speaking to the media, indirectly indicated towards the EVM. Is that your indication as well?
That is what I'm saying. I mean, how this such a drastic or entirely different game is being shown on TV.
My last question is now what will happen, because this is a Sena versus Sena issue was going on. Who will be the real Sena would be decided, and it seems like Shinde at the moment at least seems to be coming more powerful.
See, out of the not out of the result. I mean, would you mention it that way? I mean, Sena and Sena versus Sena, which is there. One part is pending in the Supreme Court. That is a part. But Uddhav Thackeray ji, son of late Bala Sahib ji, I mean, these are the things accepted and known by the people. I mean, there should not be anything else which would which would decide about it. So,
thank you so much for speaking to Decoder.
Amazing, thanks, Sohit. Very interesting. Kumar Ketkar, just wanting to ask you, was this a pro-incumbency vote? Because just look at how the sitting MLAs did versus the new candidates. If you look at the BJP Shiv Sena, sitting MLAs 80% won, and new candidates 72. So sitting MLAs did better, which is an indication of pro-incumbency. Of course, the Congress, one did worse than the other. Overall, though, it's about 50-50, sitting and new candidates. But
actually speaking, shows that politics in Maharashtra has become so completely transactional. And the transactional politics involves a lot of money, lots of concessions, lots of distribution of lajes, and unfortunately, Congress from them were not in power and they could not do as much transactional politics as the Shiv Sena could do or the BJP could do. The point is, BJP had an advantage in organizing all those transactions. Stance ideology, Maharashtra today does not have any specific ideology of any party, and that is why we saw maximum number of people shifting from BJP to Congress, Congress to NCP, NCP to Shiv Sena back to BJP, and so on. So many people actually going away from their respective parties or respective, despite being MLAs on that ticket, showed that transaction have won and politics has lost. I mean, putting it in a different way. But ideology is definitely out, because even Shiv Sena did not campaign on ideology. Shiv Sena campaigned only on the transactions that were organized by Shinde Sena. And even Congress immediately announced more schemes than Shiv Sena, saying that we will do better. So point is, nobody was talking any ideology at all, not even their respective ideology. Hindu-Muslim question was reduced to that batenge katenge business, and beyond that they did not highlight the Shri Mandir. Shri Mandir was not even mentioned. Modi was not even mentioned. General Hinduism, Hindu Pakistan, nothing was mentioned. Anti-Muslimism was not seen in the market, and yet they won primarily because Shinde and Prannoy and Ajit Pawar organized and understood transactional response of the audience, of the voters, much better than the Congress and the other parties did.
Interesting, and get Kumar's view on this as well, but also to the panel, the number, this landslide, you were asking about pro-incumbency. Essentially, BJP, Shiv Sena have been in power for now 10 years, since 2014, barring that brief gap in the middle when Uddhav and the Congress came to power. After that, to get this kind of number...
I don't think it's anti-incumbency. This question we discussed on the...
No, I was just finishing my point.
Because
just to finish my point, I'm saying that, that 10 years and Maharashtra has not been great in 10 years. If you look at all the indices, industrial growth has stagnated, rural poverty above the national average.
The statistic over
jobs is a
20
problem.
years, from the second richest state to the ninth richest state. That's
ninth
a
richest
big
state.
drop.
Per capita.
Rural distress, farmers not getting good MSP, all of that, and then you have this number.
7,500 rupees per woman in the space of 2-3 months, I think.
It's 2.5.
I don't know if you can just reduce it. I mean, obviously that's a huge factor.
I think
but whether you can just reduce it to that.
I think it's mostly that.
Would you, Geeta, would you reduce it to that? One thing?
See, I think that if you, like it is being discussed that in the last 10 years it has not been, not something great has been done, but if you look much before that, I mean, in terms of farmer distress, it was like, 1.5 lakh nearly farmers had done suicide between 1997 and 2006 at that time.
No, agree.
And in
that
Yavatmal.
leads to anger and that leads to change.
Absolutely.
Here,
the 2012 economic survey report said that in terms of giving an irrigation infrastructure to the farmers in the last 10 years, only 0.1% increase has been made. More than 70,000 crore was spent in 2012. I am talking about NCP Congress government. So they see the
nothing
point
has
is
changed dramatically. That's the point.
It may have not changed dramatically, but there are development projects that have been introduced, and there is visible work that can be seen. There may be certain sectors where still a lot of input has to be given, and yes, there is farmers' distress. One cannot say that it has gone.
Was that not visible in the Lok Sabha? If there was,
that is something, you see, along with it, how you have been able to, just like I just mentioned earlier also, that how the Karyakartas, they go out, reach out to the voters, bringing out voters to the, for polling is something which plays a very important
isn't
role.
That an important point
And
actually?
for that,
when the
as you
RSS
said, Congress
sets out to work on the ground, it's a very well-oiled machinery.
So this BJP leader in Mumbai was telling me, he said RSS has held 60,000 meetings in Maharashtra since July.
Yeah.
And all 10, 20, 15,
whatever,
small.
Yeah.
It's all under the radar. It's not big. So I think it's important to the point I was making earlier. Structurally, the Congress particularly, which is doing the heavy lifting in Maharashtra, it's fighting 100 seats more than its partners, is so weak on the ground. There are leaders, but there's no organization
that has
versus the BJP. So I'm saying many things, Ladki Behan, etc., but look at the fighting capacity of both the alliances.
That has been a problem. One has to invest time also. It is not just, in terms of having resources, but the leadership also has to invest time.
But the slightly indicator of the sad state of Maharashtra, still 100 seats are not only postal votes.
No.
100. In Jharkhand, only 3 are postal. But in Maharashtra, 103 seats are postal votes.
Still, I thought we moved to rounds.
No, many others have, but 103 is still on postal.
Vasuji will say now there is still hope.
Why would I say that? I'm not a very Congress thing.
Maharashtra anti-incumbency. Mr. Shinde has been in power only for 2.5 years. It's not that he has a 7-year record to protect. He only has he's put out this GR every day. He's launched schemes and he's traveled.
I have a question. I mean, look at the way the NCP and the Shiv Sena were split, right? And, let's not, dance around the bush, as they say. We know who instigated it, who did it. It was the BJP. Voters are not punishing the BJP for splitting
they did in the Lok Sabha, maybe.
But they didn't do it in the... Because this was an assembly election result post which all of this happened.
Business also wasn't there in the assembly.
I think the point about Eknath Shinde is that he's given a sense of legitimacy to the alliance which it did not have until recently, as recently the Lok Sabha. It was seen as an illegitimate alliance born out of ED-CBI action and so on, breaking up the parties, brother against brother. But Eknath Shinde's popularity has given them a sense of legitimacy along with the Ladki Behan Yojana. And I think success has many fathers. So now we can look at 10 things that have won them the election. Without Ladki Behan, I'm pretty sure Mahavikas Agadi were winning today.
Slight correction. Those 100 are now down to 80. They're in round 1. They've actually got to round 1.
In Maharashtra.
No.
In Maharashtra, yeah.
No, 80 seats still postal, you're saying?
No, that was instead of postal, I actually said round 1, you just heard.
Also, really, you must learn to listen properly to Prannoy.
Key
round one postal, same
No,
thing.
but my question is, Dorab, that people then obviously have moved on from whatever happened in 2022. They don't, I mean, it doesn't matter to them that these parties were broken up, MLAs were bought.
I think if I'm a man living in the village, does it really matter to me that, this guy's here? I mean, the constituency we went to, Khatod, I think, in Vidarbha. The MP is the same. He keeps changing parties. They don't give a damn. Now he's put his son there because he doesn't want to stand. So I don't think down the line these finer points matter unless you're involved in politics deeply.
I went to Nashik and I asked an Adivasi woman, who will you be voting for? I asked her who's winning. She said, I don't know who's winning, but I know I'm voting for whoever's giving me Ladki Behan Yojana.
Oh.
I said, who's giving you the Yojana? She says, I don't know. I said, then who will you vote for? She said, I'll find out who's giving me the Yojana and I'll vote for that person. And so far, the money all goes to men. This time is coming to women. Men spend on liquor. I'm spending on my children.
Very significant.
And for an Adivasi woman to internalize this, that they are Adivasi, Dalit women are the hardest people to reach to for any campaign. They are often not literate. They are not a smartphone and so on. So I was sure that moment that...
Let's ask Smriti Kopikar that question. She's still with us. Smriti, do you agree with that? Do you think that it's the women vote that has tilted the scale so much in favor of the Mahayuti?
Yes, it did. It was the starting point that sort of set them off on a corrective course than, let's say, after what happened in the Lok Sabha, right? But that is not the only one. I think there is something of overstating one particular factor over everything else. This, as Kumar Ketkar said so correctly, this has been the most transactional of all elections. Also, this has been an election in which we've seen enormous amounts of money being poured in every single way. There were clips circulating on the 20th where voters were calling up candidates or their managers or agents and saying, you promised us so much per vote, we've only got so much. If you don't give us the rest, then we are not going to, there are 15, 20 of us, we are not going to come to the polling booth. There were all kinds of transactions that were happening at the micro, nano, macro, semi-macro levels, including hundreds, thousands of buses going from one place to another to take voters back, give them the biryani, the liquor, the whatever, was asked. So this is not really a
one
vote.
other thing. I'm told that it was the women's vote directly and indirectly because Maharashtra men just listen to their wives. Is that right?
I don't know if we should get into that debate, Dr. Roy. That's a very different debate altogether. But yes, this Ladki Behan, Ladli Behan Yojana definitely made a difference. But what stopped the MVA from announcing what they announced after the Behan Yojana took off? When Shinde first announced it, they in fact ran it to the ground and said this worked in Madhya Pradesh, this is not going to work here, our women are so much smarter and all of that. Then they went back on that and announced 2,100 per month if they came to power. So, the MVA has been sending out very mixed signals even to the women. I think, and women know one thing, 1,500 in hand is worth a lot more than 2,100 being promised.
Kumar Ketkar, if I can ask you about Jharkhand, it is a huge rejection of a communal campaign. That was much more communal than Maharashtra also. And it just didn't work. All these infiltrators from Bangladesh. It was actually the Chief Minister of Assam, Chief Minister, led that campaign and it just didn't work.
Well, actually, in Maharashtra, communal campaign did not work at all, frankly speaking. As I said, you mentioned just now the splitting of the Shiv Sena and splitting of the Ajit Pawar, Ajit Pawar going. So what does it mean? Why did Ajit Pawar leave? Was there any policy difference? Was there any ideological difference? Was there any political difference? It was simple that Mr. Sharad Pawar, you are too old, you must quit and you must give space to me. Similarly, Shinde, what was the no, that's what I'm saying. So the communal politics did not work in Maharashtra, it did not work in Jharkhand. That shows that the communalization of politics has been replaced by corruption in politics. And corruption is transaction. So even in Jharkhand, I don't think communalism will work. It will again work in the same way, a different kind of transactions than in Maharashtra. But I think even in Jharkhand, it is the transactional politics in which BJP has lost.
Right.
Because
Geeta,
BJP
man.
thought,
Geeta,
Bangladesh, refugee, that will work, it did not work in Jharkhand. It was not a question in Maharashtra at all. So Maharashtra and Jharkhand are not even remotely comparable.
Right. Geeta, in Jharkhand is a resounding rejection of that because that was the only factor in that election. There were not many other policies or campaign promises except we will get rid of these infiltrators.
It was only Hindu-Muslim in
See,
Jharkhand.
while I think Yogendraji earlier also was mentioning in terms of Maharashtra that the treasury has been opened by the party, the government treasury in terms of giving benefits to women. But that is, yeah, I also agree to that. He was talking about Maharashtra. But why it is not being, the same lens is not being used in seeing what the JMM had done. Even they had come out with the same kind of woman. So they also have opened that. If you make a comparison, the welfare measure.
Religious and
so the point is that see, if naturally the results are showing that, but the point is that this is an issue which I think in the coming years is going to become a burning issue because earlier this situation, the people coming from outside and settling in Jharkhand and this is there are just like with all respect, as you were mentioning that there are many reporters who have gone on ground, there are reporters who have reported these kind of issues over there. So anyway, but I think one aspect, sir, which you were also mentioning in terms of comparing the election with respect to the Trump's election victory result. I think it is more this political correctness in leadership that is somehow, I think, being rejected by voters. If you look not just here in the country but across the world, that is.
But I have a counterfactual on this hate question. Whether we look at a result and say hate worked or didn't work, could it be argued if you look at Jharkhand, whether BJP is at about 30, that if it wasn't that communal,
it would be even
may have been worse.
Maybe because I do think that Hindutva
is
about retaining the vote.
You take an aspirin, your headache goes. But you never know if you didn't take it, headache might have gone anyway.
Yeah.
But
there are so many elections where we see Hindutva not working. They lost Ayodhya in the Lok Sabha, for example. After building the Ram Mandir, they were reduced to 240.
That's the point, actually.
In 2009, Advani ran a communal campaign around Afzal Guru 5 months after 2611, and the UPA still won. There's so many examples. For every one Gujarat 2002, I can show you 10 where Hindutva did not result in election victories. Delhi 2020, BJP made Shaheen Bagh the big issue. Aam Aadmi Party still won a 2/3 majority. Karnataka, so many.
No, but Lok Sabha, how can you argue without Ram Mandir they may have been below 240, right?
That is possible.
You can't. How do you argue?
No, you could
the
be
counter
right.
Is my question. It's a question. I don't have a definite take on it.
No. So what I think is that Hindutva is necessary to charge up the base. If the BJP is overdoing Hindutva, as in Jharkhand, then they actually feel that they are losing even their own voters. For example, they could lose their BJP voters to JMM because of the women's scheme.
But would you say in both these states, the one common factor were welfare measures? And both the winners had welfare measures.
Absolutely, not welfare measures. Women voters. We are now in an advanced stage of voting the woman voter. It's not a new thing. Nish Kumar used to give bicycles to school girls.
I told you, Mamata Banerjee, what we in Bengal do today, you do.
Mamata Banerjee, especially.
Jai Lalita started it.
Yeah.
With those.
Actually, you're right.
Yes,
Lalita started.
Sorry, Bengal. Tamil Nadu. Sorry.
Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu. All along.
By the way, celebrating JMM's victory, it's not as of now. The BJP vis-a-vis the assembly is up 3 and JMM is down 2. Lok Sabha BJP always does well. So let's compare against Vidhan Sabha where we can. So it's neck and sort of same as the same as last time.
No, but they still did damn well last time.
Yes, yes.
So they didn't.
Yes,
They're doing
they're
very
leading,
well.
They're
just not doing better than last time, but they did very well.
Yes,
last
they're
time.
doing well. They're down 3 seats, but they are still way ahead.
So they're in a clear majority, right?
Yes,
50-30. So in Jharkhand.
Right. We meanwhile have some pictures that have just coming in from I think Mumbai. The Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. Finally, somebody's celebrating. I've been wondering where the laddus. There they are. I've been wondering where they've been since this morning. So finally, somebody's woken up. These are. So these are pictures coming from the Shinde faction.
This gentleman is getting all the laddus. So who is he? Oh no, he's giving also.
I must say, I expected more.
This is Mr. Shinde's son, by the way.
Yeah,
he's
that
an
is
MP.
Mr. Shinde's son. That's
he's
right.
an MP, yeah.
Yes. Shrikant Shinde.
Shrikant.
Okay, so these are like the first celebratory pictures.
Celebrating
Deputy Chief Minister.
That is going to be really exciting. I must say.
Hoping one notch above.
It is a very tricky one because a lot of the policies he brought in, it was his dynamism, and they've won, but the BJP is won by such a large margin.
Yeah.
It's a very tricky one.
In fact, the BJP didn't own the policies and the schemes in the same way as he did.
Yeah.
They were on a different narrative line.
Is it 2 years, 2 years?
2.5,
2.5.
I don't know. I think there's only one person who knows the answer, or two people, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. I don't think anyone in Maharashtra even knows what it's going to be like.
We'll speak to them after this.
I'll just call them.
Let us know what's going to happen in Maharashtra.
But look at the momentum now for the BJP nationally going into this parliament session because of these
by-elections.
Even with the by-elections, because now with these latest disclosures, cases against Adani, the idea was that this was going to be the opposition's main focus of attack.
It's put the BJP back on the front.
Now they have some of the, the mojo is going to be
I think the
back
India
to some
Alliance will
extent.
have some solace in Jharkhand, and I think that matters, especially given how Hemant Soren was put in jail and came out.
Of course. So, but I'm saying getting Maharashtra in the back with this landslide.
And with this landslide is big, very big.
Huge impact.
Do you think the fact that the agency is acting against a sitting chief minister in Jharkhand, it didn't work, right? Do you think that would in any way blunt their use of the ED?
Well, I think even in the
Although
Lok
I do
Sabha,
feel, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel the ED is becoming a little quieter.
Even in the
post
Lok Sabha, we saw that states where agencies were used the most, the BJP actually did badly. West Bengal, Maharashtra were two sort of clear examples of that in the Lok Sabha. And that is why Delhi is going to be very interesting now within a few months, within a few weeks.
By the way, in Delhi, he's announced some 10 welfare measures or Rebrandings, right?
So
we're all going to benefit. Kejriwal,
Should we talk about Delhi?
We're already benefiting.
Should we look ahead?
I don't know how many of them the LG will allow to be
Jump straight to
implemented.
UP. No, what's straight to the next UP?
Bihar
is next.
It's a very important one, Bihar, as Yogendra said.
Well, I wonder where all the finance ministers are going to get the money from, because the thousands of crores in Haryana, the BJP didn't have time to implement a women welfare scheme, but they announced one. So they're going to 2,000-3,000 rupees now. In Jharkhand, Hemant Soren actually promised to increase the 1,000 to 2,500.
But that's
where is the money coming from?
The Supreme Court has ruled that states can levy royalty on minerals. Jharkhand is one of the most mineral-rich states in the country.
Great.
They were never allowed to.
Maharashtra, 48,000 crores a year. Where is
that a worry? Like DK Shiv Kumar, he sort of talked about the free bus scheme in Karnataka and said that, well, we can't afford it, and then he got a,
they can't afford it actually,
But it's become an issue. Like,
So
how do you
SBI
finance
To
these schemes?
that, in Delhi, DTC is in, that is a welfare for the women that, the ticket is not being charged to them. But this DTC is in such a bad shape. There are strikes going on.
Yes.
Because the drivers have been asking for, there are no perks that have been given to, there is no increase of salary, and DTC is in a very,
But is
very
it
bad
partly
shape.
because the BJP does not even allow this government to function? Or we won't go into that.
But you had a point.
I was just making the point that State Bank of India, SBI, did a calculation of the total outlay on all these women-centric schemes from Odisha to West Bengal to Jharkhand, Karnataka, etc. It's 2 lakh crores annually, which is anywhere between 5 to 10% of a state's annual budget.
And we are forgetting Himachal Pradesh. What has in Himachal Pradesh, Sukhu government, they are not even able to pay the electricity bill, and the court has now attached the Himachal Bhavan in Delhi that let it be sold, you to pay off. And in fact, 18 of their hotels have been ordered by the court to be shut down because they are not able to. So these are aspects which are going to come.
NCP.
Well, it will happen. You know, Maharashtra is 1 lakh crore down,
which is pink.
And now the schemes come. But as one politician said to us, you know, we got to win elections. Nothing else matters.
By the way, talking of rebranding and using brand managers, Ajit Pawar's campaign this time colors were totally pink because he was using
pink. Just cut to it. It's
because he was using Naresh Arora. Sorry.
The way Mahayuti has worked under his leadership and the way Mahavikas Agadi or the Ubata netas, leaders, जो सिर्फ गाली गलोच और आलोचना, उसके सिवा उनको 2.5 साल में कुछ जमा नहीं करने के लिए, उसमें से एक नाम था आदित्य ठाकरे का भी। लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह जो है ये दिखाने का काम इस इलेक्शन में किया है।
सर कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री सर?
That was a Member of Parliament, Shrikant Shinde, also the son of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. His first reaction, which was appeared to be just a criticism of the way the MVA, the opposition, ran its campaign, which he said was just full of abuses and no real vision. But as we've been talking about repeatedly, yes, Vasu,
another Shinde dynasty, another dynasty in Maharashtra taking shape. He's a 2-time MP as well from Kalyan.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but Ajit Pawar was worried about his losing his seat, so he sent his wife to the Rajya Sabha to ensure that at least one member of the family is around somewhere.
But how are some of the key contests in Mumbai shaping up? Because that's a very, that's a prestige battle.
Kumar Ketkar,
Shaina NC.
last comment before you go? Oh, you probably left. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you were saying about Shaina. She was leading.
She was leading, last time.
No, and
so
early in the morning.
Aditya Thackeray, this is our dashboard at the moment, is trailing.
Shaina is also
trailing.
That's a high-profile contest against Milind Deora.
Yeah, and which they were very confident that they had in the bag, to the point that he was barely campaigning in Worli.
Yeah, there we have it up on the screen. Any other personalities, if we can
get? Milind is obviously leading.
Don't forget, it was part of Milind's old parliamentary seat. It wasn't that it was totally new there. Which is lost, but it's part of his seat.
Oh, okay.
What's happened? Yeah.
Yeah,
so are these just for only for Mumbai or for all the
heavyweights?
All the heavyweights. So the Shiv Sena actually had 2 former MPs fighting elections in Mumbai. You had Sanjay Nirupam and Milind Deora. Both were incidentally former Congress state, Mumbai state presidents.
And one was an ex-Shiv Sainik also.
One is an ex-Shiv Sainik.
Everybody's been a congressman and a Shiv Sainik.
At some point.
It's like,
you've all been around.
In NDTV once and then.
Not to southwest.
Not south, southwest.
So Smriti Kopikar,
this is pretty bad.
If
this
you're still with us,
it's a very interesting one, yeah.
This is the state BJP president,
Who's
Chandrasekhar
trailing,
Bawankole, who's trailing from Kampi, which is a seat in Nagpur.
Yeah,
it's one of the Nagpur district seats, and he's one of their OBC faces in Vidarbha. This is another BJP heavyweight OBC face, Sudhir Mungatiwar. This is not surprising, but the Chandrasekhar Bawankole trailing is interesting.
Well, that is
probably still
Chauhan's daughter.
Ashok Chauhan's daughter.
We just go across to Smriti Kopikar, and Kumar Ketkar, both who are still with us. Smriti, just to get your take on some of the big names and the big contests in Maharashtra. What has come as a surprise to you? Just looking at some of these key contests.
More than the key contests, Nidhi, what is really surprising to me is the strike rate of the parties. And the Eknath seems to have a strike rate of over 70%, and the BJP, after its near rout in the Lok Sabha, seems to have hit a strike rate of almost 82% of the seats that it contested. This is phenomenal. This is a comeback like little else that we have seen. But I just want to also go make two quick other points. Is that why did the Ladki Behan Yojana hit so deeply?
Smriti, just
Is that
one second, sorry, just 1 second. We're just hearing the first reactions from Kalpana Soren, who herself has contested from Jharkhand.
जल्दबाजी होगी तो थोड़ा सा वेट कर लेना चलिए कोई बात नहीं रुझान है अब आप तो इतने देखिए 23 तारीख का इंतजार सबने किया है और मुझे लगता है कि कुछ घंटों का 2 से 3 घंटों का इंतजार और करिए
बहुमत के आंकड़े तो आप लोगों ने हासिल लगभग तो 41
देखिए
41 क्रॉस करते हुए 50 तक
मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि झारखंड की जनता ने हमारे बड़े बुजुर्गों ने हमारे भाई दादा ने हमारी माताओं बहनों ने हमारे युवा साथियों ने विकास का रास्ता चुना है और कहीं ना कहीं इस बार मैया की जीत हो रही है बस मैं ये कहना चाहूँ
आपका भी जिस तरह से गांधी विधानसभा से आप लगातार जो प्रयास कर रही थी अभी भी जो रुझान है उसमें थोड़ा कुछ है लेकिन क्या लग रहा है कि उम्मीद है कि अपना और भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मार्जिन से आगे निकलेंगे?
देखिए अभी कुछ कहना मुश्किल है अभी तो पहले कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहिए खत्म होने दीजिए कैसे हैं बस
There's Kalpana Soren of the JMM. They're telling the media to wait another couple of hours.
She really had a huge impact in this election.
She's really been leading from the front. Even when her husband was in jail, she was really front and center.
That's when she joined. She's only been in politics 10 months.
Yeah.
She just started when her husband went into jail and really has had an impact.
There was that very powerful picture of her and Arvind Kejriwal's wife when both,
Kejriwal,
in that Delhi rally.
Rally in Delhi.
Yeah, and I think Sonia Gandhi was there as well. You had, these two women on stage with, all the.
She didn't come in that.
I think there was it Dasera? I don't remember. It was one of these functions. But anyway, sorry, Smriti, I interrupted you. We had to go to that sound bite, but. You were telling us about what surprised you. What you spoke about, the strike rate, is quite interesting. You're saying the BJP's strike rate is what, some 82%?
Yeah. They seem to have bagged, about 122 of the 149, 150. That's around 80%. That's fantastic. But I was talking, and it was a pleasure to watch Kalpana Soren come into her own as well. But what I was getting at is this thing about Ladki Behan and why did it make the difference that it did. Economist Neeraj Hatekar, among others, has laid it out so well that if you take Mumbai, Pune, Thane out of Maharashtra, and then look at the average income per person, the GDP and all of that, there are parts of Maharashtra that are worse off than Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha. There, 1,500 per month does make a lot of difference. And so this emphasis on seeing Maharashtra through the Mumbai, Pune, Thane belt, I think has also somewhere it took the focus from the MVA off a lot of other areas that needed that. For example, what did Uddhav Thackeray have to promise the farmers in Marathwada? What exactly did he promise? What did he say on soya bean? Mr. Sharad Pawar did try, but it didn't completely land the way it should have landed, and only he can figure out why that happened. But that if you take the Mumbai, Thane, Pune belt out of Maharashtra, the Maharashtra looks a very different kind of a state. And then a lot of these welfare schemes, the transactional politics begin to make sense. My question is, now it's been promised, they'll probably go ahead with it. What is the Shinde Sarkar or the Fadnavis Sarkar going to do with the debt, with the state debt? And this is one of the schemes they've promised. There are others that they will have to try and implement. And there's yet another factor. There's no doubt that in the last few years, there's been a very, very heavy level of investment by a handful of corporates, led probably by the Adani Group, into a number of schemes, and a number of schemes moving from Maharashtra, being moved from Maharashtra to other states, primarily to Gujarat. So I'm looking at 2029 and wondering if, when we sit down to, and if we are around and we sit down to analyze, what kind of a state is Maharashtra going to look like 5 years from now? Dr. Roy already spoke of how it's come down the ranking from the most industrialized to much lower down in that rank. Agriculture, we're not doing too well. Industry, we're not doing too well. Jobs, employment, we aren't doing too well. Poverty, it's one of the most unequal states. So, what exactly does this government want to do is the big question.
That's I think what makes the Mahayuti's performance even more stunning in the backdrop of all of that. Smriti Kopikar, thank you so much for your time with us this morning. I'd also like to welcome Abhishek Ankat, senior journalist who's joining us from Ranchi today, Kartikeya Batra, senior analyst and professor, also with us, Manisha Priyam, analyst and columnist here with us in the studio. Great to have all of you here. Abhishek Ankat, to you first, just looking at Jharkhand, where it's quite remarkable that the JMM Congress are all set to return despite all the headwinds of being in power firstly and everything that Hemant Soren himself has gone through in the last year.
Yeah, so definitely. The one thing what didn't work and what we were also observing and during our reporting on the ground, is that the polarizing issue of the BJP was not resonating with the electorates. That's number one. Number two, BJP did not pick the lack of job, which is a major issue in Jharkhand as of now, and it would have gone against JMM-led the government. Instead, it chose to polarize the entire electorate with Bangladeshi infiltration, which is not resonating with any of the electorate in all of the places that we had gone. So these two are important fact, and coupled with the JMM using the star campaigner Kalpana Soren, that's number one. Also Hemant Soren, who had been very upfront in terms of the welfare scheme that he had initiated by his government, which is a Maya Samman Yojana, or the waiver of the power dues, which is to the tune of 3,500 crores. So these two are resonated very well in the ground.
Right. Manisha Priyam wants to come in, especially on Jharkhand, I believe, because you called it on Jharkhand, didn't you?
In 2019 also, I called it. I had an op-ed in the Hindustan Times, later a big piece with my colleague at the London School of Economics, Mukulika Banerjee, and I went off and did a big piece.
You actually wrote it down, because most people know it, but they never wrote it down.
Women writing even in very prominent newspaper op-eds and in important fora like the India Forum, they will either hardly be read and almost never heard. Now, what is it that makes Jharkhand? Jharkhand was a small story even in 2019. And the Pathalgadi movement, which was actually villagers getting huge slabs of stone and writing Bharat Ka Samvidhan. Any school that you would go to, including Birsa Munda's own school in Khunti district, which we went to, and you would find small children get up and sing the preamble to the India's constitution. And they said, we the people are here to protect the constitution of India. And I think there are remnants of that. This time around, the Jharkhand government led by Hemant Soren facing quite a bit of anti-incumbency, the arrest then, and the rise of Kalpana Soren. And I think that woman then leads a people's campaign in the tribal area. She talks about, remember, not just the Maya Samman. Everybody here is almost telling women off as cannon fodder, get the Samman and go home. No, she talks about the Maya Samman Yojana. She also talks about something called the Abua Raj, and which is the tribal understanding. And therefore, all issue, the BJP opened its campaign saying so many Ghispatias in which district, etc. But here it is, a woman leading up the tribal sentiments, and you have the old sentiments about the tribal saying, we need to protect our Abua Raj. And I would listen to a lot of people, and they would say, oh, we went to Jharkhand and we found there's most apathy, there's nothing being said. But something was being said, remember, amongst the poorest people of the world, leading a campaign for issues that matter.
All right,
to them.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We just have to cut across to Eknath Shinde, who's speaking to the media.
मेजॉरिटी मी अगोदरपासून सांगत होतो की हम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिळेल, खरं म्हणजे लँडस्लाइड विक्टरी अशा प्रकारचा विजय या ठिकाणी महायुतीला मिळालेला आहे. मी त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदारांचे महाराष्ट्रातल्या मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. आणि माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणी यांचं देखील मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. लाडक्या बहिणींनी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मतदान केलं, लाडक्या भावांनी मतदान केलं, लाडक्या शेतकऱ्यांनी मतदान केलं आणि त्याचबरोबर लाडक्या माझ्या ज्येष्ठांनी मतदान केलं. समाजातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाने या ठिकाणी भरभरून महायुतीला मतदान केलं. गेले 2-2.5 वर्ष जे महायुतीने काम केलं त्या कामाची पोचपावती या निवडणुकीमध्ये जनतेने दिली आणि म्हणून महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांच्या मनापासून आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो की पूर्णपणे जे काम आम्ही केलं 2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप, नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना देखील महायुतीच्या मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय, एवढा मोठा विजय मिळतोय. मी माझ्या ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरी-पाचपकाडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने, मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला विजयी करण्याचं काम करतायत आणि त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा, मनापासून सगळ्यांचं, सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन. आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, in his first reaction to the stunning victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, calling it a landslide win, thanking women, senior citizens, men, pretty much everyone, and eating laddus.
Sena versus Sena fights.
Yeah.
There were 47 of them. Shinde won in 35, Uddhav in 12. Wow. Let's look at NCP. We've got data for 33 fights. Ajit 23, Sharad 10. So the breakaway group.
And BJP, Congress also.
BJP, I don't have that yet. No.
So at this moment, the BJP could say that breaking up the Sena and the NCP actually worked for them now.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. Let me just get a quick reaction from.
के बाद तीनों पार्टी बैठेंगे. हमारे वरिष्ठ जो है प्रधानमंत्री जी है, भाई है, नड्डा जी और सब हमारे जो तीनों पार्टी के प्रमुख लोग हैं, हम बैठेंगे और उसके ऊपर जैसे हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही उसके ऊपर भी फैसला है.
आदित्य ठाकरे ही वर्ली से ट्रेल कर रहे हैं.
देखिए, अभी मैं कहता हूँ उनका 2.5 साल तो आरोप लगाने में गया. अभी तो कम से कम उन्होंने अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखना चाहिए. लोगों को आरोप पसंद है या काम पसंद है. हम आरोपों का उत्तर आरोप से नहीं दिया, हम उसका जवाब जो है काम के माध्यम से दिया, इसलिए जो काम बोलता है और 2.5 साल में जो काम किया है वो जनता ने देखा है और जनता की आवाज बनकर हमने काम किया।
सर, लड़ाई से
जनता को जो चाहिए वो हमने देने की कोशिश की है, इसलिए हमारे सरकार में आम जनता के जीवन में बदलाव हो जाए, सुख समृद्धि आ जाए, आनंद आ जाए, इसलिए एक तरफ विकास किया हमने, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजनाएं की। इसी के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री आज हम देख रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये लाडली बहन का योजना
लाडली बहन योजना जो है
क्या ये बेनिफिट कर गया?
बहनों को कभी भी किसी सरकार ने विचार नहीं किया, हमारी सरकार ने किया, इसलिए वोटिंग परसेंटेज भी बढ़ गया है। बाकी भी हमारे लाडले बहनों का वोटिंग, लाडले भाइयों का भी वोटिंग, सभी लोगों ने परसेंटेज ऑफ वोटिंग बढ़ा दी। और इसीलिए मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि देखिए, केंद्र और राज्य सरकार मिलकर जब काम करता है तो ऐसे प्रकार के काम होते, डेवलपमेंट होती है और उसी का नतीजा जो है हम देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर हर एक काम में हमें राज्य को केंद्र सरकार ने भी मदद की है और निश्चित रूप से मोदी जी ने भी हमेशा सहयोग रखा है, मार्गदर्शन रखा है और इसलिए ये जीत जो है हमारी बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक हिस्टोरिकल। मैम पीछे
सर, आखिरी सवाल, आगे की रणनीति कैसे रहेगी?
All right, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde was asked about whether he will continue as Chief Minister, and he has given the diplomatic answer, which is that we will all sit together and we will decide who the next Chief Minister will be. But this is quite interesting.
But the energy and the vibe is of someone who still very much sees himself
Probably
in the
rightly
Chief Minister's
because
gaddi.
this election was fought under his leadership and his schemes which have done the trick. So the question is, what happens next?
What leadership? Shaina NC belonged to the BJP and he's had to accept her as a candidate. So he was allowed to speak his way, and behind it the campaign was completely run by a
the
unified
BJP.
team of the BJP. So that's how
Obviously
I
they
look
are
at
the
it.
single largest party, so they will have a say in
No,
coalitions.
before the elections. They're
Yes.
single largest after the elections. But Shaina NC
No,
last
even,
minute,
even
the face
before
of
the election,
BJP.
they were the largest party in
They
the
fought
coalition.
many more seats. They contested many more seats.
I feel it was a unified campaign. Shinde was allowed to have his way because you did need a strong regional voice that seemed to be, I mean, that has paid off in the results. The fight against the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray's group was led by Shinde. So each little horse was given their own small reins, but behind it was a unified single campaign. And I think the clear trigger was the fact that the Congress was not able to hold on to the Vidarbha fort. And that, I believe, is definitely an RSS victory. And if it required that the big leaders from Delhi were meant to be kept away, they were kept away. Nitin Gadkari clearly leading the campaign in that field. All the old organizational allies of the RSS out on the ground. So I think Vidarbha as a region and the fact that it's a unified BJP campaign, they've stayed away from the media and from the narratives. So today we can say, oh, it's multi-causal. There are many, sure, if you get a lot of votes, many people are responsible for the victory. But there is a strategy with which you fight an election. And it's not necessarily, it can be completely undercover. And that's
Was
what
it just the
Maharashtra does.
1,500 rupees?
No. Women don't vote for 1,500 rupees. They, vote to see which direction things will go and whether a stable government is to their liking or not. And I think this is being upheld. Now, what is to their liking is strategically spoken, regionally spoken. Now, Maharashtra and Jharkhand both definitely tell us that, there's something to be understood as far as...
Sohit Mishra is at the BJP office now in Mumbai. Sohit, I'm assuming it's a little noisier, more colorful there. No, gosh. Where are all the people?
No, it is colorful. Finally, there are flowers over here, Nidhi, and their decoration has just begun once they know that they are going to form the government. And yes, a lot of people are over here now. In fact, I have also heard someone that on the other hand, if you could just see, they are still decorating the office. So even they weren't sure what would happen, but now it seems like they know that they will be forming the government, and now the office is being decorated, the stage is being set, and the workers have started to come over here. As I said in the beginning, no one had an idea where this election is going, but now it seems like everyone, the workers have started to come. Now there will be celebration that will be happening. The stage is being set over here, and yes, now people have started to arrive here one by one, and they are here, and they want to, as you could see on the other side, that the workers have started to come. There are gulal that are being placed. Ma'am, आप लोग मुंबई से हैं? आप लोग कहाँ से हैं? अच्छा, आप लोग was this expected कि इतना आएगा? ये इतना तो आप लोगों ने भी नहीं. अच्छा, हाँ, अच्छा.
Sohit, we're not able to hear.
So the Ladli Bahin scheme they say is something which has changed the entire narrative. Now slogans are now being raised over here. Workers have started to reach over here, and one by one the leaders are also expected to come. As I am saying, I'm talking right now. Now the stage is being set. These are the visuals that you see where the workers are trying to make a stage so that the leaders could come. So earlier in the day there was nothing that was happening over here. This is how the elections were being held. So sadly, no laddus for me even now because there hasn't been a halwai that they have called. Hopefully, in the coming days or in coming few hours, there will be laddu celebration and sweet distribution that would happen over here as well. But you could see that the workers have started to come over here and celebrations are expected to begin in some time. So finally, there is crowd at least now here at the BJP office over here. The big question is, this has been the biggest victory for BJP so far. Even they are exceeding that 2014 victory where they won 122 seats. That is happening despite limited rallies from the Prime Minister, as well as when Devendra Fadnavis is not the Chief Minister, he is the Deputy Chief Minister over here. And one day before elections, we saw visuals of Vinod Tavade at a hotel in Vasai. But despite that, it seems like the BJP has become the single largest party. Only at least 15 to 20 seats is what they require to become to form the government. Plus, they have Shinde as well as Ajit Pawar with them. So it seems like the Mahayuti coalition has this election for them. And yes, there are celebration as well as at least preparation for the celebration that has begun at the BJP office in Mumbai.
Right. Sohit, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. At least we're getting a sense now, the BJP ready to celebrate in Mumbai. But we're also going across to the Congress's spokesperson, Supriya Srinath, this afternoon. Supriya, thanks for being with us. First of all, let me ask you about Maharashtra and then Jharkhand. How disappointed are you and surprised by the way it's gone in Maharashtra? And why do you think that's happened?
No, I'm not going to mince my words, and I will say that Maharashtra has been hugely disappointing. We were expecting a much better show. We were expecting a much better tally for the Mahavikas Agadi. So this is a very, very shocking, a very disappointing number. This really belies our own expectations. But we draw a lot of comfort from the fact that we are forming the government again in Jharkhand. We draw comfort from the fact that at least the divisive politics did not play through both in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. Because the common factor for me, if you ask me as a student of politics, I assess this elections, and that's pure and simple, is that the women voters have spoken and they have spoken very loudly. They spoke for the Maya Yojana in Jharkhand and they have certainly spoken, it looks like, for the Ladki Yojana. I think the one mistake, if you ask me, that we perhaps made was we underestimated the Ladki Bahin Yojana. Simply because they got a lot of time because of the elections being delayed by the Election Commission. 2-3 installments and EMIs of that scheme had already gone to people's accounts. So that's my pure assessment. Has Maharashtra been disappointed? Absolutely, I'm not going to mince my words. But I draw a lot of comfort, I draw a lot of hope, and I draw a lot of solace from Jharkhand, where we are going to be forming the government yet again.
But are you a little worried that the Congress's own performance in both states, in Maharashtra in particular, its own performance has not been good? You're down, I think, to 20 seats in Maharashtra at the moment. You are down more than 40 seats, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just get that graphic up. In 44. Jharkhand, 44 seats, yeah. So in Jharkhand, you're almost the same as last time, or down a seat or so. Is that disappointing? Is that worrying that the Congress seems to be a weak link in these in state after state?
I think you have the numbers wrong for Jharkhand. Our performance is more or less where we were last time. But yes, Maharashtra has been disappointing. I will not mince my words. The Mahavikas Agadi as a whole has not performed. We are one of the better performers in the Mahavikas Agadi. But if you ask me what went wrong, perhaps the fact that we underestimated the Ladki Bahin Yojana was one thing. The fact that, a lot of people are saying that this is not a result they were expecting, they refused to buy this. Emotions are running high, but there are many people in Maharashtra who did not see the wind blowing this way. I mean, if these numbers were to go by, then this was an election which had a wave. Now, that wave was completely missing because many of your colleagues, your friends, your partners were there and they did not see this wave at all. So, all of us collectively could not have missed something that was so blowing in the wind.
Then how did you?
I mean, it clearly looks like we underestimated one of their big flagship schemes, which was Ladki Yojana. There are people within political spheres, there are people who are questioning the EVM. I'm not going to do that today. I'm only going to react to numbers that I see on television screens right now. But should there be a detailed discussion? Should there be a detailed debate on use of EVMs and the way money power and political power is misused in elections? Absolutely, there should. But I'm not going to do that today. I can be rest assured.
Just one point of fact, you were saying that you're the best performing in the Agadi, or sorry to say this, in Maharashtra. You're the worst performing actually in the Agadi because you contested close to 100 seats and you only are leading in 19. Shiv Sena UBT is leading in the same number, 19, and they contested less seats. And NCP Sharad Pawar 13, but yeah. So strike rate wise,
I do believe.
The worst.
Okay, let me speak now. Thank you for your analysis. Let me speak now. I do believe that the vote transfer did not happen to us like we had expected it to. I do believe that the vote transfer from Sena did not happen to the Congress, but that doesn't bother us too much because collectively we underestimated a scheme that was working for them. Collectively, we underestimated the amount of money that was flowing into this election. Collectively, we underestimated the kind of influence that a sitting government had. But having said that, have we learned our lessons? Yes, we have. But I am not going to waste all my time this afternoon only talking about Maharashtra. I do want to talk about Jharkhand because that is where this whole batenge katenge started. That is where the Prime Minister invoked the whole beti ko chheen le jayenge. And yet he was squarely rejected. Actually, on a population basis, the Prime Minister did more rallies in Jharkhand than he did in Maharashtra. And that's quite clear.
Right. Shivam, you had a question for Supriya?
No, I'm saying that she's repeatedly saying we underestimated the Ladki Behan Yojana's impact. So how differently could you have responded to the scheme? Because the BJP also could not respond to a similar scheme in Jharkhand similarly. So does this scheme have any answer when a state government is giving cash to women and winning elections through that, and this is the fourth or fifth such election? What can an opposition party do anyway?
One thing is very clear, and I want to put it on record, that Priyanka Gandhi winning Wayanad is great news for us, also because she's the flag bearer of women's rights. Her being in puts the women's issues in focus squarely. And the one thing that I want to say is, the answer that we may perhaps have had is, we should have talked about that scheme, we should have talked about how we were going to give a better scheme, maybe a lot more in advance. We do similar schemes in Karnataka, in Telangana and in Himachal. And I think this is what we had to tell the voters a lot more than we eventually ended up doing. The BJP ran a which was negative. They put ads saying we're not doing something. I think our counter to that should have been a little prolonged and a little deeper. I'm sorry, I'll have to run now.
One sec,
Supriya,
please.
one question from Dorab. Just one question.
Just one question. Do you think the fact that you didn't have a clear leader, Mr. Patole was not a sort of a statewide leader, didn't have a powerful leader, either they have defected or that they are too old or they didn't fight. Do you think that hurt you in any way?
No, I don't think so. I think 3 hours into counting, I'm not going to say that at all. I don't think the Maha Yuti also has a clear leader. Even now, we don't know whether Mr. Shinde or Mr. Fadnavis is going to be the front runner for that job. The election was fought on Mr. Shinde's face, but it looks like
each of the other five had a leader. You didn't have a leader. Each of the other five had a well-known leader.
I don't think that's the case at all. No, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, we were fighting this election in a coalition. We were very certain that whoever biggest gainer will have a chief minister candidate. I think it's too early to perhaps do the postmortem so threadbare. But we will be looking at that election result. We will do a region-wise analysis. We will see where the vote split happened. And I'm sure we can have a more detailed and informed discussion in some hours and days to come.
All right, Supriya.
Thank you. I'll just have to go.
Thanks very much for joining us. And I think we have the BJP's Vinod Taude, who's now speaking to the press.
एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे जनतेला यांच्यावर विश्वास बसला दुसरं मला असं वाटतं की भाजप शिवसेनेची जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं आणि ज्यावेळी एकनाथ शिंदेनी बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्वाचं धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्वाचं शिवसेना नाव हे हिंदुत्वाच्या मूळ प्रवाहात भाजपबरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली. मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला हा विजय बिहारमध्ये पोटनिवडणुकीत 4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजप पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतंय की माननीय नरेंद्र मोदींच्या नेतृत्वाखालील एनडीएला जनतेने आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातला विश्वास तर अभूतपूर्व आहे. तुमचा पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय, तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचं केंद्रीय नेतृत्व याबाबतचा निर्णय घेईल. आज महायुती म्हणून आम्ही विजयाचा आनंद घेतोय. खूप खूप धन्यवाद. महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को जबरदस्त जीत दिलाई है, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस और अजित दादा पवार, रामदास आठवले आरपीआई के इन सब ने मिलकर जो चुनाव अच्छी तरह लड़ा, जो सरकार अच्छी तरह चलाई, विशेषकर मुझे लगता है कि प्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति और अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति होती है. अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति में जो पायाभूत सुविधा होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होती है, वंदे भारत ट्रेन होती है, मेट्रो होती है, सड़क होती है, पानी होता है, और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है. इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजित दादा ने किया और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा. साथ ही 2019 में माननीय शरद पवार साहब ने आदरणीय उद्धव जी को लेकर बीजेपी का अलायंस जो तोड़ा, वो माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के वोटर्स को पसंद नहीं आया. और जब एकनाथ शिंदे बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व का धनुष्यबान, हिंदुत्व का शिवसेना ये नाम भाजपा के साथ मेन स्ट्रीम में ले आए, तो लोगों ने उनको भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसका स्वीकार किया. ये आज दिखाई दे रहा है. मुझे लगता है कि बिहार में 4 में से 4 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है, उत्तर प्रदेश में 6 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है और राजस्थान में 4 जगह पर आगे है. तो देश में ये बता रहा है कि देश की जनता का फिर एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर उन्होंने अपना विश्वास जताया है. आपका सवाल यह होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री किसका होगा, कौन होगा, तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजित दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे. आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है और महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रही है.
I've got an almond.
Okay, while you're in almond, at 19 right now. Wow. This could be the worst ever performance historically for the Congress and best ever historically for BJP.
19 out of 288 seats. My God.
And they fought what, 105?
101, I think.
101, 105. So
yeah,
it's like a 20%.
20%.
But that's it. I think, Manisha PM, the point is structurally the Congress needs to just, I mean, we've been saying this since 2014. I mean, there are victories in between.
They'll do introspection.
Exactly. But then, is it a Congress
And they set up a
culture in the
committee.
way that they work that is just hard to shake off? What is it?
I mean, Nidhi, I'm no one to advise the Congress party, but look at what's happening even in Jharkhand. A small party, literally. Hemant Soren in governance was not a great chief minister. And you had Rameshwar Rao of the Congress party, a very trusted confidant also of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, literally running the government for them. But what happens when you come to the elections? What's happening to the state chief? How badly is he performing? So the fact is that in state after state, Bihar, it's the same situation. So in state after state, you cannot just keep saying that, oh, I have the people's issues. That way, even I know the people's issues. But to fight an election, you need people on the ground to be your party workers. And just picking up a few people from there and fighting it out in the social media is not going to work for them. I believe in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections also, the main chunk of the campaign in Uttar Pradesh was Akhilesh Yadav led, and you were following behind. In the Jammu and Kashmir elections, look at the fact that there's a lesson learned by the National Conference. Umar Abdullah's defeat in the Lok Sabha elections gives them a story. And look at how they are able to reverse this. But how does the Congress do that? So old personal friendships, oh, we were once strong here, I have the issues right, I have my conscience right, almost all of us have our conscience right. But do we make a political party on the ground? I think that's where the Congress needs to think.
Is the problem that the Congress is not able to reconcile to making strategic alliances with smaller parties? Because when you look at other parties that they are in alliance with, one of the common complaints with those regional parties is that the Congress turns around and says, let's say when they're talking about seat sharing, well, we are a national party, so we should get more. Even if the ground realities of that state are different.
So actually in this case in Maharashtra, after the Haryana result, the Congress had to suck it up and fight many less seats than it would have wanted to.
But
and it ended up
more.
Sorry?
Still a little more.
Still a little more, but roughly if you saw in the Agadi, all three were about the same. Congress was about 100 and the other two were about 90. So it wasn't that much of a difference.
Just give me a sec, because Shaina NC is joining us live now from Mumbai. She, of course, made a switch from the BJP to the Shinde Sena just on the eve of the election. Shaina, thanks very much for being with us today. Firstly, congratulations. The alliance has done very well. The Mahayuti has done very well. First, give us an update on your own seat.
Well, mine is clearly, Nidhi, one of the toughest constituencies in Maharashtra. 140,000 Muslim votes, 1 lakh Hindu votes, and despite the fact that the opposition has chosen to play appeasement politics and vote bank politics and make sure that their vote banks are intact, chose a progressive route and campaigned extensively this 1 month. But having said that, the the Prime Minister's Labharti projects and programs, as well as the Home Minister, ensuring that abrogation, all of this has resonated very well with the youngsters. If you look at the state itself, the Chief Minister Eknath Shindeji's Ladki Behna Yojana, 2.5 crore women have got 7,500 directly into their bank accounts, has been a great plus point. Even in my own kshetra of Mumbai Devi, 40,000 have benefited from this, of which 15,000 are Muslim women. So without paying any regressive approach, the only agenda has been development, and especially for those who have chosen to use this as a fiefdom to just play vote bank politics and illegal structures and no kind of cluster redevelopment. I am hopeful that people will still warrant change. I'm not going to give up right till the end. So, as we say, the counting is on, and let it be a matter of the voter, and we will welcome it with open arms.
So, should Eknath Shinde continue as Chief Minister, given that this election was fought under his, that he was the Chief Minister, these were his schemes, and he's your leader?
There is no doubt at all that Eknath Shinde is a very, very popular mass leader, and one has seen it on ground. The way his own cadre as well as the future responds to him, it's phenomenal. It's literally like a common man, and I have seen it first. Having said that, this is not a question to be answered by me or anyone. answers such as this are given by the leadership, and the leadership will decide in a day or two, and for that will be public. Having said that, the kind of coordination Devendra Fadnavis's, extensive research and knowledge, Ajit Pawar's executive administration, and Eknath Shindeji's mass leadership, this has been a great triple engine for Maharashtra and for a Viksit Bharat. So I hope that in the days to come, it continues with the same trajectory, and that is only a party that can decide, or rather the Mahayuti leadership that can decide who should be the chief minister. I'm not in a position to answer.
Right. Vasu, any questions for Shaina?
Yeah, Shaina, just want to check. So when you were saying, because our dashboard is showing that you're trailing, and you kept talking about appeasement politics, just trying to understand what you meant by that. I mean,
so Amin Patel, who is a 3-time Congress MLA,
yeah,
has ensured that certain vote banks stay intact despite kinds of illegal increments, people who have come from bogus voting, etc., etc. So I don't want critiquing an opponent, because when we in the festival of democracy, victory and defeat is decided by the voter. But having said that, there has been a lot of vote politics, and one is how the Muslims have been made to repeat that if you don't vote for Congress, you will be unsafe, or that if you don't vote for us, they will come in and stop your azan and namaz. All of this is
Shaina, sorry. That's a little unfortunate to try and communalize. You live in Mumbai, so you understand that there are large sections of the city where you have people coming in, legal, illegal, or illegal is regularized. That's not necessarily something that at this stage you want to get into linking it to one community, especially when you're doing so well. I mean, maybe not you in your seat, but as a party.
Was one of the reasons that you're trailing at the moment? Maybe when more rounds are counted, you'll win. But was it more difficult because it was was it a last minute call to make you stand? Was that unfair on you?
So, Dr. Roy, I think that the Mahayuti leadership decided that I should fight, but as I said, it's the toughest seat and extremely hard demographic. But also, why I want to fight this, I request please cover this constituency, really see how backward it is in terms. There's been no progress whatsoever. No infrastructure, no hospitals, no school, no library. Open space is a distant dream. Cluster redevelopment of Kamatipura has been in the pipeline for 15 years. They haven't even submitted a plan. And yes, this is vote bank politics if you completely encourage illegal constructions where one after the other you have your vote bank intact and have a whole segment that just comes out and votes for you en masse. That does not work in electoral politics, I feel, today, because people need to realize that you're damaging generations to come by making these kind of choices which are ill-informed to suggest that we are going to divide and rule, which was never the agenda, especially in my own campaign. But having been given 1 month's time, I think that as best as I could, I did fight like a tigress. Whatever the mandate, I'll welcome it.
Shaina, you've been a spokesperson for the BJP for years. So I just wanted to quickly ask you how you see the Jharkhand result.
Well, Jharkhand again is a difficult kind of state because of obvious reasons. We've had time and again Mr. Soren and his antics which have come into play. But having said that, I mean, it is a mandate of the people and one needs to welcome irrespective. So I just hope that progress is the only agenda and development is the only agenda for the state.
All right, Shaina, thank you very much. Wish you good luck as the
you
counting
very
is still
much.
underway for your own seat, and congratulations again on the overall win for the alliance.
Thank you. Bye.
So Shaina NC actually has been, a very sort of visible television face for the BJP for all these years, and
I know, but
jumped
didn't
into
get a seat.
Yeah.
BJP didn't give her a ticket,
Yeah.
so she jumped.
No, I think it was it wasn't. I think it's consensual.
Kind of an arrangement within the
Consensus.
alliance from what-
But I
It was an
reckon,
arrangement because the BJP could accommodate her.
yeah, but I reckon that neither she nor I have ever been to Mumbai Devi. Now, you can't go there in a month and expect to win an election in a seat which is not some. As I said, like nobody knows all parts of Delhi amongst you. Similarly, nobody knows all parts of Mumbai amongst us. So I have never been to Mumbai Devi. I don't know where it is. The odds of she is about the same. And you put her in a contest there with 1 month to fight. I mean, it's an unequal fight. What does she do?
No, but also a little unfortunate to play the communal card because the Congress sitting MLA is a Muslim.
We talk about the bellwether seats, which
Yes.
you did a snippet on. Yeah.
These are our bellwether seats. Let me explain what a bellwether is. Whoever wins that seat over the last 10 elections has formed the government, whichever party. Nagpur South is the ultimate bellwether. 9 elections out of the last 10. Whoever's won Nagpur South has formed the government in Maharashtra.
That's Fadnavis's.
No, so he's Southwest.
Oh, he's Southwest. Okay.
He's I'm looking at the wrong camera. He's Southwest.
Okay.
Fadnavis South, Nagpur South. The one that slipped a little is Amori, which is 6 out of 10 anyway. It was a really powerful one.
6 out of 10, almost 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50. But the other is 9 out of 10.
Yeah, 9
and
and
Bhusawal
7
7 out of 10. In both those.
So for once you got your forecast right.
I like Aurangabad East. Is AMM forming government?
Belapur, Vilepale, again they're winning, but those seats they would have won anyway. Yeah. Now let's look at Jharkhand. There are only 2 seats, if we have that, please. You see, Jharkhand's a new state, so they haven't had that many elections as a state. 2 ones, and BJP is leading one of them. So if BJP wins that, it'll make that 3 out of 5 instead of 4 out of 4. North 2, BJP. In fact, the BJP is leading in 3, the JMM is leading in 4. So some of these bellwethers are going to fall when the results come. And in the next election, we'll have another set of bellwethers. Of course, there are 3 out of 4 also. Plenty of them. But as we can see, many of them are going to opposite sides, suggesting that they will not be bellwethers for too long. But the Nagpur one survives, Nagpur South.
There's no deep cephalological issue. This is just correlation rather than causation.
Yes.
Is it correlation or causation?
Let's treat one point of statistic. That the last time the BJP has done very well in Jharkhand has been in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And at that point of time, the BJP did what it normally does. RPN Singh was the Congress manager. They got him to the BJP. And thereafter, you see in the state assembly elections, 6 months after the Lok Sabha elections, you saw a Hemant Soren and Congress-led alliance come up, rule the state. However, they ruled it in muddy waters, etc. Lots of raids on money power. Pooja Singhal, their IS officer, Gopal Sahu, the man with the money bag.
He has to complete his forecast with Ulta Bellwether. First explain what it is.
Which is if you win that, you lose the election.
Oh God, okay.
Ulta.
Yeah, the Ulta Bellwether.
Let's have a look at them.
So if you win that, you panic because you could not form the government.
Oh God.
Congress has won all the Ulta Bellwethers.
Let's have a look at the Ulta Bellwether. Here they are.
Right
There we are. BJP is only leading in one Ulta Bellwether. The rest. NCP also. Again, these are all going to collapse. But the
Which
big one is
NCP
at the
is this
top.
now? Sharad Pawar.
This would be just NCP, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
This would be
The
Ajit
old- the
NCP.
United.
Yeah.
And there are about 8 Ulta Bellwethers in Why also, oh my God.
So the Ulta Bellwethers have also got it wrong.
Yeah.
Because
That's right.
NCP and Shiv Sena.
Correct, that's right. No, NCP
they're
is not
leading.
forming that's right.
Oh, so it's right. Okay, so it's right.
No, it's wrong. It's not going to form the government. NCP is going to form the government. Well, Ulta Bellwethers.
This is also wrong. You and your...
So many.
Your Ulta Bellwether's got
Yeah,
Ulta.
Ulta Bellwether.
Ulta Bellwether.
Maruti said 3/4 majority, all those past numbers will not make sense anymore.
Correct, yeah.
Bellwethers and
You're forgiven.
But you know, Valsad has been around for 13 elections.
I know, I meant for the last 2.
Yeah.
We're just down to the last 5-7 minutes of programming. So just quickly, crystal ball, Manisha Priyam. I mean, the next big election is Delhi, but even bigger, perhaps Bihar, later next year. does how Jharkhand has played out possibly have an impact on Bihar, to both of you, Shivam and Manisha?
So I think how Jharkhand has played out, the important lesson is that Jharkhand is able to keep up to its performance and scale it up in a state level election. Now, if you take that to Bihar, remember the Jharkhand effect is only in one part of Bihar.
That's right.
Which is the central and south Bihar, all the areas bordering where the RJD fought in alliance with the CPI-ML. What a spectacular victory. Two ministers of the NDA, Upender Kushwaha and RK Singh, erstwhile former Home Secretary, lose either directly to the RJD or to the CPI-ML. But besides that, in all the other regions, you see a sweep of the JDU and the BJP. I wouldn't be surprised that it would be the JDU and the BJP that tries to overturn this region, which is central and south Bihar, the peasant movement area traditionally, the area where all the work of the late Arvind Narayan Das is located. So I think the only thing I'm watching out for is, will this small region to the south of the Ganges hold up to what we see in Jharkhand, or will a pan-Bihar identity now, which is saffron in color, sweep the state? I think that's what is up in the Bihar elections.
By the way, in Jharkhand, the BJP is the single largest party, 29, and JMM is 28.
That's interesting.
Of course, if contested more seats.
Yeah. 1 week is a long time in politics. Bihar is 1 year away, and I think one X factor in Bihar is Mr. Nitish Kumar himself.
Yeah.
He's old, unwell. It's not really a secret that he seems to have dementia.
It's a one phrase we heard throughout Maharashtra. This is a fake narrative.
The fake narrative. Okay. Fake narrative.
You know, I mean, they hardly know the word narrative, but everybody in Maharashtra is
fake narrative is a phrase popularized by the BJP. This is part of our post 2014 political lingo. But Bihar, Nitish Kumar, can he really hold his party together? We don't know. A lot has to play out in Bihar, and in 1 year, a lot could happen. God knows what will happen in Bihar.
Last thoughts, everyone?
I don't know. Yeah.
Geeta, but
well, I think Delhi is much closer.
Will we get any Rebrandings here?
Enough Rebrandings already Rebrandings are there. I don't know whether
electricity, water, already heavily subsidized.
They had also announced 1,000 rupees for women.
But will the LG let him do it? Will it actually go through?
I thought the Delhi LG saying Atishi is 1,000 times better than her predecessor. The Delhi LG said that yesterday.
No filters.
No filters.
No, I'd say that for this election particularly, I think it's fascinating to me that the BJP has won a landslide in Maharashtra without it being necessarily a Modi-centric campaign. And I think this will be very interesting to see how this template now moves forward for the BJP, especially as the RSS, since the Lok Sabha results, has been looking at a post-Modi scenario. So I think that template is interesting to watch.
I think that is a bit running ahead of time, because
why? That's literally what's happened in this election.
There have been elections before where the BJP has protected Mr. Modi's image. Even Madhya Pradesh 2023, where they were not sure, Modi was not front and center in the campaign. I think now that the BJP is looking good after Maharashtra, Mr. Modi will be back in action.
Let's see. I'm not fully convinced. But let's see.
Modi on the side of Srinivasan then. Yeah.
Doc, you want to take us through the numbers one last time?
That woman-centric, the elections have become woman-centric.
It's
that
going
is
to
one.
That
is going to be, and I think along with the schemes also, a woman, safety of women also is something which it may not be a direct, issue, but tacitly, I think that definitely plays on the mind of women, that it is which type of government which can give them safety.
Well, then we can sit here all day and discuss.
Yeah, we get into BJP and women's safety. Exactly. That's a separate debate.
No, I didn't say BJP. I just said women's safety.
Okay. That's the
Daily elections, they should promise free air purifiers
to women.
To everybody.
Combined scheme.
Well, I think we're going to call it an afternoon siesta time. So thank you very much.
No, I think Prannoy wanted to go for 1 more hour, right? You were sort of egging on all of us.
Only if I'm all alone, not with all of you. I can't share this sort of light talking, no depth. I'll go 1 hour in depth on my own.
So
No,
he
no,
really-
don't go away. I'm not doing
He's doing that alone tonight at 8 o'clock.
एक है तो safe है. I think
Good one.
that's
I was
the
waiting
message
for
that you're trying to come up with.
Arvind Deol level of
Oh, he's our fine today. Mr.
Now,
Deol.
having said that, we're going to be back at 8, all of you except me.
We are going to see you at 8 p.m. tonight. One last round of analysis and the final numbers. So we'll
In
see
depth.
you later today.